Chapter 13. In the task force room, most of the team had assembled by the time Alvarez entered. One uniformed officer sat manning the phones on a desk shoved in a corner near the windows. Even the typically tardy Pescoli was seated at the table with the sheriff and 2 FBI agents. As Alvarez took an empty chair next to Pescoli, Court Brewster, the undersheriff, showed up, as did Detective Brett Gage, the chief criminal deputy. "Something up?" Alvarez asked, but Pescoli shook her head, a whiff of cigarette smoke suggesting she was once again smoking. Not that it was a big surprise. From the day Alvarez had met Regan, she discovered that in times of great stress, Pescoli took up the habit again. In the time since they'd become partners, which was nearly 2.5 years now, Pescoli had quit 4 times. "Since it's nearly the weekend and some of you will be officially off duty, whatever that means around here," Halden said, "we thought we should bring each other up to speed. It looks like Wendy Ito's Prius has been found in a ravine about 4 miles west of town." He walked to a map and pointed to a spot in Starfire Canyon, about 3 miles from where Ito's body was discovered. "An officer has secured the scene. Car looks the same as the others, wrecked and pried open, tire shot out. Only this car was nearly buried in a foot of snow. We'll all be rolling out there in a couple of minutes." "Who found the car?" Alvarez asked. Gage interjected. "Bob Sims, lives up the road. Looking for firewood during a break in the storm." "Or setting traps," Pescoli said with a scowl. "Sims thinks it's still the 1800s, and he can do whatever the hell he wants. Kills and traps whatever he can without permits. Sells pelts on the black market, you name it." Gage agreed. Around 40, whip-thin, with a prominent nose, glasses, and brown hair starting to show the first evidence of gray, the chief criminal deputy snorted. "Hell, he's an anarchist. With a dead wife and 6 boys running wild. All those kids have been in trouble with the law," Grayson reminded. "That's the trouble. They don't believe in government or the law. I'm surprised Sims took the trouble to call it in." Pescoli said, "Even anarchists have consciences." Gage snorted. "At least he found the car and not another body." "Yet," Agent Chandler said. Today she was in government-issued outerwear, her blonde ponytail sticking out of the back of a navy baseball hat, her jacket unzipped to show off a navy blue sweater. "We are still looking for Jillian Rivers. Something we've got to consider is the timing of the deaths. Because of the frozen conditions of the corpses, it's tough to pinpoint. But it looks like our guy tries to kill them around the 20th of the month. September for Charlton, October for Salvador, November for Ito, and now December for Rivers. The dates are a little off, and we're basing this on when the women were reported missing and when the ME guesses they died. They all went missing around the middle of the month, killed what appears to be a few days later, found later still. So Jillian Rivers might already be dead." "Jesus," Brewster said, and tossed his pen onto the table in disgust. Chandler didn't miss a beat. "It could be that the stars carved over the victims' heads and on the notes have something to do with timing. Where a star might be positioned in the sky during the time of abduction." "Or death," Halden added. Chandler nodded. "Maybe our guy is into stargazing or astronomy or astrology." Alvarez frowned. She'd thought of the night sky, of course. She'd also thought about witchcraft or devil worship, or anything to do with the dark arts. Stars meant a lot of different things to different people. "He could just be jerking our chain," Brewster said. "Maybe the stars are for decoration." "They're part of his M.O., Chandler disagreed. She traced her finger over the stars on each of the notes, which had been blown up and put near the pictures of the victims. "He's too precise. See how perfectly the initials are written, almost as if he traced them? If you put the pages one atop the other, you'll see that the letters remain in exactly the same positions, but the star moves. I'm willing to bet he's on some kind of astronomical calendar. Hey, isn't the 20th when the astrological sign switches? Around the 20th of the month, the signs of the zodiac change," Pescoli offered. "Though I think it varies a little. I'm not really into it, if it means anything." "I don't like the word zodiac, not when we're talking about serial killers," Grayson said. "Jesus, no," Brewster agreed. "That bastard terrorized San Francisco during, what, the 60s or 70s? I remember my mother talking about it. She had a sister in the Bay Area at the time and was worried sick. Made a movie out of it, Alvarez said. Pescoli nodded. Never caught, was he? Never. Chandler's face grew even more taut, the sharp angles of her cheekbones and chin prominent. But Zodiac would be too old to be our guy, if he were alive, which I doubt. Could be a copycat, someone who knows about the original. The killings are different, yeah, Pescoli said, but the Zodiac's name might have been inspiration, and he plans the murders meticulously. Alvarez had a mental image of a man with a pen, sitting at a desk, carefully creating his notes, all the while plotting the death of the woman he had captured. A woman probably bound and caged, locked in a dark, airless room, a frightened, injured woman who couldn't comprehend the extent of her jailer's depravity, a killer who planned out his victim's capture and death in minute detail, all around the position of the stars in the heavens. These killings are way different from Zodiac's. Let's go check on Ito's car, unless you have anything else, Grayson said. Chandler and Halden discussed tips that had come in, none of which had developed into a true lead, then concluded the meeting. Alvarez was left cold inside. Just the mention of the Zodiac killer chilled her to the bone. The monster had been on a rampage, picking out his victims, sometimes disabling cars. One woman had been nearly decapitated. Others were shot at point-blank range. Sometimes trophies were taken, and the police were forever being taunted. And he was never caught. Never. Grayson scooted his chair back and gave a short whistle to his dog, a black lab named Sturgis, who rarely left his side. The dog, a reject from the canine unit, had been with Grayson for a couple of years, ever since the department had decided not to hire him. They'd been inseparable ever since, and Alvarez had wondered if the lab was some kind of replacement for the wife who had dumped him. Usually the retriever stayed in Grayson's office, but today he'd been allowed into the task force room, and now trotted happily, tail-wagging, at the sheriff's boot heels. They disappeared into his office as Alvarez and Pescoli headed for the side door to the parking lot. She walked with Pescoli outside to the parking lot and tucked her hair into a stocking cap. A sharp wind was blowing, dusk descending rapidly, and it was cold as hell. Already Pescoli's jeep was collecting ice on its windshield. "Cheery little meeting," Pescoli said, unlocking her jeep and climbing behind the wheel, while Alvarez slid into the passenger side. "Yeah, a real upper." They discussed the case as Pescoli flipped on the heater and wipers, driving away from the town toward the hills. "Merry Christmas," Pescoli said under her breath as she reached in the console for her pack of cigarettes, cracking the window. "Mind if I smoke?" "Yeah, but it's not going to stop you, is it?" "Sure it will, for a while." Pescoli dropped the cigarette into her near-empty pack, which he tucked back into the console. Meanwhile, the police band crackled, officers talking to each other while they drove through the foothills. She didn't light up until she'd driven to Starfire Canyon, near the area where the car was discovered, and parked as close as possible. This time there was no safe way down to the bottom of the ravine, though 2 deputies and a firefighter rappelled down the side of the sheer hillside to the narrow creek bed below. "How the hell did Bob Sims find the car?" Alvarez asked. "He patrols all the woods around here. Doesn't matter what the weather," Deputy Pete Watershed said. "He must be half mountain goat." Pescoli drew hard on her filter tip and stared down the embankment. "Hell, that's a drop. He wears snowshoes or cross-country skis." "Doesn't matter, the man's a damned mountain goat." Alvarez eyed the surrounding area, looking for the spot in the road where the Prius was hit. As if reading her thoughts, Watershed pointed up to the next ridge. "We think the car was shot up there. It's a little off the beaten track if she were returning to Spokane, but when it's clearer weather there's a ridge across the canyon. From there a shooter with a sniper rifle might be able to make the shot, if conditions were right." Alvarez squinted against the falling flakes and coming darkness, trying to understand what madness would consume a person and make him lie in wait in the bitter cold. She imagined seconds ticking off before he took aim and fired, blowing out the tires of his victim's vehicle. None of the victim's phone records had helped. The friends who'd left messages on their cell phones, MySpace pages, and other computer lists, none had yielded any clues. The three victims had nothing in common, aside from the fact that they had been stalked, abducted, then abandoned, naked, tied to trees, to die alone. Deep in her jacket, Alvarez shivered, her thoughts turning to Julian Rivers. Was she even still alive? Gillian used the time that McGregor was out of the cabin to snoop. She didn't know anything about him, so this was her chance. She maneuvered around the cabin with one crutch, ignoring the pain as she carefully searched through drawers and cupboards, looking for some clue as to his identity, his life, his past. She felt a little guilty, as if she were a trespasser, but all she had to do to allay the sense of wrongdoing was remind herself that he'd brought her here. She was his guest, and prisoner. From the books in the bookcase, she gleaned that he was interested in hunting, fishing, astronomy, backpacking, survival in the wilderness, first aid, and medicine. In drawers, he had maps that covered the states of Montana, Idaho, Washington, and Wyoming, topographical maps, road maps, Forest Service maps, even satellite maps. But there wasn't a framed photograph in the place, not on the mantel, walls, bookcases, or tables. Not one single snapshot. It was as if he kept the images of his life hidden, even from himself. How odd, she said under her breath, then wondered if she was wrong. Dead wrong. This cabin might just be his mountain retreat, his second home. His lair, her mind taunted, as if he were the serial killer she'd heard something about. Rationally, she'd pretty much dismissed the idea, but irrationally, on a purely gut level, she reminded herself to tread lightly, to be on the alert, to remember that she didn't know anything about her savior except what he told her. It could all be a pack of lies. It took a little effort, but she managed to feed the fire, tossing a couple of chunks of fur into the grate and not hurting her ribs too much. As the flames rose, crackling hungrily, she replaced the screen. Using her crutch, she hobbled past the table to the far side of the room. She'd just reached the bookcase and was going to examine some of the tiles when she felt it, that sensation that someone was watching her. She froze and turned, glancing around the empty room. No one was inside, and even the dog had curled up by the door, content to wait, eyelids closed. No one is watching you. She glanced up to the ceiling, searching ridiculously for a hidden camera. You're getting paranoid, she told herself, but couldn't keep her pulse from racing, her heart from beating a little faster. Using her crutch, she made her way to the windows. It was getting close to dark, twilight shadowing the rugged hills, and she had to squint to see into the shadows. Snow was falling, but slowly, and she thought there might be a chance that the sky would soon clear. In her mind, she prioritized the tasks of returning to civilization. First, get to the hospital, then call her mother and Emily, her neighbor, about her cat. She'd have to deal with the insurance company about the car, check her phone messages to see if anyone had work for her, and she froze, thinking that she would still have to track down Aaron, if he were truly alive. And if not? What if this is a wild goose chase? What if someone lured you here just to shoot at your car and cause the accident? What if Zane McGregor is a part of the accident? What if everything that's happened to you is scripted? "Oh, shut up," she said so loudly, Harley lifted his head and let out a startled little woof. She felt like an idiot. "Sorry," she said, but couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her, a pair of malevolent eyes glaring at her with hatred from the twilight's shadows. She edged away from the window. Whoever had shot at her car had used a high-powered rifle, and even though the overhang of the roof was low, Gillian was backlit by the soft, warm glow of the fire and lanterns. Someone who forced a car over a ledge wouldn't think twice about shattering a window. And then there was McGregor, with his rifle. She licked her lips and eased away from the light so that she, too, was hidden in the partial darkness. "Who are you, you bastard? And what do you want with me?" Her fingers tightened over the handle of her crutch as she thought of the reason she'd shown up here. Her first husband, supposedly dead. From deep in the cabin, she glared through the window, trying to locate the source of her fear. Okay, you prick. How the hell are you connected with Aaron? Pescoli was eyeball deep in reports. Lab reports, notes on the victims' relatives and friends, and cell phone bills. She'd read each of the women's backgrounds until she felt that she knew them as well as their siblings did. All of the victims, it turned out, had traces of Valium in their systems, so Pescoli figured the guy who'd held them had restrained them all with drugs, probably tranquilizers and pain pills. The FBI was already all over the local distributors, hoping to find a link to where the killer could have gotten the drugs. The trouble was, each of the victims had prescriptions, legal prescriptions for anxiety, pain, and sleep. Her back was beginning to ache a bit. She'd never been one to sit for hours on end. She just had too much restless energy and had to keep moving. She never would have been able to handle a desk job. As it was, the time she spent at her desk, reading through files and clicking on the damned mouse of her computer, was enough to drive her crazy. She walked down a hallway and saw for the first time in days a sliver of late-afternoon sunlight shining through the windows, bright rays cutting through the clouds, which were collecting again. For a few seconds the light was nearly blinding as it bounced off the thick drifts of snow piled outside around the parking lot and the yard where the flagpole stood. Old Glory moved slightly in the breeze. The state of Montana's flag, too, billowing a bit, gold fringe glinting in the sun. Thank God for the tiny break in the weather, even if it was predicted to be short-lived. Now, if there was only a break in the case. She walked to the kitchen, poured herself a cup of Joelle's special blend, according to the note left on the counter, and headed back to her desk. Taking a sip as she sat in her chair, she thought the coffee tasted the same as it did every day. "Special blend, my ass," she whispered, setting the cup down and scanning the lists of friends and relatives of the three women one last time. None matched, nor did towns where they lived, schools they attended, anything. As far as she could tell, the women didn't know each other, but they were all targeted by one guy who had connections with each one. She was sure of it. Her cell phone rang, and she recognized her son's number on the ID. She let it ring twice and reined in the urge to answer with, "Where the hell are you?" Instead, she picked up and said neutrally, "Detective Pescoli." "You called me?" "Yeah, Jer, I did. You're supposed to be with your with Lucky this weekend." "I didn't want to go." "Why?" "It's boring over there." "And?" She prodded, twisting her desk chair around so that she couldn't see her computer monitor or the notes spread over her desk. "He's not my real dad." "He raised you. Part of the time, 'cause he had to," Jeremy shot back indignantly. "Look, Jeremy, this is part of the deal. You know it, I know it. You spend every other weekend with Lucky. It's your deal, not mine," he said. "I didn't get any say in it." "I guess I need to remind you that you're the kid. I'm almost 18. She winced. Hadn't she uttered the same words with the same passion to her own parents? This might come as a big surprise to you, but just being 18 doesn't mean you get to do anything you want. "I'll be an adult then." If only. "Jer, the rules won't change just because you're another day older. 18 schmeighteen. I think it just means that legally I can kick you out of the house." "What?" His shock waves radiated through the airwaves. "Kick me out? Great, Mom, real supportive." She wasn't going to be lured into that argument. "Well, for the moment, you're not 18, and you need to hustle your butt over to your stepfather's place." "But I was going to stay with Ryan tonight, play video games." "Take it up with Lucky." "Way to pass the ball, Mom. I gotta go. If I don't hear from your stepdad that you made it over there or worked things out, there will be hell to pay." "Aren't you tough?" "Yeah, Jer, I am. Love you." She hung up then, before she could hear another word of protest. The truth of the matter was that she could collar a suspect in a restraining hold, cuff him, toss him into the back of her rig, take all kinds of verbal abuse and put it right back at the damn perp, but when it came to her kids, hell, she was a wimp. A stupid, crazy about them, dyed-in-the-wool wuss, and it pissed her off. She cradled the phone in her hands for a second, thinking about calling her son back and starting over with a cooler head. Instead, she gritted her teeth, reminded herself that if she were on the outside looking in, if one of her friends were dealing with their rebellious teens, she would have told her friend to hang up. "Sorry, Jer," she said, and twirled her chair around to see the image of Wendy Ito's corpse stare back at her. "What the hell happened to you?" she asked the eerie photo. "Who did this?" Whoever had shot out the tire had to have been a hell of a marksman, one who could hide and wait, with his sniper rifle at the ready, and be able to fire off a shot in perfect timing to hit the vehicle dead on. She had been going over lists of ex-military sharpshooters, winners of marksman competitions, members of the local gun clubs and hunting associations. The lists were long, but so far she hadn't found anyone with obvious ties to any of the three victims. "Who are you?" she muttered, feeling the urge for a cigarette. She settled on a stick of nicotine gum instead, telling herself she had to quit again, or at least cut back. She was up to half a pack a day, and that could escalate in a hurry if she didn't nip it in the bud. Her cell phone beeped again, and she caught a glimpse of the incoming number. Her heart did a stupid little flip, and she remembered the last time she'd seen him, lying across the bed in the motel room. "Pescoli," she said in a soft voice. "Busy?" His voice was husky and rough, and just the sound of it made her think of sex. Ridiculous. "What do you think?" "I think all work and no play makes Regan a dull girl." "I was going to say bitchy." "Bitchy. Isn't that sweet?" she said sarcastically. "And I love you, too." "I know," he said, even though she'd been teasing. "Get over yourself." "I thought we could get together." "With lines like that, how could a girl resist?" "Okay, I take it back. You're never bitchy." "Liar," she said, but smiled. He had that ability to burrow beneath her thick skin and get to her. It was damned irritating. He wasn't right for her. She knew it, and he knew it. In fact, he'd said as much. But then there was that chemistry thing that couldn't be denied. They made each other laugh, had fun together, and were good in bed. In fact, even Lucky paled as a lover, and though Pescoli hated to admit it, Lucky had been damned good. But now he was second best. Second to Nate, the outdoorsman. "So let's get together." "I'm pretty booked." "I'm just talking about a drink after work." "Just a drink?" she asked, knowing better. "Well, we'll see." She wasn't that easily conned, but she felt a little zing of anticipation slipping through her bloodstream. "It's never just a drink, now is it?" She envisioned his slow grin, a crooked slash of white teeth against his tanned skin. "No, Regan, you got me there. With you, it's never just a drink." His chuckle was low and knowing. "Give me a call when you get off." She thought about saying something dirty to his get-off line, but bit her tongue. No reason to appear crass, even if her retort was clever. He hung up, and Pescoli tried to tell herself that she wasn't interested, that he was just no good for her, that she wouldn't call him or meet him in one of their favored bars. But she knew it was a lie. She'd meet him. She couldn't help herself. He was like a damned cocaine habit, one she wasn't going to give up any time soon. The bitch wouldn't stop moving, even after nearly an hour. In that time the weather had changed again, moving from clear sky and patches to storm clouds gathering, looking more fierce than ever. Jesus, it was cold. And Jillian Rivers wouldn't stand still. She would come close to the window, appearing as a ghostly shadow, nearly close enough to catch in the gun sight, but then, almost as if she knew there was danger, she'd slip back into the interior of the cabin, making the shot tricky. What to do? Take a chance? Shoot wildly? But then there was the risk of missing, of warning her. Even though the point was not to kill her. Not yet. Just wound her a little more. Incapacitate her. But it was better to wait. The bitch was going to slip up, and shooting her hadn't been part of the plan. No, there was still time. In this case, Patience was truly a virtue. Chapter 14. Gillian glanced at the clock in the bookcase. Battery-powered with an old-fashioned dial face, it clicked off the seconds of her life. She didn't know what day it was, but she was pretty damn sure of the time, and McGregor had been gone over an hour. Her old paranoia kept taunting her. What if he doesn't come back for you? What if this is part of his plan? She looked to the door where the dog was waiting patiently. No way he would leave old Harley. No, he would be back. Unless he was hurt. Oh, Lord, she didn't want to go there. She kept searching through the cabin, searching for clues as to who he was, where they were. There were maps of the area on the walls, but they didn't mean much to her. Forestry Service maps, topographical maps of mountainous terrain. She hitched her way over to the gun cabinet and pulled on the handle, but he'd locked the damn thing. Out of habit? To hide something from her? No, idiot. So you couldn't turn a gun on him when he returned. She thought of the eerie sensation she had that someone or something was hiding in the shadows outside, and her skin crawled. She knew how to use a rifle. Grandpa Jim had made certain of that when she was still in her teens. He'd taken her out and shown her the kick of a .22, the damage it could inflict to targets, helped her learn to sight the rifle as well. She wasn't a crack shot, but she could hold her own. She tried the door to the gun cabinet again. It didn't budge. I guess it's back to fillet knives, she said to the dog, who actually gave his tail a couple of thumps on the floor, which was somewhat encouraging. The beast was warming to her. She poked around in a closet, found more hunting gear, a few clothes, and, on an upper shelf, under a couple of hats, a few board games that seemed to have been there since the 70s. If things got bad enough, she and McGregor, if he ever returned, could play Chinese checkers. Great. She hadn't found anything exactly illuminating, nothing that would give her any insight into the man who had rescued her, or captured you. She pushed that stupid idea aside. He didn't want her here. He'd made that abundantly clear. But he could be a liar. Yeah, right, well, aren't we all? Defending him now? Rather than have this discussion with herself and admit she was really going crazy, she kept searching through McGregor's things. She glanced up to the loft, a room she couldn't ascend to. What was up there? If she reversed as far as possible and ended up standing at the fire, her back to the grate and door leading to the room where her cot was placed, she could see the upper half of the room, but not what was in it. Did he use it for an attic? A storage area? A den? Guest room? What? It was in shadow, and as far as she knew, he'd never climbed the ladder. But you're not certain, are you? You slept for days, or were nearly comatose, right? You were stuck in the smaller room, not knowing anything. She checked the bookcase one more time, and picked up what looked like an empty vase, a rough ceramic replica of a worn cowboy boot. She looked inside. It was empty, aside from 2 photographs. So here were some snapshots. Good. In for a penny, in for a pound, she told herself, when she felt renewed hesitation at prying into his personal possessions. Dusty and wedged tightly into the hollowed boot, the pictures had obviously been left untouched for months. The first was a photo of a baby, swaddled in a blue blanket. A boy. His son? The second was of a woman in jeans, her long blonde hair tied into a ponytail that had fallen over one shoulder, a toddler balanced on the outstretched hip. It was summer, leaves green, steep mountains rising in the distance behind her and the boy. A shadow cast by the photographer, indicating it was late afternoon. Hadn't he said he wasn't married? That he didn't have children? Could this be a nephew? She stared at the woman and decided this was not his sister. No way. In her heart she knew she was staring at Zane McGregor's son and girlfriend, or wife. She bit her lip and felt betrayed. So he lied. So what? Did you really think he would pour his heart out to you? Staring at the woman in the photograph, she felt a little sizzle of jealousy stream through her. Ridiculous, but true. There was something in the woman's confident smile, the easy way she balanced her son, the almost cocky turn of her head, as if she and the photographer had a special connection, one that set them apart from the world. "For the love of God, Gillian, you're making a big deal out of a couple of photographs. What do you care?" What indeed? She reminded herself that she barely knew the man. So why did she feel a tiny sense of betrayal, of disappointment? It wasn't as if she cared a fig about McGregor. Gillian glanced at the boy one last time. His coloring was like that of the woman, but there was a resemblance to the man who had pulled her from the wreckage of her car. Or so she thought. She stuffed the pictures back into their hiding place and made her way into the kitchen and bathroom, searching, but she didn't notice anything unusual. When she faced the kitchen window to the rear of the cabin, she saw only encroaching darkness and swirling snow. Was there movement beneath the snow-laden bough of a pine tree near what appeared to be a woodshed? A dark figure pressed against the trunk of the tree? No way. Her mind was just playing games with her. Right? She swallowed hard and tried to melt into the shadows. She hadn't carried a light with her into the kitchen, and she wasn't backlit, but she still felt as if she were being watched, as if unseen eyes were following her every move. "You're paranoid," her mind insisted, as the wind picked up again, whistling through the rafters and howling outside. She stared through the icy glass, but the movement, if she'd seen it, was gone. Probably a tree branch shuddering in the wind, nothing more. But she was left with a cold fear in the middle of her gut, and when she heard a thud at the front of the cabin and the dog let out a quick bark, she nearly screamed. "Gillian?" McGregor's voice boomed through the cabin, and she didn't know whether to feel relief or fear. "Get a grip," she told herself. "In here." Using the crutch, she slipped through the doorway and found him unlacing his boots. "So, how was it out there?" "Not good." Her heart sank. "So your storm radar wasn't up to snuff." He snorted, stepped out of his boots, and started peeling off his clothes. "I still think the storm is going to break, but there are trees down on the road, buried deep, too heavy for me to move. I'll have to try and tear through the trunks and branches with my chainsaw, but that will take a while." He glanced over at her and appeared to note her disappointment. "I was hoping we could get out, too, but I'll have to take the snowmobile to the places where the road is blocked. Then I can cut the trees up and remove them piece by piece." His gaze found hers and held. "It'll take time and good weather." "So we might be up here for months?" "Hopefully not that long. Days, certainly. A week, well, maybe. But hopefully not any longer than that." "I'll go stir-crazy," she said. "You and me both." Harley was dancing at his feet, so he hung up his jacket and leaned down to scratch the dog behind his ears. "Miss me?" he asked, and though he was petting the dog, he glanced up at her. "Me?" He lifted a shoulder. "It's isolated up here." "Didn't answer my question." Leaning a shoulder against the door jamb, she said, "Probably about as much as you missed me." One side of his mouth twitched a bit, and his eyes gleamed. "That much, huh?" "Yeah, that much." She inched into the room and tried not to notice the angle of his beard-shadowed jaw, of how dark his pupils had become, or that his hair was long enough to curl at his collar and over his ears. She pretended that the cabin didn't seem intimate with its glowing fire and kerosene lanterns. She couldn't even go there. Wouldn't. To think that her situation was the slightest bit romantic was just plain insane. She'd heard of women who took a chance on a man they barely knew, even going home and sleeping with that intriguing stranger. Gillian had never fallen into that trap, never been intrigued enough to tumble into a stranger's arms or so fascinated by potential danger to throw caution to the wind. She knew she was brave and had more courage than some women, but she wasn't foolhardy. Or hadn't been until this moment in time. The only explanation was that being caught up here alone with a man for so many days had addled her brain, clouded her thinking. That had to be it. She could not be attracted to Zane McGregor. Not on a dare. "So," she said, and hated that her voice sounded husky. Clearing her throat, she moved to stand behind the couch as McGregor put his gloves and ski cap on the mantel to warm. "How about an educated guess? When do you think we can get out of here?" "If I could predict that, I'd sell myself to the Weather Service and make a fortune." "Terrific," she muttered, and hiked her way to her chair, where she sat down. "Well, then, if you can't predict the future, maybe you can tell me about your past." "Maybe," he said. But she caught the hesitation in his gaze, the tiny tensing of the corners of his eyes. "When you were outside, were you ever in the back of the house, or, I don't know?" She felt more than a little embarrassed. "I had this feeling, I guess you'd call it, that someone was outside, watching the house." His expression turned hard, and she felt more than a little drip of fear in her blood. "Did the dog react?" "No. I thought it might be you, standing outside and staring at the house." "I'll go check it out." "No, it was probably nothing. I don't want you to—" "To what, Jillian?" "I don't know. Maybe I'm just paranoid." "Well, we're about to find out." He threw on his outerwear again and reached for his boots. "You don't have to go out and—" "Of course I do," he said, and stepped into his boots. "You were in a car that wrecked because someone shot out your tire. At least, that's what we think." His jaw was set. "I'm going to check out what's going on." He whistled to the dog. "Hardy, come." Then he thought again, reached into his pocket, and tossed her a small keyring. "You know how to use a gun?" "Yes." "Good. The ammo's in the closet. Lock the door behind me." With that, he and the dog were out the door. Jillian didn't waste a second. She threw the deadbolt, then walked directly to the gun closet, pulled out a .22, found the right shells, and loaded the chamber. Then she waited in the dark, the barrel of the gun aimed at the main entrance, every muscle stretched tight. She listened hard, half expecting to hear the crack of a rifle. But all she heard was the ever-present rush of the wind, the creak of old timbers, and the ticking of the clock. On her computer screen, Pescoli placed one map over the other. First the topographical, which she overlaid with the road map that had been marked with the cabins of known winter residents, then a third map of the locations where the victims and their cars had been found. She saved this new map and printed it out, hoping that it would give her new insight into the path of the killer. Studying her new map didn't help. She even marked the homes of Ivor Hicks, Grace Perchant, and Bob Sims, the people who had located the crime scenes. Still, no epiphanies. Time to give up for the day. Or night. It was late, nearly 9, and she still had the Jeremy issue to deal with, as well as the Nate issue. She thought about calling him first, but decided she'd better deal with her son before she made any plans. Grabbing her purse with one hand, she dialed with her free hand, and, of course, her call was thrown directly into his voicemail box, which just happened to be full. So she couldn't leave a message. "Clever, Jeremy," she said, knowing full well her son had somehow filled the damn thing so she couldn't leave a message. "Real clever." She settled back into her desk chair and muttered, "Oh, Jer, you are so toast." Switching her phone to text mode, she typed him a quick message that told him in no uncertain terms to meet her at home. Then she signed out, barely noticing the gold letters looping along one of the bare green walls. "Merry Christmas" had been swagged in the area near the door, and below it, in silver letters, "Happy New Year." The tape was coming loose, and the letters were on the verge of falling, but Pescoli didn't have time to mess with them. Besides, it looked like this was Joel Fisher's attempt to brighten this old drab place up, or bring in a little holiday cheer, as she had said about 500,000 times in the last month. How she kept her job was beyond Pescoli. Walking through the doors to the parking lot, she found her Jeep with 4 new inches of snow on the roof and hood. And more flakes fell by the minute, adding yet another layer to the already covered ground. Yes, she lived in western Montana, but this winter was like no other she remembered. Using her gloves, she brushed her windshield clear, then climbed inside. It was freezing. Even in department-issue down jacket and ski pants, she was cold to the bone. She switched on the ignition, the Jeep's engine fired, and she pushed the thermostat control to the highest setting. Wheeling out of the lot, she ignored her sudden craving for a cigarette, more because she didn't want to try and shake out a Marlboro Light while wearing gloves. Not worth it. By the time she turned onto the plowed streets, the heater had kicked on and she flipped on the blower. Wipers battling the falling snow, she drove into the hills and the rural area where her little piece of property was located. She paused for the mail at the roadside box, then shifted down, and the Jeep ground up the lane, the beams of her headlights washing on the trunks of a thick stand of pine and hemlock. Jeremy's truck was parked in front of the house. Well, that was a start. She hit the button of the garage door opener and drove into the small space. Less than a minute later, the door was grinding down and she was stepping into the house, where Cisco was going out of his mind, and the smell of microwave pizza permeated the kitchen. Jeremy's tools of the trade, pizza cutter, plate, oversized big gulp cup, and the box the frozen pizza came in, were scattered over a counter amid tomato sauce smudges. "Hey, Jer, come up here," she yelled down the stairs, as Cisco demanded attention, jumping onto the couch and ottoman. He yipped until she unzipped her coat and petted his wriggling, scruffy body. Yeah, I love you too," she said, her voice an octave higher than usual. "Yes, I do." She turned off the television and plugged in the Christmas tree, noting the scraggly thing needed more water. "Jeremy!" she called again as she walked to the kitchen, tossed his mess into the sink, and filled a glass measuring cup with water. It took 2 trips to fill the tree's basin, and she ignored the fact that there wasn't a single package under its limbs. This was the weekend she had planned to go shopping in Missoula. But between the storms and ongoing investigations, she'd probably have to resort to Plan B, whatever the hell that was. Since there was no sound from the basement, she headed down the stairs to Jeremy's room. Cisco shot ahead of her, nearly tripping her. She found her son asleep on his bed, earbuds from his iPod jammed into his ears. Even so, she heard a thin stream of music. The kid seemed determined to make himself deaf by the time he was 30. Geez, he could piss her off. She stood in the doorway and looked at him. On his back, slightly snoring, this big lug of a kid appeared at peace, and a lump filled the back of her throat when she remembered bringing him home from the hospital and being terrified of having a son when she'd grown up in a family of 4 girls, her father being so terribly outnumbered he'd finally left. Well, that probably hadn't been the reason, but he'd taken off when Regan was 11, and had said something about not being able to live with a house full of females. That was when she'd understood that the reason her parents had so many children was because her dad had been dead set on a boy. It hadn't mattered that Regan, the baby, had excelled at sports. Her father never knew she had learned to shoot a rifle as well as a layup, or that she'd been such a tomboy she'd been called gay and lesbo from the time she knew what the terms meant. Considering her choices in men, she thought now, maybe she should have thought about swinging the other way. But that would have been impossible. The truth of the matter was, she liked men, was turned on by them, especially the sexy badasses. Not the criminals, no, they were just plain losers. But the players, yeah, she had a fondness for them, or, as she sometimes admitted, an addiction. Like Nate. How stupid was that? Yet she couldn't wait to hook up with him. However, first things first. She stepped across the threshold into Jeremy's room, a room that reeked of pizza and something else. Oh, damn. Was the kid smoking weed? The smell was masked, but she was pretty certain she caught the scent of smoke and the musky, sweet odor of marijuana. Damn it, she muttered. The kid needed a dad. Maybe that's why she'd tried so hard for Jeremy to accept Lucky, so he'd have a father, a male role model, something she'd missed as a kid. Too bad she'd picked such a loser. She touched him on the toe. "Hey," she said. Then, when he didn't respond, gave his foot a shake hard enough to get his attention. He blinked his eyes open, and all the peace she'd seen on his face seconds earlier disappeared. "What the fu—" He caught himself just in time, and, scooting into a sitting position, pulled out the earbuds. "Geez, Mom, you scared the hell out of me." "I thought we needed to talk." He rolled his eyes. "You always think we need to talk." "Why don't you want to go to Lucky's?" she asked. And when he opened his mouth, she held up her hand, palm out. "Give me a real reason." His face was a cloud of frustration. "It's boring there." Yes, it's boring here, too. And, by the way, the next time you make yourself dinner, clean up." "Oh, God, Mom." "Have you been smoking weed?" He started. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I smell it, Jer. Remember, I'm trained." "Fuck!" "Watch the mouth." "No, it's not weed. Mom, I swear, I've never done any drugs. None." She didn't say a word because she wanted to believe him. But she worked for the sheriff's department. She knew how prevalent everything from ecstasy to meth was. "You haven't experimented?" "I've been where they have stuff, yeah. And don't ask me who, 'cause I won't tell you. But I haven't used." God, how she wanted to believe him. "So the weed I smell?" "A friend came over. I told him not to do it here. He left." Jeremy narrowed angry eyes at her. "I won't rat him out." "I'm a cop." "I don't care." Regan hesitated, then said, "Call Lucky. Tell him what the deal is. I think he planned to take you and your sister Christmas shopping tomorrow." Jeremy flopped back on his bed. "Save me." "I know, a fate worse than death. Have you ever been to the mall with Michelle and Bianca?" He was shaking his head violently. "It takes forever. Nuh-uh, I'm not doing it." "Then call Lucky and straighten it out with him." She was tired of arguing. "And figure out how you're going to get your sister a present." "Just Bianca?" "And your loving mother, of course." She glanced at the picture of Joe on the shelf. "And Jer?" "Yeah?" He was already reaching for his phone. "Just for the record, I miss your dad, too." "Then why do you go out with all those losers?" "Oh, Jesus. I go out because he's gone." "And so you married Lucky?" "Well, yeah, I was in love with him. He's not like Dad." "No, you're right, but he has his good qualities." She held up a hand to cut off further discussion. "Let's not get into trashing him, okay? He is what he is, and what he is Bianca's father and your stepfather. Give the man a little respect. You don't like him, and you hate Michelle. I don't care enough about her to hate her. And anyway, we're a family, okay? Maybe not the traditional Leave It to Beaver type of family, but a family, warts and all." "Leave it to what?" "You've never seen or heard of? It's a sitcom from the 50s or 60s about a family that— No, never mind." His grin said it all. "Okay, smarty, so you got me," she said, realizing he'd been pulling her leg. "And you call yourself a detective? Pinewood County's finest." "Poor Pinewood," he said, but the twinkle in his eyes returned. Regan felt a moment of parental pleasure, fleeting as it was bound to be. "I'm going out for a while. When I get home, will you be here?" "I told you, I'm going over to Ryan's." He looked up at her. "He's got some and—" "Don't joke with me about it." Okay. He shrugged as Cisco tried to find a place to lie down between his long legs. "We're not doing any drugs. We're just going to play video games." "What about Heidi?" she asked, bringing up Jeremy's on-again, off-again girlfriend. A sticky situation, since Heidi was one of Court Brewster, the undersheriff's daughters. We broke up." He shrugged as if it didn't matter, and he, at least, didn't seem heartbroken. This time. "Okay, I'll see you later. Call Lucky." He held up his cell phone, and his eyebrows arched in reproach. "I'm on it, Mom. Got it." He waved at her with the hand holding his phone. "See ya, and be careful." "What?" Jeremy's grin stretched wide. Full of the devil, he suddenly looked a lot like his father. "Hey, I'm just saying what you always tell me when I go out." "Smart ass," she muttered under her breath. but headed up the stairs feeling slightly better. Jer had his struggles, but didn't they all? She left him at the house, and as she drove onto the county road, she clicked on her cell phone to call Nate. Tonight was suddenly looking up. As long as another dead body or wrecked car wasn't discovered. Chapter 15. Jillian heard the sound of boots on the front porch, and she tensed, training the barrel of her gun on the doorway. A few seconds later, the lock clicked, the door opened, and McGregor stepped inside. Beside him, bounding joyfully, Harley swept past his long legs. Stopping at the fireplace grate, the spaniel shook his long coat, sending drops of water onto the fire and causing the embers to sizzle angrily. Jillian's heart did a stupid little flip at the sight of McGregor as he secured the cabin again, throwing the deadbolt back into its locked position. "You okay?" he asked as he ripped off his ski cap. His dark hair stuck up in awkward spikes, but he didn't notice. "I guess." "Then maybe you should point the gun somewhere else." He motioned a gloved finger at the muzzle of her rifle, which, of course, was still aimed at the door. "Sorry." She lowered the rifle, watching as he unzipped and shrugged out of his jacket, then hung it on a peg near the door. He was wearing a thick, bulky sweater, but even so, she noticed how fluidly his muscles worked as he moved around the cabin. He was earthy and male and off-limits. Why the hell did she even notice? She'd heard of captives who had become enamored with their abductors, who had even imagined themselves falling in love with the only person they were allowed to see, but she'd always thought the whole concept was ludicrous. But here, cut off from the world, the threat of danger at the door, she found herself attracted to this rugged man of few words and a very dark past. What a crock. Get over yourself. She dragged her gaze away from the intensity of his. "What did you find out there?" "I'm not sure." His thick eyebrows pulled together, and he double-checked that the door was locked. "What do you mean?" "I think I saw some kind of disturbance in the snow, most likely tracks." He shoved one hand through his hair, only messing the dark waves further. All the while, he never let go of his rifle. "Looks like someone used a pine bough to scrape over the tracks. That might work in dirt or sand or dust, not snow. Certainly not deep snow." He took a position in front of the fire, warming the back of his legs. "And it would only work if whoever was outside wore snowshoes. Boots sink too deep." Silhouetted by the firelight, he thought hard, his jaw sliding to one side as he scratched his chin. "But I didn't catch him. The way I figure it, I took off out the back and didn't find the front tracks for a while, until I doubled back. Since it was snowing pretty hard, I really don't know what was going on out there, but nothing I feel good about." Panic streamed through Jillian's blood. All the fears she'd tried so hard to allay suddenly came into hard, sharp focus. "So, what are we going to do?" "Nothing to do but wait it out," he said as if he'd considered the limited alternatives. "We'll lock all the doors and keep the guns ready, and the minute there's a break in the weather and the roads are clear, we're out of here." "You make it sound like we're in some bad movie from the 50s and the zombies are lurking in the woods." He didn't so much as crack a smile. "Whatever's out there isn't dead." "You're worried?" "Cautious." He looked at her intently, with eyes that darkened in the half-light. "Just cautious." "I'm worried." She didn't add that she was scared to death. He probably figured that already. He nodded and glanced out the window to the darkness that had gathered. "Why don't you try and sleep? I'll stand guard." "You think you need to?" "Maybe not, but as I said, cautious. And I need you as strong as possible. The only way we're going to get out of here is if you're as strong as possible." "I couldn't sleep even if I tried." One side of his mouth lifted in that disarming grin she found so damn charming. "Try. You can stay in here if you want, or the bedroom." "Here will be fine," she said reluctantly, then worked her way to the couch where she dropped down on the lumpy pillows. He settled into the chair with the ottoman and turned down the lanterns. The wind sighed, low and long, a branch beating against one side of the house. The fire hissed quietly, while Gillian's nerves were strung tight as bowstrings. She thought about what she'd discovered about McGregor this afternoon, the bits and pieces of his life she'd been able to ferret out, and she nearly mentioned the pictures of the boy, but stopped herself. This wasn't the time to admit that she'd been prying, searching through his things. Though he probably expected it, and she was dying to know more about him, she decided to hold her tongue. For now. She was alone in the mountains, being guarded by a stranger with a high-powered rifle, while outside, hidden somewhere in the shadows, was a twisted killer. And it wasn't McGregor. If he'd wanted to harm her, he would have done it by now. She had to trust him. Had to. There was no other choice. Selena threw in the towel for the day, or the night. She'd testified in court earlier, then returned to the sheriff's department, and worked long past the time she should have gone home. Now the offices and cubicles for the detectives were eerily quiet, most everyone having left hours earlier. The calm before the storm, she thought, as she grabbed her purse and pushed back her chair. The lights had been turned down, and her footsteps, in the boots she'd worn to the courthouse, rang loudly on the stairs. The whole place was kind of empty and eerie. Alvarez usually liked working alone in the office, late at night, when the phones didn't ring and the buzz of conversation, the laughter, and angry outbursts from suspects didn't bother her. But tonight was different. Maybe it had been testifying in court. She'd been on the witness stand only a few minutes, explaining how a 5-year-old had been killed in a hit-and-run accident by a drunk driver. But the mother's tortured, tear-streaked face, her guilt for having taken her eyes off her son for just a second, had gotten to her. And on the other side of the courtroom sat the defendant, a boy of no more than 20, scared and remorseful and guilty as sin of being drunk, leaving the scene of an accident, being a minor in possession of alcohol, and on and on. So many lives ruined. She walked outside and hit a button on her keyless remote to unlock her rig, a department-issued Jeep, not unlike Pescoli's, snow covering the roof and hood. Using a scraper she kept in the pocket inside the door, she brushed the snow free from the windshield and climbed behind the steering wheel. It had been a long day, a long week. Hell, it had been a long few months since the body of Teresa Charlton, the single schoolteacher from Boise, had been found. That had been the start, clear back at the end of September. Her body hadn't been in the forest long. There'd been minimal decomposition and animal activity when they found it. And ever since, her brother, Lyle Wilson, had been calling, demanding answers. If only, Alvarez said as she started her SUV and pulled out of the lonely parking lot, where only a few vehicles remained. She angled down a side street before connecting to the main artery that cut down the hillside to the heart of Old Grizzly, the part of the town that was first settled, where the brick courthouse was flanked by narrow streets lined with offices and shops that had been built over 100 years earlier. Located nearly 500 feet below the hill where the sheriff's offices and jail sat, this part of town had been built on the banks of the Grizzly River, just below the falls. It had originally been inhabited by miners and loggers, an old sawmill downriver giving testament to the boom of the early 1900s. Rather than head straight to her empty apartment, she found a parking space on the street near Wild Will's, one of her favorite haunts, and a place she knew she could get a decent meal. She climbed out of the SUV and felt a coldness on the back of her neck, a premonition of someone staring at her. She turned and saw a man across the narrow street. Wearing a thick parka, his face hidden in shadow, he sent one final glance her way and ambled off toward the river. "Your cop radar is on overload," she told herself, as he disappeared around the corner, and she decided there was no reason to give chase. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten since a carton of yogurt and an apple that were supposed to be lunch. Adjusting the strap of her purse, she walked through the cold night air to the restaurant. Wild Will's, sporting an 1880s Western wilderness theme, was decorated with rough plank walls hanging wagon wheel chandeliers, and the mounted heads of moose, deer, elk, bighorn sheep, and antelope, all with glassy, fixed eyes, staring down at the patrons. A stuffed grizzly bear, his mouth open in a perpetual bared-tooth growl, greeted the customers as it stood on hind legs near the front door. He'd been dubbed Grizz by the townspeople, and the owners had always decorated him with the seasons. The huge, shaggy bear had been known to wear a red, white, and blue top hat, reminiscent of Uncle Sam on the 4th of July, a small flag wedged between his sharp claws, and last Halloween he'd been outfitted in one of those freaky masks from the Scream movies which had somehow been pinned over his face and gaping snout. His props had been a chainsaw and a witch's cauldron. Kind of mixed signals, but hey, it had been Halloween. Personally, Alvarez had always found it weird and disturbing, but she'd kept her opinions to herself, and today, as she shoved open the glass doors, she found Grizz decorated to the max, glittery angel wings appearing out of his back, matching halo propped over his head, a necklace of colored lights strung around his furry neck. All the while his glittery glass eyes glowered in rage, and his lips pulled back to expose his wide mouth and sharp teeth, despite the open book of Christmas carols tucked into his outstretched paws. Like, oh yeah, he was trilling away on Silent Night, the page to which the book had been opened. Well, all wasn't calm tonight, nor was it bright, she thought, as she walked through the foyer to the main dining hall, where the decor only got worse. As she headed to the back of the large room, she passed tables and booths filled with patrons and guarded by 100-year-old dead herbivorous animals staring down at her, all their antlers dressed in winking lights or draped in tinsel. It was damned freaky. Welcome to Grizzly Falls, she thought, struggling out of her jacket and realizing that some of the customers were gazing at her, questions in their eyes for the cop who is trying and failing to find a maniac. Ignoring the garish display on the walls and the customers, who turned back to their meals, she settled into a booth near the back. She sat facing the door, a cop habit she couldn't shake. She just couldn't stand it if she couldn't see who was entering or leaving a restaurant. Sandy, the owner-waitress, came by. In her hands were 2 steaming coffee pots. "You want coffee? Or something stronger? The drink special tonight is what we call a Wild Christmas." I hate to ask. The last drink special had been known as Wild Will Hiccup, and had been a god-awful blend of whiskeys. Eggnog, creme de cacao, a splash of cola, and a shot of wild turkey. One of Sandy's eyebrows lifted over the rims of her jeweled glasses. "You can have another kind of whiskey if you want. We use wild turkey because of the name." "I think I'll stick with decaf," Alvarez said, turning up one of the cups on her table and watching the warm stream of dark liquid flow. "Any luck getting that psycho?" Sandy asked. She was a tall woman with a long, gaunt face, and eyes darkened with heavy liner, and, today, probably in a nod to the season, glittery green eyeshadow. She had once been married to William Aldridge, for whom the establishment had been named, but Will and she had divorced, or so rumor had it. Will had ended up with his favorite pickup, the RV, a hunting cabin, and a 20-year younger than Sandy girlfriend, and Sandy had become full owner of Wild Will's, expanding the bland fare to include exotic dishes created from local trout and venison. She lived in an apartment upstairs, and was at the restaurant 24/7, or so it seemed. Sandy also hadn't been able to hide her satisfaction when she'd heard Will's younger girlfriend had dumped his sorry ass. She'd confided this little morsel of information to anyone who'd sat in the faux-leather booths and cafe chairs in the past 2 years. "We're working on it." "Well, speed it up, will you? It's got everybody in town nervous as hell. No one's talking about this blasted weather. Nope. It's all about the Bitterroot Killer. That's what Manny over at the Reporter calls him." Alvarez had seen the article written by Manny Douglas of the Mountain Reporter, Grizzly Falls's answer to the L.A. Times. "We'll get him," she said. "I have faith." But it was a lie. Alvarez saw the nervousness in the edge of Sandy's glossy red lips as she slid a menu across the table. "The special is buffalo steak with a wild huckleberry reduction and red potatoes or rice pilaf. It comes with a house salad of spinach, green apples, and hazelnuts, or a cup of cream of broccoli soup. A man at a nearby table held up his empty drink glass, and Sandy scurried off toward the bar in search of another Wild Christmas, or something about as palatable. Selena glanced around the room, where normal citizens, some with shopping bags, were clustered around tables or stuffed into booths. She listened to bits of conversation over the soft music, country western ballads whispering through the speakers that battled with the loud thrum of the furnace and hiss of the fryer whenever the doors to the kitchen opened. As upscale as Sandy wanted to make the place, most of the patrons ordered steaks, burgers, and fresh-cut fries or onion rings. What kind of a monster would do it? My goodness, this was such a nice town. A woman wearing a gray wig and large gold cross around her neck said to the man seated opposite her. Their meal finished, they were lingering over 2 cups of coffee and sharing a slice of coconut cake. "If you ask me, we should get ourselves a posse going. Search the hills ourselves." The man waiting for his new drink was already a little flushed and full of Old West bluster. "We all got guns around here. Maybe it's time to take justice into our own hands. Damn police. Ah, thank you, dear," he said to Sandy as she deposited the fresh glass onto the table in front of him. He picked it up and nodded. "These are real good, real good." "I heard they were tortured and tied to trees with some kind of weird satanic symbol cut into the bark." Another woman wearing a hand-quilted jacket and dour expression and seated at a table not far from Alvarez's was leaning over the remains of her buffalo steak special and stage-whispering to her friend. "Who would think it here in Grizzly Falls?" her companion replied with a kind of relish that meant she was savoring every tidbit of gossip cast her way. Alvarez turned her attention away. Who indeed? For years she'd hoped to be part of an investigation of a major case, one that would get her juices flowing, one that would offer some recognition, one that might even garner national attention. But not this one. Not a case where women were held, probably tortured, then, when the sicko was finished playing with them, left naked in the woods. She ordered trout almondine with risotto and spinach salad, and though she tried, she couldn't take her mind off the case and the victims. Teresa Charlton had been left around the 20th of September, near the cusp of the astrological signs, just as Chandler had pointed out. Nina Salvador a month later, then Wendy Ito, and now Gillian Rivers. Was the killer really a Zodiac copycat? Or something else? She glanced around the room and noted the normal-looking people out for dinner or drinks. Grizzly Falls had its share of nutcases, but now, did they have a twisted killer? He had to know the area. He had to know his victims. He had to keep them somewhere close by, in a lair of sorts, a cabin, a cave, a basement, a barn, a shed, a damned attic, but hidden away, and right under your damned nose. Everyone was working nearly round the clock, but still it was almost as if they were spinning their wheels, getting nowhere in a big hurry. Pescoli was working on the maps. The FBI was checking files and creating a profile. Alvarez had calls into missing persons departments throughout Montana and the surrounding states. People of interest were being interviewed and re-interviewed. Everyone was going over notes and talking to friends and family, people in the area who might have seen something. The public had been alerted, the sheriff's department asking for citizens to report anything they deemed suspicious. Men, dogs, four-wheel drive units, and helicopters had been searching for more victims or abandoned wrecked vehicles, or any damned piece of evidence they could find whenever the weather allowed. All in all, it was frustrating. There weren't enough leads, and certainly not enough hours in the day. So much for the glory of a major case, she thought as a sizzling platter was placed in front of her, and a country Christmas carol sung by Winona Judd filtered through the speakers. So far they had no idea who was wreaking terror on this usually sleepy little Montana town. She picked up a knife and looked at her plate, where a rainbow trout, head attached, seemed to stare up at her. Everywhere, it seemed, Eyes were watching her. The man in the parka outside the restaurant. The other patrons here at Wild Will's. The heads of dead animals mounted high on the walls. The unseen eyes on the street outside. And now, even her damned food. Ah, well. She stared the trout down and cut into it, slicing out a flaky bite. Bon appetit. It's time for the next phase. As I stare at her, I know. The woman is healing well enough. With little assistance, she can walk on her own, make her way through the snow. I think about that, how I will rope her and prod her. She'll try to curse me, of course, as well as herself, but she'll not be able to do anything but what I wish. As I sit in the cabin, the fire crackling and warm, I'm keyed up and anxious to get rid of her. Keeping her much longer will only up my chances of being detected. The police, as ever, are clueless. But that could change. I must not underestimate them. Besides, my note is ready, the letters perfect, the position of the star precise. But then, of course it is. I made the letters as soon as I determined whom the women I would sacrifice would be. And the star alignment, that was preordained. My nerves are jangled, my mind already playing ahead to the time when she realizes that I've duped her, that I'm not setting her free after all. That moment when they realize I have ultimate power over their fate, when I notice not only fear, but a bit of wary resignation in their faces. That is the sweetest moment of all. Nearly orgasmic. Soon, I tell myself, only a few hours more. But I'm tired of pretending, playing a character that is foreign to me, flirting, laughing, appearing easygoing and affable. It wears on me. Right now, she's sleeping, unaware of what is about to happen. So I have time. And though she doesn't trust me completely, she's accepted that I am her only lifeline. She has no one else to save her. I saw the change tonight, and now I can move forward. The snowmobile is loaded, ready, and the heavens are in agreement. Aren't the stars in perfect position? Oh, yes. Isn't the storm breaking, at least for a while? There should be just enough time before the next Arctic blasts bears down on these mountains. Not only for one, but for two. I smile when I think how that will confound the stupid cops. They won't know what to do. Not that they ever do. Seeing her asleep on the couch, fire reflecting on her face, I feel just a bit of a tug on my heartstrings. But I won't go there. To feel any kind of emotion would only complicate matters, and I could make mistakes. I could want her. I could even take the chance of making love to her. She's already considering it. I saw it in her eyes today. Yes, she's still frightened, but a little thrilled and beginning to depend upon me. That's unacceptable. I walk to the kitchen where it's cold, the fire in the cooking stove long dead. I pour myself a drink. Neat. Walking back to the doorway into the living room, looking at her, I take a sip. The warmth of the whiskey trails down my throat and slowly eases into my bloodstream. I swirl my drink and have another long, warming swallow. The whiskey calms me, and yet heightens my anticipation. I watch her as she lies so innocently, like a lamb to the slaughter. Oh, I could easily start the seduction. Kiss her on that little bend of her neck. Let my fingers trail lower, exploring as I hear her take in a swift little breath of anticipation, laced with fear. Almost eagerly, she would let me strip her. And I will, but she'll be expecting more. She'll want my fingers to push her legs apart, to tease her. She'll even hope that I'll lower my head and kiss her there, even caress her with my tongue. Her nipples will harden, and she'll moan with desire. Just like the others. In the end, they all want it. To feel what it is to have a man dominate them completely. Oh, they, if given the chance, would protest it to their friends, but the truth of the matter is that every one of them wanted me to love them, to fill them, to hold their breasts firmly and press their butts up against my cock. They longed to feel the hardness, the maleness of my erection, and wriggle against it. They ached to pant with desire, desire tinged with just enough terror to be erotic. They all hoped I would caress and touch them intimately, strain over their smooth backs, even nip at their necks to draw just a hint of blood as I stiffened and came inside them, their buttocks and abdomen tightening in reaction, their pussies hot and wet. Empty, soulless cunts. As if I would degrade myself. It would be too easy, and without meaning. I study my drink, swirling the amber liquid before draining the glass, and knowing that, at last, the time has come. It is time for this one to go. Another is already waiting. For the dawn, at the other cabin. She, too, is about to meet her fate. She, too, wonders if she can trust me, if I will have my way with her, if she will let me. Smiling to myself, knowing all about them, I take another long swallow. Silly, stupid girls. Chapter 16. Where am I? Gillian's eyes flew open, and for a second she was confused. Wrapped in a sleeping bag on an old couch in some kind of cold cabin. Her mind cleared, and in an instant she snapped back to the bizarre reality of her plight. Her neck ached from sleeping in the wrong position, and her ribs pained her a little, but when she moved her ankle it felt slightly better. The first light of dawn seeped through the windows, casting the furniture in soft, muted shadows. But McGregor wasn't in his chair. She twisted to look over the back of the couch, and saw him standing near the large window by the front door. He was staring through the glass panes, his silhouette in dark relief, the sharp angles of his face evident. Bladed cheekbones, a hard, square jaw, eyes cut deep into his head, razor-thin lips set in a hard, uncompromising line. He stood just to the side of the glass panes, as if he were being careful to position himself away from direct viewpoint, so from his vantage point he had a view of the exterior, but no one looking in would see him. "Mornin'," he drawled, sliding a glance in her direction. Some of the tension left his face. "You slept hard." "Did I?" "Snored," he said. "Sorry." It wasn't that bad. But the corners of his lips relaxed a bit. "What are you looking for?" "Whatever's out there. The storm let up last night." "You hear something? See anything?" "Nothing I shouldn't." But his gaze returned to the window. "It's clear enough that I figure this is our shot. We might just get out of here." "Really?" She hardly dared believe him as she pulled herself into a sitting position, wincing a little from the pain in her ribs. "We'll see. How are you feeling?" "Compared to what?" His lips twitched. "To normal." "Oh, well," she shook her head. "Not there yet. But I think I'm good enough to ride a snowmobile, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, I've got a serious case of cabin fever." She thought about her mother, who had to be worried sick about her. Even her sister, Dusty, was probably wondering what happened to her. And then there was her cat, left for days with the neighbor, and her work. She pushed herself into an upright position and onto her feet too quickly. Pain ricocheted through her ankle. Sucking her breath through her teeth, she almost yelped. "Damn it all to hell!" In 3 swift strides he crossed the room and grabbed her, a strong arm quickly around her shoulders for support, his body rigid and stiff, a brace. "Hey," he said softly, his breath warm against the back of her head. "You okay?" From his rug near the fire, Harley lifted his head and gave a soft, disturbed woof. "No," she snapped, her patience dissolving in an instant. She was angry at herself and her damned body, and the fact that she was noticing how decidedly male he was. A tiny bit of her mind reminded her it had been a long time since she had been this close to a man, felt a male touch. "No, I'm not okay with being stuck here in the middle of no damned where with a sprained ankle, cracked ribs, bruises up the wazoo, trapped in a cabin without electricity or phones with a stranger I know nothing, and I mean nothing about." From the corner of her eye, she noticed Harley starting to rouse. "Not to mention a dog who hates me." "I don't think Harley hates—" She turned so that she could look him squarely in his flinty eyes. "Oh, and let's not forget we think there might be a maniac on the loose, one who shot my car and forced me off the road. So, no, I'm not okay, not even close to anything resembling okay. In fact, I'm definitely not okay at all." "All right," he said, but a flash of amusement registered in his eyes. "You're mocking me?" "What? No." "You think it's funny?" "Wouldn't dream of it." He was dead serious again, all humor erased. "Good. Then let's figure out how to get out of here." She shifted a little, trying to put a bit of space between their bodies. "I'm working on it." "Then work faster, would you?" she said, hearing the sting in her words. "Doing what I can." Oh, hell. She tried to calm down, but the truth of the matter was that she couldn't. "Sorry to be such a bitch. I'm sick to my back teeth of lying down and just being cooped up here and playing the poor, injured victim. It's not my style, and—" "Oh, for the love of God," she said, trying to ignore the fact that his breath was ruffling her hair, and she could actually smell the maleness of him. How stupid was that? It's just that I've got to do something. No, make that anything to get out of here." It was a struggle to ignore how steel-strong his forearm was, or that his scent was surprisingly clean and subtly male. She turned angry eyes up on him, as if it were his fault he was so sexual in a dark, almost frightening way. "I'm going nuts, completely loco. I have to get out of here, today." One side of his mouth curved in that sexy, disarming smile she didn't dare trust. And in that moment, she realized just how bad she must look. She hadn't showered in days. Her face was still bruised, though she was lucky that she hadn't lost any teeth or broken her jaw. Well, lucky was relative, she supposed. But it was really ironic that when she looked her worst, she found this stranger so ridiculously attractive, which was just plain idiotic on her part. Angry with herself and her female fantasies that were certainly running amok, she pushed herself away from him. Once they weren't touching, all sense of intimacy between them vanished. She balanced on her crutch and tried to pull herself together. She had to stay focused. They both did. Yawning, Harley climbed to his feet, stretched, and trotted over to McGregor's side. "Time to go out?" McGregor patted the dog's head. Then, with a final look at the ever-lightening landscape through the large window, said, "Come on, then, out the back." He snagged his jacket from its hook, then walked to the kitchen, the spaniel trotting eagerly behind him. Watching as he disappeared through the archway separating the kitchen from the living area, Gillian tamped down her temper. She had woken up on the wrong side of the bed, or, in this case, the couch. It wasn't his fault that she'd been in the accident. Not his fault. Then whose? She shook her head. No one she knew. If McGregor were a killer, bent on hurting her, he would have done it already. True, there was no reason to restrain her, as she couldn't walk far on her own, but he hadn't done so much as hurled a harsh word at her, or even done anything that suggested he wanted to harm her. He'd left her with a loaded gun, hadn't he? She wondered about him. This person who had taken another man's life. Why had he chosen to live here all alone? Who was the boy in the picture? Did he have a wife? A fiancée? A girlfriend tucked away somewhere? Or was he one of those true loners who didn't need the companionship of other people, a mountain man? Sighing, Gillian made her way to the bathroom. A bucket was filled with water, so she was able to use the toilet, despite the fact that the pump wasn't working. Each night, McGregor filled several buckets with snow and dragged them into the house so that the snow would melt and they would have water to drink and use to cook and wash. Hot water was at a premium, heated in a pot on the wood stove or a kettle nestled in the coals of the fireplace. But with that water he'd cooked everything from instant oatmeal to prepackaged soup and dehydrated casseroles. He'd even managed to bake cornbread in the oven of the wood stove. It had been burned around the edges, but Gillian had been so hungry she'd devoured 2 thick slabs. Despite their isolation, McGregor had been prepared, and they hadn't gone hungry. But still, the cabin was a long shot from a 5-star hotel, or even a 1-star hotel, for that matter. Gillian glanced longingly at the tub shower, and imagined how it would feel to have hot water cascading over her sore muscles, or streaming through her hair as she shampooed it. Now that would be pure heaven. She imagined herself up to her neck in warm, scented water, candles burning, her skin soft with fragrant bath oil. She would close her eyes, and McGregor would take a cloth and gently bathe her, his fingers grazing her skin, touching her breasts and lower, until her nipples would pucker and her breath would get lost deep in her throat as he worked over her slick skin. She made a sound of frustration low in her throat. What was she thinking? Cabin fever was addling her brain, making her dream of sex with a virtual stranger. Angry with herself, she hitched back to the kitchen, found a saucepan, and dipped a little water from the pot simmering on the stove. Balancing the pan carefully, she returned to the adjoining bathroom, mixed a little cold water from a bucket into the hot water, then using a cloth washed her face, hands, then the parts of her body that felt the worst. Her hair would have to wait, though she did run a little water through it, using a bit of soap to work up a small lather, then rinsing it as best she could. A salon shampoo it wasn't, but she felt better having clean hair. She finger-combed the tangles and found a brush to separate the strands. Bitterroot beauty at its finest, she told her reflection, where bruises still lingered beneath her skin. Opening the door, she found McGregor and the dog in the kitchen. He must have been there a while, as he was dressed only in his sweater and jeans, his jacket nowhere in sight. "Someone cleaned up," he observed. "About time, don't you think?" He nodded. "You look good." She nearly laughed. "Compared to what? Quasimodo or Jabba the Hutt or Mr. Hyde? Are you kidding?" "Not kidding, especially compared to what you looked like when I found you in the car after the accident." "Not a high standard, McGregor." "Maybe not, but really you look a whole lot better." "Now, I thought you could use some coffee," he said as calmly as if they were an old married couple with nothing to do but read the newspaper together. "Sounds like heaven." As she heard herself, she inwardly cringed. Dear God, was she actually flirting with him? What in the world was wrong with her? "You'd better reserve judgment until you've had a taste." Opening a cupboard near the stove, he found a plastic tub of dark ground coffee. "Pre-roasted, pre-ground, and vacuum-sealed," he explained. "Can't beat Folgers, no matter what the boutique shops would like you to think." He looked at the coffee maker, sitting uselessly on the scarred wooden counter. "Since we've got no power, we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way." "Sounds perfect," Gillian said, as his eyes caught hers. Her breath caught in her throat at the mysteries deep in his eyes. I'm in trouble, she thought. But she wasn't afraid. Her cell phone rang as Alvarez locked the door to her Jeep and headed into the office. One glance at the digital readout and she braced herself as her mother's number appeared on the screen. She thought about not answering, but that would only put off the inevitable. "Good morning, Mom." Carrying her laptop in one hand and feeling the bite of the wind, she hurried toward the brick building. "Hi, honey." Despite the phone at her ear, Selena found her mind skipping ahead to her workday. At least it wasn't snowing, and overnight the plows had made significant progress on the roads. Maybe the helicopters could fly today, get airborne and survey the surrounding area. Maybe, just maybe, today was the day the case would break wide open. Then again... "You're working today, aren't you?" Alvarez didn't answer. "Dios, Selena, it's not even 8 in the morning. On a Sunday, the Sunday before Christmas. You should be in bed or getting ready for Mass." "I don't work by the clock, you know that." She shouldered her way into the building, nodding to the single clerk from the night shift who was manning the front desk. "You work too much." "So you say. So everyone says. Your brother Esteban, he's a policeman, decorated, and he says you don't have to work the hours you do." In Alvarez's opinion, Esteban was lazy, but she wouldn't say so to her mother. "What's up, Mom?" she asked as she made her way to her cubicle and flipped the switch on her desk lamp. "I was hoping that you'd changed your mind, that you were coming home for Christmas." In her mind's eye, Selena flashed on home, the 2-storied house 4 blocks off Highway 99 in Woodburn, Oregon, where she'd grown up with 5 brothers and 2 sisters. The 3 girls had shared one small room under the eaves of the sloped roof. The boys had been spread out, 3 in the room across the hall, the 2 eldest in separate rooms in the basement. Her parents had been on the main floor. The house had been noisy and crowded, and for the first 14 years of her life, a haven. And later, hell. But at Christmas, the house had been decorated with lights on every eave and gutter. A hand-painted, life-sized creche displayed in the front yard. A live tree filling the space in front of the living-room window. Her Aunt Beatriz pounding out carols on the piano, while her grandmother and mother cooked traditional Mexican fare, along with a turkey dinner. Everything from mashed potatoes and roast beef to steamed tamales. "I'm sorry," Alvarez lied as she sat in her desk chair. "I can't get away." "It's Christmas, Nina." "I know, Mom, but we've got a serial killer on the loose here. I thought it would have made the papers there. But you must get a day off. Not this year. You're telling me that no one's going away for the holidays? I don't believe it." "I just can't this year. Give my love to everyone," Alvarez said, refusing to let her mother guilt her into it. "You always put up the piñata for the little ones." "Not this year. But Lydia, she'll do it." Alvarez did feel a little pang of regret when she thought of her younger sister. Lydia she would miss, and maybe Eduardo, maybe. "I'll call and talk to everyone." "From where? What will you be doing?" "God only knows." "I'll be with friends." Again a lie. She didn't have any plans for the day. She figured she'd work here, be paid overtime, and celebrate at home in her pajamas with a movie and a bowl of popcorn. That alone sounded like heaven, even if she had no one to sit beside her. "You need your family, Selena," her mother cautioned. "Of course I do. I love you, Mom, but I really have to go." "God be with you, child," Juanita said, and whispered a quick prayer in Spanish before hanging up. Guilt trip, guilt trip, guilt trip, Alvarez told herself, as she fired up her computer and clicked onto the images of the dead women and the letters left with their bodies. Using a computer program, she aligned the letters one over the other and saved the positions of the stars. What if this guy were trying to tell them something, not only from the precise letters, but from the stars as well? Once she'd placed the stars on one screen, she used a computer program to help her identify which constellation, if any, the stars could be a part of. Unfortunately, there were dozens of potential constellations. "Because we don't have enough data," she thought, wincing inside. The more victims, the more clues left behind. Eventually, if the stars were a part of an astrological grouping, they would be identified, just like, given enough letters in the message, the police would be able to figure out what the killer was trying to say. Given enough time, enough letters, and enough dead women. "Damn," she muttered, pushing her chair back from the desk. It was all so sick. For the first time since walking into the nearly deserted room, she heard the sound of music drifting from the speakers. The notes of Let It Snow wafted around her, and she almost laughed at the absurdity of the situation as she heard Bing Crosby's voice croon the final words of the song. She glanced through the windows to the white parking lot. Yeah, the weather outside was sure as hell frightful, but there wasn't anything the least bit cozy or warm about being in the office at Christmas time. Balanced against the counter, Gillian observed McGregor as he went through the motions of making coffee the old-fashioned way. He started by tossing some ground coffee into a lined basket that he balanced over the glass pot from the coffee maker. Then he grabbed a tiny saucepan, dipped it into the hot water in the pot on the stove, and poured slowly streaming scalding water through the ground beans and filter. Within seconds, dark liquid dripped into the waiting pot. "Camp coffee," she said, as the scent of brewing coffee filled the room. He glanced over his shoulder at her, a spark of humor in his eyes. "I do this on the trail a lot. It impresses all the city women." "Of course it does," she said, and couldn't help but smile. "I'm impressed." He chuckled, and for the first time she saw a different side to this intense man. When all the water had soaked through the grounds, he poured them each a cup. "I've got sugar and powdered creamer." "I'm good with black." "Cheers," she said, and clicked the edge of her chipped mug to his. "Here's looking at you." The tension of the last few days seemed to evaporate for a few minutes. Even Harley, who had been ever watchful, relaxed in a ball on the kitchen rag rug and closed his eyes. "I think he's accepting me," she said of the dog, and bent down to pet his scruffy head. The dog opened tired eyes and yawned, but didn't growl or pull away. "He's really just a lover," McGregor said. Then, as if noticing her balancing on her crutch, added, "Let's go into the other room. I'll carry this for you." He took the cup from her hand and followed her into the main living area of the cabin. "Did you check outside again when you took out the dog?" He nodded. "Nothing to indicate anyone was out there." "You're sure?" she asked, and stared for a second through the icy panes. The storm had abated, the snow in thick drifts even having blown onto the porch. "I'm not sure of anything. If someone was there last night, the snow would have covered their tracks. But yeah, I think we're alone." Which didn't mean she should be comforted, she reminded herself. She had to trust him. Damn, but she wanted to trust him. But she still had to be wary. Harley, toenails clicking on the hardwood and stone, returned to the living room and his spot near the hearth. McGregor handed her back the mug of coffee, and she cradled it in both hands, its warmth seeping through her skin and into her bones. She propped her foot on the coffee table. He nodded toward her bound ankle. "It's not broken." "So you said." Their eyes locked as she remembered the one-sided conversation when she'd feigned sleep. "So you were awake," he prodded. "Yeah." She saw no reason to lie now. He knew the truth. "I thought so." He took a long sip, but his gaze over the rim of the cup never left her. "But you did a pretty good job of faking sleep." "Years of practice as a teenager." She cringed inwardly as she remembered how many times she'd sneaked out while pretending to be asleep. She'd pushed the car out of the driveway and cruised around with her friends. It had been foolish and stupid, and her older, uptight, do-everything-by-the-book sister, Dusty, had never stopped reminding her of what an idiot she'd been. A rebel? Or just a moron? Take your pick. He grinned, and she found herself warming to him all the more. Maybe they did have something in common, a rebellious streak that couldn't quite be tamed. "You left me the crutch," she said, bringing the conversation back to the here and now, where the fire crackled, the dog snored, and the warm scent of coffee permeated the room. "So you could get up if you woke." I knew the ankle wouldn't support you, and I keep a set of crutches in case anyone gets hurt on one of my expeditions, just until I can get them to a clinic or hospital, or call for help. Speaking of which, have you tried to call out lately?" He sent her a "you've-got-to-be-kidding" look. "What do you think?" "That's the problem. I don't know what to think." As if reading her thoughts, he walked to his jacket and unsnapped a pocket. "Here." Retrieving a small phone, he pushed a button to turn it on and tossed it to her. She caught it with her good hand. "Give it a try. As I said, cell service is spotty here at best, and the battery's low, but if you can get through, more power to you." She held the phone as if it were a ticket to heaven. But as the tiny cell turned on, a picture of Harley on the screen, she saw the lack of service, and, try as she might, no pushing of any buttons worked. "Dead as a doornail," she admitted, and tossed the useless piece of technology back to him. "Your family is probably going out of their minds with worry." She nodded slowly, thinking of her mother. Lynette, when she finally figured out Jillian was missing, would be on the phone to the city, county, and state cops, only after having already called the FBI. But of course her mother probably didn't know she was missing, yet. A fact she decided to keep to herself. There was just no reason to tip off McGregor that no one was looking for her. Better to let him think there was a national search going on. "As soon as we can establish some kind of communication or are able to get out of here, we'll call them." "I'll call them." "However you want to do it." Again the smile, though this time there was the tiniest bit of hardness to it. She thought of the photographs she'd found in the boot vase, the snapshots of a blond boy. "So, while you were out earlier, I did a little looking around." One dark eyebrow cocked, encouraging her. "You don't have any pictures displayed around here." "The way I like it." "What about your family?" "I thought I told you, I'm not close to them." "But there is a boy you care about," she said, deciding it was time to get to the bottom of some of her questions. "I found a couple of pictures of a little boy over there in the bookcase." She pointed to the spot where the vase sat. McGregor's lips thinned, and beneath the shadow of his beard, white lines bracketed his mouth. "You know the boy I'm talking about." He hesitated, then gave a slight nod. Raw emotion crossed his features, and a muscle jumped at the edge of his jaw. "His name was David," he said, his voice low. "He was my son." She waited, wishing she hadn't brought it up, hearing the "was" for what it meant. "He's dead." "I'm sorry," she said. "You didn't know him." "I mean, I'm sorry for your pain. You said you weren't married, that you didn't have—" "I'm not, and I don't. My wife and son are dead. Killed in a head-on collision. One of those freak things. No one was drinking, no one really knows what happened, but for some reason, maybe she was distracted, Callie's car crossed the center line and went right into the path of a semi. Oh, God. I was supposed to drive them to the school open house that night, but I was too busy, caught up in work. So I called and told her I'd meet them there. I'm supposed to take solace in the fact that they died instantly, like that's some consolation. Anyway, it happened a long time ago, and I don't like talking about it or thinking about it. That's why you don't display any pictures? Yeah. He was reaching for his jacket. And you became a hermit? Not quite. Checking his pockets, he walked to the door. I'm sorry. So you said. I know, but let's get back to what's happening here and now. In your snooping, did you find your things? My things? He walked past her to the large bookcase, opened a lower cupboard drawer, and pulled out a familiar-looking overnight bag. How had she missed it earlier? She thought she'd gone through every cupboard, but then she had been woozy. At the sight of her bag, she had the insane urge to break down completely, which was just plain stupid. She'd barely thought about the suitcase until now, which surely was a testament to her unclear mental state. It was nuts, but her nerves were strung tight, her body ached, and she looked and felt like hell. Seeing the overnight case she'd packed days ago brought into sharp focus the fact that her real life was light years away, as well as the undeniable fact that she might never be a part of that life again. "I thought you might want to change clothes," he said as he placed the bag near her. She cleared her throat. "That would be nice." "I'm not sure you can get any pants over your ankle." "I'll see." He hesitated. "Do you need some help? I could—" "No!" Her reaction was swift, her voice louder than she'd intended. "Sorry. No, I think I can handle it myself." His eyes narrowed slightly. "You know, I think I should change my diagnosis. You're getting around pretty well for having cracked ribs. There's a chance, if you're lucky, you might have just bruised them. Trust me, they would still hurt like hell." "Believe me, they do." "But if they were cracked, you wouldn't be able to move like you do." Good. It didn't matter if they were cracked or broken. They still pained her. "If you don't mind, would you just carry my bag into the bedroom?" He did as she asked, and she climbed to her feet and eased into the bedroom, where she closed the door and, with more trouble than she thought possible, changed her underwear and bra and slid cautiously into a heavy-necked sweater. Her ribs ached with each movement, but she was determined to get through the ordeal. Her jeans were a little more difficult, but she did have one pair of boot cuts that were slightly too big, and she managed to pull them over the bulge of tape around her ankle. Afterward, she even slapped on some lipstick and a bit of mascara, and, using the small mirror over a beat-up bureau, surveyed her image. It was better, although her skin was still greenish and scraped, her eyes sunken. Half an hour later, she emerged, returning to the living room, where the fire was crackling loudly and McGregor was stacking more wood on the hearth. The pile was nearly 3 feet high. She knew why. "You're leaving," she said, realizing he was trying to make it easy for her to keep the cabin warm while he was gone. A black pot simmered on the coals, and packets of dried soup and oatmeal were stacked on a table near the fireplace. "If I don't go now, I might not get another chance. I'm determined to find a way to get you out of here. If I can make a phone call, I'll do that. If I have to saw through some of the trees to open up the roads, then I'll be a little longer. In any event, I should be back in a few hours, at least before dusk." The thought of being in the cabin alone, just sitting and waiting, was difficult, but she didn't have any choice. "I'm leaving Harley with you, and there's the gun in the closet." She nodded. He walked back to the spot where she was still standing, balanced on her crutch. "I'll be back before you know it," he said, and then, to her surprise, he brushed the barest of kisses against her cheek. Hang tough. Chapter 17. "Help me. Oh, God, please, someone help me." Rona struggled, fighting the cold, battling the constricting rope that lashed her to the tree. But the more she squirmed, the tighter her binds cut into her flesh. She tried to scream, to yell, to let someone know what he was doing, but the gag, more like a damned muzzle, held back her voice, and the only sounds she heard were muffled cries, the frantic beating of her heart, the rush of the wind, and her mind screaming at her that she'd been a fool of the worst order. How could she have trusted him, this monster who was binding her to the rough bark of a tree? He'd slid her clothes off, and she hadn't resisted. Had he drugged her? Had she been paralyzed with fear? Or had she felt so desperate and alone that she'd longed for his attention? Oh, God, she'd been an idiot, letting him skim off her clothes, allowing him to kiss her skin, and then, when she was caught in an instant between temptation and fear, slipped the noose around her neck. Only then did she realize how deadly was his trap. "Please, God, help me," she prayed, tears falling from her eyes as the frigid snow, hard with crystals, bit at her skin, causing it to pimple with the cold. Surely he didn't mean to leave her here. This had to be a test, that was all. She heard him grunt as he pulled on the restraints, and her back was yanked hard against the rough bark of this solitary fir tree. In front of her was a meadow, now covered in snow. She blinked hard, trying to dislodge the white flakes, hoping to see a way out of this horrible, freezing situation. "Let me go! Don't do this! Please! Please!" she cried. But her words were mute and dull, nearly unintelligible, and they were falling on deaf ears. He'd known he was going to kill her, all along, and yet she'd believed him when he'd said he would take her to safety, that as soon as the storm lifted, he would get her to a hospital, or find a phone and call 911, or— "And you fell for it, you dumb little fool." She began to cry again, tears streaming from her eyes, blurring her vision and tracking down her icy cheeks. God, she was cold. Colder than she had ever been in her life. Her bare nipples felt raw and puckered, and there was no source of heat in her body. Even her blood felt sluggish and thick, and for the first time her feet began to go numb. Frostbite. Exposure. Killed by Mother Nature and her own stupidity. If only Connor was here, he would help her. Connor, oh love, what have I done? Blackness pulled at her consciousness, and she tried to stay awake, to take one last look at the bastard's handsome face. But her thoughts were leaving her, and she thought she saw Connor standing before her, whispering that she'd only gotten what she deserved. Then there was someone else, a woman. "Mom?" she said to the apparition, because, really, her mother had been dead for nearly 3 years. But the darkness came again, swallowing her, and she was vaguely aware of the sound of pounding, as if someone were knocking on the door. "I'll get it, Mama," she said, though no words escaped her lips, and her mouth tasted bad. "I'll get it." Pescoli glanced down at her paperwork and stifled a yawn. What she wouldn't give for a hit of nicotine to sharpen her focus. "Son of a bitch!" Sheriff Grayson stormed out of his office, swearing a blue streak. Every muscle around Pescoli's spine went rigid, and her stomach clenched tight as her fists. It was Saturday afternoon. The skies had cleared in the last few hours, and several of the detectives had come into the office to catch up on paperwork or go over their notes. She tossed her pen aside and pushed away from her desk. "Let me guess," she said, already knowing the answer. "Someone found another DB in the forest." "Yep," Grayson said, his face muscles taut, his jaw rigid with barely suppressed rage. He was already stuffing his arms through his jacket, his sidearm visible in its shoulder holster. "We didn't get the bastard soon enough." "What?" Brewster, who had heard the conversation through the open door to his office, strode into the hallway, his jacket in hand. "Are you shitting me?" "Wouldn't do it," Grayson said as the undersheriff reached him. "Well, fuck!" Court Brewster's ruddy face flushed in fury as he tugged his jacket over his sidearm. "That goddamned cocksucker!" Alvarez, whose cubicle was on the other side of the partition from Pescoli's, was already stuffing her hair into a cap as she hurried down the hallway between the desks to catch up with the rest of the little posse. Through the open door of Grayson's office, Sturgis poked his head into the hallway and gave a nervous little bark. "Stay!" Grayson ordered, as his dog started to put a paw outside the office. In a gentler voice, Grayson said, "I'll be back soon, boy." With a dejected look, the lab turned around and, casting a final woebegone glance over his shoulder, eased back into the office, where a dog bed filled with cedar shavings was tucked not far from a heat register. Pescoli grabbed her jacket, purse, and pistol. "Jillian Rivers?" she asked as she followed the sheriff. Grayson nodded sharply. "Looks like the bastard got to her. Same M.O. Poor woman. Pescoli couldn't imagine the terror that must have been the victim's companion as she was forced to walk naked through the forest and, unable to fight, was bound to a tree to face the elements. "Who found her?" "A couple out hiking called it in. They found her in a clearing up near Cougar Pass. A dead woman, roped to a tree, just like the others. Scared them spitless." Grayson's eyes were haunted, guilt and frustration evident in the lines around the corners of his mouth. We were just too damn late to save her. No one tried platitudes. As they strode through the building, their boots treading heavy on the flooring, he said to Brewster, "Call the state police. See if they can put up some helicopters to view the surrounding area, take pictures, see what they can come up with before a new storm hits." Pescoli added, "Have them make note of any cabins where smoke is rising from the chimneys. They're out of power up in that area, and if our killer is around, he'll need some kind of heat." "He might have a generator." "Then he's buying fuel for it somewhere, propane or diesel, and lots of it." "We've already got calls into distributors in a 100-mile radius," Alvarez said. "Then have choppers look for disturbances in the snow. See if it's melted around any of the cabins that are supposed to be vacant. Generators give off exhaust and heat and noise. Maybe someone's heard one running that shouldn't be. And let's bring out the dogs. Maybe they can finally get a hit or lead us to where the bastard is." Grayson shoved open the glass door so hard it banged against the building. The sun was nearly blinding. Beams dazzled and bounced off the mantle of white, while the chain and the flagpole clanged in the wind that caused the stars and stripes to wave. Clumps of snow shuddered and fell from branches of trees planted near the parking lot. Pescoli unlocked her jeep and slid behind the wheel, while Alvarez climbed into the passenger side. Regan was battling a slight hangover from one too many margaritas and not much sleep. Since Jeremy spent the night at his friend's house, Pescoli had spent a lot of hours with Nate, all of them worth it. That man had a way of turning her inside out. Of course they'd ended up in bed. They always did. And though the love-making put a smile on Pescoli's face, there was sometimes a hangover to dim the glow. This morning she didn't have time to remember the way Nate's muscular legs stretched out over hers, or how he grabbed the cheeks of her butt as he pulled her close to him, at least not now. Her concentration had to be sharp, and on the damned murders. She slid a pair of sunglasses onto her nose, and following Grayson's rig, drove out of the lot and into the hills. "Did you have a chance to see the paper today?" Alvarez asked as they drove past the Welcome to Grizzly Falls sign on the north end of town. "Something interesting?" "You might say, and the reason Grayson's on a tear. Something more than finding dead women lashed to trees in his jurisdiction? Someone leaked details to the press." "What?" Pescoli couldn't believe it. "What details?" "They already reported that the cars had been wrecked, probably shot at. Now they know about the notes. Not all the details, but that the victims were tied to trees, a star carved over their heads. Before, there wasn't any mention of the notes." Pescoli's fingers tightened over the wheel, and the headache at the base of her neck began to throb. One of the advantages the sheriff's department had was knowing the true nature of the crimes, of keeping details out of the press, so they could sort out the real culprit from the nutcases who wanted their 15 minutes of fame. Up in this neck of the woods there were plenty of idiots who might want a bit of notoriety by claiming participation in the killings. "Who talked?" Alvarez snorted. "Unknown at this time. But my money's on Ivor Hicks. That guy can't keep his mouth shut. I know we can't get through to Ivor, but maybe his family can. He's only got a son, and I think Bill tries to keep his distance from the old man. Wouldn't you?" "I'd move away," Pescoli said. "Would you?" Alvarez shook her head. "People stay where they want to, near family, even if it's not that great." Pescoli thought about it. She was still in the same town as her ex. Maybe Alvarez had a point. Or did she? "You moved?" "Yeah, well, the job opportunities where I grew up were limited. Not like here in Grizzly Falls." Pescoli turned off the main road and started along the uphill grade leading into the mountains. Alvarez didn't respond, but that didn't surprise Pescoli. Her partner was always touchy when her family was mentioned. She'd never discussed it with Pescoli, but it was obvious there was bad blood in that family. Real bad. "So someone's got to keep Ivor from spouting off to the press." "If it was Ivor." "Who else?" Pescoli asked. "Now there's an interesting question," Alvarez stated. "Who else indeed? Anyway, the point is, someone did the honors, and Grayson is not amused." "I'll bet." Pescoli kept the sheriff's Suburban in sight, while half listening to the police band conversation crackling over the hum of the jeep's engine as it climbed the steep mountain road, tires digging into the sanded, packed snow. Tree trunks flanking the side of the road were obscured by mounds of ice and snow that had been tossed to the side by the heavy blades of the plows that worked these hills. They passed no cars as the convoy of vehicles headed to the latest killing ground. Pescoli tried to picture this part of Cougar Pass, about 15 miles out of town. It was accessible only by an old mining road, which was buried in snow, but protected enough that they would be able to trudge the 100 yards to the spot where the body had been left. "We're going to need boots and shovels today," she said. "This guy sure likes distant locales." Tramping through drifts of snow that rose above her knees, Alvarez thought of her siblings, how, years ago, they had all prayed for a huge snowstorm, a snow day. Unfortunately, it didn't happen too often in Woodburn, Oregon. Field agents from the FBI arrived as she was signing in at the crime scene, which had been secured by Pete Watershed, the first detective to arrive. As a group, they made their way down the snowy road and saw, as the hiking couple had reported, a dead woman strapped to a tree. The people who'd called 911 were huddled in their SUV and agreed to wait to be interviewed by the detectives. "God have mercy," Alvarez said, and made the sign of the cross over her chest. A professed woman of science, she always fell back on the religion of her youth when she was faced with the darkest parts of human depravity. Selena Alvarez believed in God. Maybe not as deeply as her grandmother Rosarita had wished, but she believed and made no excuses for it. At times she'd gotten sideways glances from Brewster and Watershed, but ignored them. Pescoli, at least, had never commented or acted like anything was out of the ordinary. Now, as she stared at the body of the dead woman, she needed the tiniest connection to her faith, though reassurance was fleeting as she stood in the bitter cold and stared at the dead, naked woman roped to a solitary fir tree. She was petite and Caucasian, though her skin was tinged blue. Her short blonde hair hung in frozen strands. Her head, covered with snow, tilted forward. Bruises were evident on her body, the heavy ropes having cut into her skin. "Sweet Jesus," Brett Gage whispered, his expression grim. "Not pretty, is it?" Pescoli was serious as she studied the gruesome scene. "God, I'd love to nail the psycho who did this." Stephanie Chandler eyed the tracks in the snow. "Maybe we'll catch a break this time. Maybe the dogs can pick up a scent." "Let's hope," Alvarez whispered. So far, the search and rescue dogs had proved useless. But today the weather was clearer, as were visible tracks leading to and from the clearing on the far side of the woods. "What's over there?" "No access road, at least not one that's used, but there was a private lane leading to a mining operation that hasn't been in use for decades." Gage had pulled out a map and was folding it so that he could view the area where they were located. "Any of the buildings left?" Alvarez asked. Gage shook his head. "Don't know." "One way to find out." "I'll go," Gage offered. Giving the tracks wide berth so as not to disturb any piece of evidence, he started toward the stand of pines at the far edge of the clearing, the area from where the tracks appeared. The guy wouldn't be so stupid as to be nearby, Alvarez was sure. "Really?" Pescoli viewed her partner through amber-colored sunglasses. "Everyone makes mistakes, even psychos." "True enough," Alvarez thought. "Not this guy." Stephanie Chandler was standing a few feet away, her blonde hair tucked into a navy blue FBI hat, her gaze taking in every inch of the crime scene. "He's too precise. He's worked this out in his head 1,000,000 times. No mistakes." Pescoli didn't back down. "They make mistakes. It's what trips them up. So you'd better hope our guy isn't flawless, or we're in for a world of hurt." Chandler said, "They only make mistakes when they're pressured. We haven't been able to do that with this guy." "Yet," Pescoli said. "We will." "We'd better." Chandler was eyeing the surrounding woods. "I don't think she's been dead long," Watershed said. "The body's warmer than the others, and no snow is covering the tracks. Maybe the dogs can come up with something." He squinted, his gaze following Gage and the broken path in the snow, the killer's trail. "He went out the same way he went in." "Just like before," Alvarez noted. The crime scene team arrived and got down to business, collecting any kind of evidence from the body and surrounding area, taking pictures of the scene and victim from all angles, searching for anything the killer might have left behind. "She's not Jillian Rivers," Alvarez said abruptly. Pescoli nodded. "She doesn't look like the picture on her driver's license. The physical description's all wrong. Rivers is around 5'7" and weighs around 130, and this woman couldn't be more than 5'1" or 2, barely tips the scale at 100 pounds. Alvarez braced herself as she studied the corpse. "Rivers has hazel eyes and long dark brown hair. This one's blonde. Could have been dyed and cut, I suppose, but I don't think so. Looks natural." The victim's pubic hair was a dark shade of blonde, and her dead, sightless eyes were bright blue. "Eye color is wrong, too. And check out the note. WARTSCIN. If our theory is right, then Jillian Rivers' initials should be somewhere in the message. There's an R, which could be for Rivers, but no J. Instead, we've got an A." Alvarez shook her head. "This isn't right, unless he's changed his M.O. "No way," Chandler said, shaking her head as she studied the scene from 20 feet away. "He wouldn't. He's toying with us, yes, but trying to tell us something. He wants us to figure out what it is, so he can prove how smart he is." Alvarez watched as Mikhail, a forensic technician, removed the note with tweezers, gently placing it in a plastic bag, and held it out to her. "Did you want a closer look?" "Thanks." She pinched the edge of the bag and stepped away from the woman's frozen body, grateful for the chance to turn her back on the gruesome death scene. Although she had learned to hide it, especially on the job, Selena Alvarez struggled when it came time to process violent crime scenes, especially crimes against women. Her cross to bear, as her grandmother Rosarita would say. She liked to think that turmoil gave her the edge when it came to catching a psycho like this, a man who made a game out of killing. The bastard. It was also the reason she'd avoided employment in forensics. Much as she appreciated the science of it, she couldn't stomach it. Now, as the crime scene unit did their job, carefully bagging the woman's frozen hands, checking her body, combing the lone fir tree in the surrounding area, Alvarez stared at the most recent note, determined to work the case from this angle. Whether it was meant to be unscrambled, translated, or decoded, she wasn't sure, but she sure as hell was going to spend some time trying to figure it out. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Pescoli frowned as she eyed the rugged terrain that surrounded the latest crime scene. Mountains, ravines, frozen creek beds, curving rim roads. They'd been searching that area for Jillian Rivers, to no avail. Now the search would be on for this woman's vehicle, if the weather held. A goddamned needle in a haystack. She thought about the topographical maps at the office. Maybe she could use her computer program and come up with potential sites for the next killing ground. There were dozens of small meadows in these mountains, and it would take forever to search them all out. But what choice did they have? "At least we know Jillian Rivers isn't dead and we missed her. There's no J on the note. All the initials have bodies attached," Alvarez pointed out. "Yeah, but it doesn't mean she's safe. He might have her ready to go," Pescoli said. Alvarez stepped closer to the tracks. "True, but he was here in the past few hours. These are fresh, not covered in snow, and the weather's been clear only a few hours." "Not much consolation there. The prick could be doing Jillian Rivers now for all we know," Pescoli said. The whomp-whomp-whomp of helicopter rotor blades could be heard approaching. Already it seemed the state police were going airborne to search the area. Good, Pescoli thought. They might be able to see something from the air that would take days of good weather and a lot of luck to see on the ground. "What the hell does the note mean?" Pescoli asked, staring over her partner's shoulder at the latest note. "Beats me," Brewster glowered at the block letters and weird star. "How about war to science?" Watershed asked. "Maybe this guy's a religious nut. Maybe this is a sacrifice, some kind of rite." "Satanic rite," Pescoli added. "Could be wart science." Although his face was red from the cold, Pete Watershed wasn't about to give up. Or War of the Scientists? Or even Wary of this coin. Then where would Jillian Rivers' initials fit in? Alvarez asked. I mean, assuming she's next. She glanced up at Pescoli. The psycho must still have her. Son of a bitch, Pescoli whispered. This guy just won't give up. Or War of the School Institutions? Hell, if that's the case, we got a whole lot more victims. Watershed was worried, scratching his jaw. Of course he won't give up. Stephanie Chandler walked the perimeter of the crime scene. He can't. He lives for this. She read the note at a distance. If anything, he'll escalate. We need to be looking for a missing person with the initials AR or RA, in her early 20s. Who found this body again? She turned her attention to Sheriff Grayson, who was standing 20 feet from the lone fir tree, hands stuffed in his pockets, lips flat against his teeth, as he eyed the dead woman. Eldon and Misha York, who were out hiking. They have a summer cabin out here and came for a week. Their story is that they'd been cooped up with the storm and took advantage of the break in the weather to get a little exercise. The good news is that they saw the scene and all the footprints and hightailed it back to their cabin, climbed in their four-wheel drive and drove to a spot where they had cell phone service, then called 911. Grayson finally turned his attention to the FBI agent. Both of them are waiting in their rig, if you want to talk to them. He motioned a gloved hand toward the access road where all the vehicles from the Sheriff's Department and Crime Lab were clustered around the York's SUV. We will, Chandler said, as the noise from the helicopter rotors sliced through the silence. Looks like we got lucky this time. We might get an actual cast out of the boot prints, something we can use, Alvarez said. Not lucky enough for the victim, Grayson muttered, and walked away, his gloved hands fisted, his jaw rock hard. Whoever the hell she is, she didn't make it. He glanced up at the sky as a helicopter appeared above the timberline, hovering over a sheer rocky ridge covered with ice and snow. The chopper moved in, coming in low, skimming the tops of trees surrounding the open space. It wasn't the police search and rescue chopper they'd all expected. A blue call sign announced that it belonged to a local news station, and a cameraman, his huge lens trained on the clearing, was leaning as far as he dared out of the noisy aircraft. Pescoli wanted to wave the newscopter away. Looks like we've got company. Wouldn't you know, Grayson muttered between tight teeth. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, the damn press decides to show up. It was bound to happen sooner or later, Agent Chandler said, squinting up at the chopper. Maybe we can use the footage to our advantage. See what else they locate and make a public statement. Use the news crew, rather than be used by them. Did you just say screw the news crew? Brewster asked, an amused glint in his eye. Chandler nodded. Close enough. Pescoli glanced up at the helicopter, hanging in the crisp mountain air. Chandler had a point. The newscopter would give them free aerial support. Go for it, Grayson told the FBI agent. KBIT is all yours. Jillian thought she would go out of her ever-lovin' mind. She stared out at the expanse of snow sparkling in the sunlight, and knew this was her chance to finally get out of here. And go where? How? She had to wait for him. McGregor had talked about it and had left with a chainsaw hours before. She'd watched as he'd driven off on the snowmobile, hearing the big engine roar. But once the sound from the Arctic cat faded, she'd waited, hoping to hear the grind of saw teeth biting through wood. No such luck. The dog, having finally accepted her, was curled up near the door again, the fire stoked. Jillian had tried to get into several of the books she'd found, but couldn't. She was too jangled, too wired, too anxious to get out of here. Time was moving along, and if she wanted to find out if Aaron were really alive, or just get back to her real life, she couldn't be waylaid any longer. So what about McGregor? Are you just going to leave him here? Of course, she bit out. The man was nothing to her. Yeah, she found him a little bit intriguing, but she chalked that up to being alone with him in this isolated canyon. She knew of Stockholm Syndrome, how a hostage came to trust, even depend upon her abductor, how, once rescued, she wouldn't turn on the very person who kidnapped her. Was that what this was? The root of all her fantasizing? She remembered his lips brushing her cheek. So he kissed her, big deal. So he was attractive. Who cared? So he was mysterious. Then run the other way. Adding wood to the fire, she listened hard, hoping to hear the roar of the snowmobile, but no sound broke the silence of the cabin. She dug in her bag and fiddled with her cell phone, trying it in every corner of the house. But just when she thought she might get a signal, the screen would flash and show no service. "Great," she muttered to the dog, walking to the window and wishing McGregor would return. She still didn't hear the growl of a chainsaw ripping through fallen trees, nor the buzz of an approaching snowmobile. As she gazed out the window, she wondered exactly where she was. He had a stack of maps on the table, so she flipped through them before selecting one that she thought encompassed the area. She saw roads and rivers and towns, including Grizzly Falls and Spruce Creek, both of which rang bells in her mind. She noticed Missoula and stared at the letters, thinking of Mason and how she was certain he was the one who had lured her to Montana. But did that make sense? Why would Mason want her to come here? Why would he want to kill her? There had, at one time, been life insurance, of course, a policy worth several $100,000 that Mason had insisted upon, but she didn't even know if the policy was in existence any longer. And the voice on the phone, had it been Mason disguising himself, whispering so that she couldn't identify him? Why now? As far as she knew, he was happily married to his new trophy wife, so why dredge up Aaron now? He'd been presumed dead so long, Jillian barely remembered what he looked like. She searched a stack of astrological charts and maps on the table, and found the envelope with the pictures that were supposedly of her dead husband. Holding the images under the light of a kerosene lantern, she studied the man carefully, trying to remember. Was he Aaron? Maybe. There was the beard and sunglasses and baseball cap pulled low over his eyes, partially obscuring his face, and the extra weight, while Aaron had always been trim. But 10 years had passed, a decade. She'd remarried and divorced in that time, and now, if he were alive, Aaron would be just a few months shy of 40. Frowning, she wondered if the man in the photo was Aaron or an imposter. Even more likely, was he an unsuspecting target? A man whose resemblance to her dead husband had prompted the photographer to snap the pictures. These weren't posed shots, but pictures of him on the street, walking into a store near a sidewalk, where cars were parked on a snowy street. "Who are you? Just who the hell are you?" she whispered to the picture. And at the sound of her voice, the dog climbed to his feet, metal ID tags jangling on his collar. With a glance at her, he walked to the front door, where he whined loudly and scratched. "Need to go out?" she asked, with a glance outside. Where the hell was McGregor? Gone. Not coming back. Maybe someone, whoever you thought was outside the other night, attacked him. Now she was being ridiculous, letting her paranoia get the better of her. Harley whined loudly. Yeah, I know. Hold on to your horses." She hitched to the gun cupboard and, feeling a little foolish, grabbed the loaded rifle with her free hand. She didn't like the idea of having to use the weapon, but knew she could if threatened. Grandpa Jim had seen to that. She whistled to the dog. "Come on, Harley. You know the drill. Out the back." Using her crutch, she hobbled to the back door and opened it, and the dog shot out before she had second thoughts and worried that letting Harley outside was a mistake. What if the damn dog took off after McGregor? Got lost? He's a dog, for God's sake. He's home. He won't stay out in the cold for long. He just needs to get out, stretch his legs, urinate a few times. "Stick around, please," she muttered, and watched as he lifted his leg on the trunk of a small tree near the back of the garage. He ambled through the chest-high snow, seeming to find joy in breaking a trail through the icy powder. Jillian, in the door jamb, felt the cold air and shivered. She was about to go inside when she saw Harley, now out in the middle of a clearing near the back, stop suddenly, ears cocked forward. She almost called out to him, but held her tongue. Something in the dog's intense gaze gave her pause. Her fingers flexed over the handle of the crutch. Nose in the air, hair bristling on the scruff of his neck, Harley stared intently into the woods. Sweet Jesus! Panic spurted through Jillian's blood. She hoisted the rifle to her shoulder. "Don't be paranoid." The dog growled, low in his throat, and lowered his head, his tail, too, moving downward. This was no good. She'd been around dogs enough to know when they sensed danger. Harley started moving through the heavy snow, breaking a trail toward a thick copse of pines where his gaze was centered. Heart in her throat, rifle aimed at the spot where the dog seemed to be staring, a place on the other side of the pine trees, she stayed close to the building and whistled to the dog, just as she'd heard McGregor do a dozen times. The spaniel's ears didn't even flick as he advanced, moving awkwardly through the shoulder-deep snow. "Harley!" she commanded, eyeing him through the sight of the rifle. "Come!" Was the dog crazy? He was nearly buried. Still the damned spaniel ignored her. He slipped beneath the first sagging, snow-laden branch of a ponderosa. "Damn!" she said under her breath, as she clicked off the safety. The day was clear and still, sunlight reflecting on the ice, nearly blinding. Not a breath of wind. No birds calling. Just the sound of her own anxious breathing. She squinted hard, strained to hear the slightest noise. "Come back," she mouthed, hoping the dog could hear her. "Don't freak out. The dog could have seen a squirrel, or a deer, or a wolf. You recently read where the gray wolf has made a comeback in Montana, and they travel in packs. Could tear a domestic dog to bits." All the spit dried in her mouth. She'd never in her life been afraid of wild animals. Had always thought humans were far more deadly. But now— "Harley, get back here!" she yelled, her one booted foot a little unsteady, the other toes bare in the cold air. "Harley, come!" Heart-thumping wildly, she lowered her rifle and made her way to the edge of the porch, eyeing the broken snow where the dog had disappeared. "Harley!" she called again, her voice echoing off the mountains. Bam! A rifle cracked loudly. "Oh, God!" The dog yelped in pain. "Harley!" Jillian yelled, her heart clutching. "Oh, God! Now what?" She had to go after the poor animal. "Harley!" He could still be alive. She stepped off the porch before remembering 2 steps had been buried in the drifts. The rubber tip of her crutch slipped a little, but she steadied herself, then plowed forward along the half-broken path the dog had created. Who would shoot him? A hunter mistaking him for a wolf or coyote? Or someone who had been lying in wait? Someone with a dark, deadly purpose. Someone who had shot out the tire of her car. Oh, God! She forced the gun to her shoulder, licked her lips nervously, and, ignoring the cold, pushed onward. She didn't say a word, listened hard to hear the sound of the dog whining, footsteps or whispered voices, but nothing disturbed the quietude. At the edge of the copse, she leaned forward, ducking under a branch, a sharp, shooting pain cutting through her abdomen and ribs. "This is nuts, Gillian. Go back. What can you do for the poor animal if you do find him? Carry him back to the house? How?" Gritting her teeth, she kept moving forward, trying to be as silent as possible, her heart drumming wildly as she followed the path where, beneath the trees, the snow wasn't as deep. She heard the tiniest gurgle of a creek, probably nearly frozen, and over that, the distant reverberations of an engine. McGregor's snowmobile? Oh, please. Using the barrel of her rifle to push aside low-hanging branches, she heard the dogs whine. He was still alive. And McGregor was coming. The roar of the snowmobile's engine was getting closer. Or was it? Come on, McGregor, get the hell back here. She stepped around an outcropping of rock and saw the dog, a patch of black and white on the snowy ground. And more. Stains of bright red, where blood was matting his coat and seeping from his body into the pristine whiteness of the forest floor. "Oh, Harley," she said as he lifted his head. "Oh, no, I'm so—" He wasn't looking at her, but at a spot just over her shoulder. She took one step forward. His lips pulled back into a hard growl, exposing sharp teeth. From the corner of her eye, Gillian caught a glimpse of movement, a flash. Fingers tight over the gunstock, she swung. But it was too late. Her attacker was upon her back, forcing her onto the frozen ground. Gillian squirmed as the sickening sweet smell of a chemical stung her nostrils. There was a flash of a dark, gloved hand mashing into her face, a bare span of scarred wrist catching her eye as the damp rag was forced over her nose and mouth, turning her panic to sweet oblivion. Chapter 18. Crack! The sound of a rifle's report ricocheted through the canyons. McGregor slowed his snowmobile and let the engine idle as he listened. Had the sound come from the direction of his cabin? Gillian? Had she shot the rifle he'd left her? Or was it someone else? Hunters? He felt dread as he hit the gas and headed out toward his home in the mountains. He could be mistaken. The cabin was miles away, and it would take him nearly half an hour to reach it. Don't let your imagination run wild, he told himself, but couldn't shake the sensation that something was wrong. The roads near his place were still impassable for even the toughest SUV, snow having drifted deep into crevices and ravines. But once down the mountain, a mile and a half, the roads were clearer, with packed snow and sand giving tires some purchase. If he found a way to haul Gillian on a sled pulled by the snowmobile, he could get her out. Or better yet, he could take the Arctic cat into town and get help. The thought wasn't pleasant. He'd spent the past 10 years of his life avoiding the police, but he might not have a choice. Time was running out. Another storm was projected. He pushed on the throttle, and with a roar the cat took off, skis sliding easily over the snow. Mentally beating himself up, he second-guessed himself about leaving her. What had been the choice? He'd wondered what to do with her. Hadn't liked the fact that he was getting used to having her around, that he felt an attraction to her that was just plain stupid. He'd sworn off women long ago, didn't need one, didn't want one. Then he'd found her trapped in the car, passing out, nearly frozen, and he'd had no choice but to put her in a makeshift sling on poles that he then tied to his rig to drag her to the cabin. He'd gone back for her things, tried to contact the authorities, but then, because the storm had raged so wildly, locked himself in his house with her. That had been a mistake. Taking care of her while she slept, washing and dressing her wounds, warming her body and giving her dry clothes, seeing her naked, all had been his undoing. It wasn't as if he hadn't professionally tended women before, but this one... He guided the snowmobile through the trees and down a hill to the frozen creek bed, now covered in 2 feet of powder. This was the shortest way back to the cabin, though not the safest, as the terrain was steep and rocky. A few of the boulders peeked through the wide expanse of white. Sunlight sparkled on the snow, glinting through his tinted goggles. The whole world was shaded in tones of sepia, and so pristine, so isolated, it seemed he was on an uninhabited landscape, like something out of a science fiction movie. Trees rushed by as the Arctic cat strained around a final bend, its engine growling, the drive belt pulling the snowmobile over a final ridge, skis sliding over the icy terrain. He saw the cabin, far below this crest. Black smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and he felt a little better. Everything was fine. It had to be. He was just rattled because he'd driven to September Creek, to the spot where her mangled Subaru had ended up. The car was long gone, all evidence of it lost in 2 feet of new snow, but bits of yellow and black crime scene tape still caught on a few trees. The police had found her vehicle and were, no doubt, looking for her. It was time to take her into town, one way or another. If he had to rig up the damned sling again. People would be worried, search parties assembled, the police on alert. Somehow he would find a way of hauling her into town, as long as she was all right. He hit the throttle and tore down the hill, dread chasing after him, a sixth sense telling him that things weren't as he'd left them. "The pilot of the chopper thinks he might have found the car," Grayson said as he clicked off his phone. Glad for the lead, Pescoli trudged back to her rig, leaving the crime scene investigators to go over every inch of clearing. Pescoli knew they wouldn't find anything, but protocol had to be followed. The dogs had already come up with zero, the broken trail in the snow leading again to an old mining road, one that hadn't been in use in 30 or 40 years. But this guy, the killer, knew all the local roads, every nook and cranny. A local guy. Maybe someone she knew? Someone she saw down at Wild Will's having a drink or two? Or maybe one of those rabid fathers who coached soccer. She'd met more than her share when Bianca was playing, and had watched several of the dads and moms, for that matter, look as if they were going to have an aneurysm after what they considered an unfair call against their kid's team. Then there were always the elders in the local church, the scions of virtue who had a dark undercurrent of evil running beneath their benevolent exterior. Or could the killer be someone she'd booked for a misdemeanor or lesser crime? Perhaps someone with a history of violence. Deep in thought, Regan climbed behind the wheel of her jeep. They had already gone through the lists of local men who had been arrested for violent acts, assault, armed robbery, and the like, over the past 5 years. They'd pulled in a few men accused of wife battery, as well as military marksmen and local hunting experts. But everyone they'd interviewed had come out clean. Unless they missed something. Alvarez closed the door to the passenger side, and Pescoli wheeled her rig around, following the sheriff's 4-wheel-drive Suburban and thinking. "Why can't we find this guy?" Alvarez said, staring out the windshield as Pescoli adjusted the defroster. "We will." "Yeah, but when? How many other women have to freeze to death?" She was angry as she pulled out her cell phone and dialed. "Yeah, this is Alvarez. Any luck?" A pause. "I know it's the weekend, Marcia, but we've got an unidentified dead woman." Another long pause. "That's right, A and R." She rattled off a description of the dead woman, and Pescoli's stomach tightened. "I'll bet you dollars to donuts someone's missing her. Check statewide, and if that doesn't work, northwest." "What? Canada? No, not yet. I know we're close to the border, but so far all the victims are U.S. citizens." "Yeah, okay. Call me if you find out anything." She hung up as they reached a mountain road that wound down toward the town. "All the victims and cars were found within a 10-mile radius," Pescoli said. "Square that. What do you get? 100 square miles of mountains, canyons, cliffs, and rivers. Rough territory. And someone who knows it well." Pescoli reached for her cigarettes and ignored the sharp look she got from her partner. "My rig," she said. "My lungs." You know, you should loosen up a bit. I don't work out, eat right, and do yoga so that you can pollute my respiratory system. Give it a rest, Pescoli said, but didn't light up. She could wait until they were back at the station in the parking lot. Besides, she didn't have the habit that bad. It was just to help her think. Her phone rang about the same time the sheriff's lights and sirens flipped on. She answered, "Pescoli, we've got another one." "What?" Alvarez's head spun toward her, the unspoken question in her eyes. Grayson said, "Looks like another woman tied to a tree up near Broken Pine Lodge. The KBIT helicopter found her. I've already sent Van Droz up there. She's the closest road deputy on the road. She should beat us there and secure the scene." "Great," Pescoli said, more worried than ever. "Another victim?" Alvarez said. "Yeah." Pescoli was nodding, keeping up both conversations, the one with her partner and the one over the phone. "Is this guy escalating or what?" Alvarez asked, loud enough that Grayson heard her. "Looks like," he responded. "Found by the newscopter," Pescoli clarified, shifting down. "That's what I said," the sheriff said impatiently. "Film at 11. McGregor stepped into the cabin. The interior was as still as death, the fire low, a feeling of abandonment in the air. "Jillian?" he called, looking through the few empty rooms, panic slowly inching up his spine. She was gone, plain and simple. The rifle he'd left with her was gone, and her crutch was missing, along with the dog. "Harley?" His boots rang hollowly against the old floorboards as he walked through the kitchen to the back porch. The uneasy feeling that had been with him ever since hearing the rifle's report less than an hour earlier increased. He walked to the front porch and whistled long and low, half expecting the black-and-white spaniel to come bounding through the drifts. Nothing. Hell. Quickly he walked through the house to the back porch, and, cupping his hands around his mouth, yelled, "Jillian? Harley?" His own voice echoed through the canyons, and he grabbed his rifle and walked the length of the porch. A path was broken in the snow, and it led toward the woods. Son of a bitch! What was she thinking? Escaping on foot while she was still laid up? Maybe she'd been forced. That thought chilled him to the bone, and he replayed the gunshot in his mind. But the prints in the snow were only of the dog and the crutch and her good boot, no others. There was a chance the dog had taken off after McGregor, or after a marauding raccoon or deer. Jillian might have followed. Damn fool woman, he thought, but broke into a trot, following the trail of footsteps, leaning down beneath the overhang of branches as he flushed a rabbit through the undergrowth. "Harley!" he yelled, whistling. Why would the dog take off? A pitiful whine whistled through the pines, and McGregor's blood turned to ice. Heart thudding, he threw the bolt on his rifle, ready to shoot as he rounded a large boulder, and saw his dog, lying on his side in the snow, black and white fur matted and stained red. Too much blood had pooled beneath him. Even so, the spaniel gazed up at him, whined, and gave one feeble thump of his tail. "Hang on, buddy," he said, stripping off his jacket and tearing out the lining. He moved the dog onto his jacket and tied the sleeve over his back leg, where a bullet hole gaped. "Son of a bitch," he muttered through clenched teeth. "Son of a goddamn bitch." Kneeling beside Harley, he noticed the tracks. Not just Jillian's, but a second set, decidedly larger, heading east in the direction of an old abandoned sawmill that was over 2 miles away. There was no way Jillian could hobble that far. He hated to abandon the dog, but he had no choice. Jillian Rivers' life was at stake. Rifle held in a death grip, defying the cold, following the tracks, Zane McGregor took off at a dead run. He only hoped he wasn't too late. Jesus H. Christ! Brewster stared at the woman who'd been lashed to the tree and looked as if he were about to throw up. Pescoli and Alvarez hurried forward. The scene was nearly identical to the last one, except the naked woman had been cut down from a solitary white pine tree in a small alpine meadow. She was lying on a jacket, her eyes glassy and vacant as they stared upward. Bruises covered her body, and her lips were chapped. Deputy Trilby Vandross worked over her, squatting in the mashed snow around the tree. Vandross, hearing them approach, looked up and yelled, "She's alive! I've already called for an ambulance." "Alive," Pescoli repeated, as overhead, marring the clear blue sky, a news crew helicopter hovered, a cameraman hanging out a window while filming the scene. "Damn fool idiots," Grayson said, waving them off. "Someone call KBIT and tell them to clear the airspace in case a rescue copter has to land." Brewster was on his walkie-talkie, calling back to the department offices, relaying orders. "At least they found her," Alvarez said. "I'll be in charge of the crime scene sheet." The area had to be roped off and protected. Everyone who showed up here had to sign in. Grayson scribbled his name. "Is she conscious?" he yelled. "No, but I found a pulse and she's breathing." Vandross was performing first aid, trying to keep the victim warm, just as the sound of a siren cut through the still mountain air. Pescoli signed into the crime scene and, trying not to disturb any of the evidence, hurried to the victim's side, where she knelt in the snow and tried to help. "Is she Gillian Rivers?" "Don't know." "No," Watershed said from somewhere over her right shoulder. He was standing back, eyeing the message nailed to the gnarled bark of the pine. "The letters aren't right." Pescoli glanced up and caught a glimpse of the weird message. Sure enough, Gillian Rivers' initials weren't written down. There was the R from the last note, but no J. Now the note read, WARTHESCIN. "What the hell does that mean?" Watershed whispered. Trilby Vandross was still on her knees, at the victim's side, Pescoli beside her. The sheriff ordered Brett Gage, the chief criminal deputy, to follow the trail broken in the snow. He, along with the deputy in charge of the dogs, took off toward the east end of the clearing. "How the hell would someone get in here?" Grayson asked as the ambulance siren screamed louder. Pescoli rubbed the woman's wrist. "Can you hear me?" she asked. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the ambulance slide to a stop in the old snow-covered parking lot of the dilapidated lodge. "What's your name? Who did this to you?" "She's unresponsive," Deputy Vandross said. "I haven't been able to get a word out of her." Two EMTs, carrying their equipment, hurried toward the woman lying in the snow. With one quick examination, the shorter of the two rescue workers, a black woman with a no-nonsense look on her face, whipped out her two-way and called for a chopper. "We need to get her out of here," she said, giving the helicopter directions, then hanging up. "It'll take too long to drive her back to the hospital." Her dark eyes moved back to the victim, as she told the detectives, "Chopper on its way, should be here in 5, so all of you just back the hell up and let us work." The detectives and FBI agents took a few steps backward, while the woman and her partner, a tall man still in his 20s, worked quickly, monitoring the victim's vital signs, administering oxygen, covering her and tending to her. In the distance, the sound of a helicopter's rotors sliced through the air. "The scene's been destroyed," Chandler said, frowning, her gaze traveling over the mashed snow and solitary tree. "It's like the others," Pescoli said. "But there may be evidence buried here." Chandler's gaze scanned the trodden-down snow and the poor woman who lay motionless on the gurney. "The crime scene investigators will figure that out," Pescoli said as the rescue helicopter came into view and the news chopper flew to a spot higher in the sky, never quite giving up its vantage point. "War to the scientists?" Watershed said. "What?" Pescoli frowned. "The note." "We can figure that out later," she snapped, uninterested in the stupid clues the killer had left behind. Now they had a victim who was alive, one they could save, one who could potentially name her attacker. To hell with the damned note. "Did that copter happen to find the car?" Chandler asked as a basket was lowered. "We're still missing 2 cars, assuming this person isn't Gillian Rivers." "She's not," Pescoli said, as she noted the victim's tiny nose and wide mouth. Her hair was short and streaked, with shades of blonde. A widow's peak was evident, and her eyes were a brown so intense they were nearly black. She was tall and thin, probably 5'9" or 10, so gaunt her ribs showed, her feet at least a size 9. Pescoli remembered the pictures she'd seen of Gillian Rivers. Even if Rivers lost weight, cut and dyed her hair, and wore dark contacts, she still wouldn't resemble either woman they'd found today. So where the hell is she? Why do we have her car and not this woman's, or the Jane Doe we found up at Cougar Pass? Agent Chandler asked, her eyebrows knit in frustration, her breath fogging in the cold air. "We'll find her," Halden, her partner, said. He was the calmer of the two, though he, too, was irritated, his mouth set and grim, his eyes scanning the surrounding area, where the dilapidated, graying buildings of what had once been a profitable hunting lodge were partially hidden by snow-laden trees and rocky hills. It was desolate up here, the whole area looking decrepit and forgotten, a testament to death. The victim was transferred to the rescue basket and winched skyward as the helicopter started moving, heading back to Grizzly Falls, just as the crime scene team arrived. "How the hell did he get them to 2 different places miles apart?" Chandler muttered angrily. "One at a time, first the victim at Cougar Pass, and now this Jane Doe. Her initials being H.E. or E.H., if the pattern remains the same." "It is," Chandler said. "He's just escalating." "Not just escalating," Pescoli said. "So far he's duplicating. He's not killing closer together. It's like he's doing a 2 for the price of 1 thing. 2 women in 1 day." She was worried as she stared at the note and the tree to which the victim had been lashed. Traces of blood were visible on the bark, and drops of red dotted the snow. Whoever this woman was, she had struggled and fought. "What the hell does that mean?" Grayson said. "I don't know." Stephanie Chandler was shaking her head. "We need to find out who these women are." "I've already called in both sets of initials to missing persons on the walkie," Alvarez said. She was still standing near the entrance to the crime scene, making certain everyone was signing in as she waited for the crime scene team to arrive. "They're checking." "Call dispatch. Have them bring in every available detective," Sheriff Grayson said. "And I don't want to hear any complaints about it being Sunday or a few days before Christmas, or even that their kid has the flu. I want every available road deputy at the department when we get back into town. Overtime's no problem. Screw the damn budget. Are the cell phone towers working again?" "Not all of them, not yet," Watershed said. "Just like the electricity, it's spotty." A muscle worked in the sheriff's jaw, and his lips were flat beneath his mustache. He lifted his hat from his head, and, staring at the pine tree, the would-be death scene, he raked stiff, gloved fingers through his hair. "I hate this son of a bitch," he muttered under his breath. Pescoli silently agreed. She prayed that they had found this victim in time, that E.H. or H.E., or whoever she was, would live, and not just survive. Oh no. Pescoli hoped that the woman would be able to name her attacker and testify against him at the prick's trial. Yeah, that's what she wanted, Pescoli thought, as she shaded her eyes against the lowering sun and watched the helicopter disappear over the craggy summit of the mountain. It would serve the bastard right. Detective Gage returned with the dogs and the bad news that the trail had gone cold, ending up at a lower parking lot for the old lodge where tire tracks led away. The crime scene team would take tire and footprint casts, which were tricky but not impossible in the snow. With snowprint wax sprayed onto the tracks several times and followed by the dental stone impression material, clear casts could be created. Once the impression material hardened, experts would make duplicate prints and study them, trying to figure out the make and imperfections in the tire tread and boot prints. Methodically, experts would go through the painstaking process of finding out who had bought those particular tires in a 100-mile radius of the area and start comparing the tread vehicle by vehicle. It could take weeks, or longer, assuming they were able to get a good, clear print. At that moment, the sheriff's cell phone beeped. "Looks like we got service up here again," he said, and answered, his expression darkening as he listened. "Yeah. Right. Good. Send the chopper up. Use one from the state police if you have to, but check out the area. See if there's any sign of activity. Tracks, smoke from a chimney, noise or exhaust from a generator, any damn thing. Yeah, I know. Get back to me." He hung up and said, "It looks like we might have caught a break. Jillian Rivers' cell phone company called. They got a ping off her phone and pinpointed it to a tower up on Star Ridge." "That's wicked country up there," Watershed said. "Yeah, well, what else is new?" Grayson was already headed back to his Suburban. "The crime scene team can handle this. Let's go." Pescoli didn't waste a second. Finally, it seemed, they'd caught a break. She felt a surge of satisfaction. "We're going to get you, you bastard." Look at them. Police officers crawling over the crime scene like ants on an anthill. Hurrying this way, scurrying that, not having a clue that I'm here in the warmth of the bar, sipping a drink of fine Kentucky whiskey, as I blend in with the rest of the patrons, the men and women who have stopped in for a drink after work, to share conversation, even laughter, and shake off the bitter cold of winter, here in the lower part of the town, in a century-old building overlooking the river. As one, we stare at the old television mounted over the colored bottles glistening in front of the mirror. The bar is glossy wood, reflecting the lights overhead, holding up a half-dozen sets of elbows of men who've come inside after a day's labor. There are women, too, but most of them are seated at the tables near the fire, where real logs are blazing in a massive stone fireplace that was built over 100 years earlier, when miners and loggers in cork boots trod on these old plank floors. From the kitchen, the scents of grilled onions and burgers seep through the open doorway, accompanied by the sizzle of the deep fat fryer. I, like the other customers, am shaking my head at the senseless horror playing out on the screen. "I can't believe it could happen here, right outside Grizzly Falls," one sawmill worker says, while he stares up at the images on the flickering television screen. Some faint Christmas carol can be heard over the buzz of the patrons. What is it? Oh, yeah. God rest ye merry gentlemen. As if that's possible in Grizzly Falls tonight. The guy next to me isn't small. In fact, his belly is so big it swings up to the bar, seemingly independent of him, as he settles onto a stool. Grease shows around his fingernails. Bits of sawdust cling to the long hairs that grow from the back of his neck, hairs that should have been shaved away from his unruly beard. "The world's changed," I say, frowning as if I, too, am aghast at the horror being shown to us via the airwaves. The simpleton thinks I'm agreeing. "This used to be a safe place." "Didn't it?" "No more, I guess. Hey!" Crooking one fat finger, he signals to Nadine, the barkeep. "The usual, Dell?" she asks, sliding a coaster to him and pretending that his ordering her around doesn't bother her. But she slides me a glance. We both know Del Blight is a pig. "Yeah, a bud." She's already got a chilled glass under the spigot of a hidden keg. "This is just so horrible. What kind of monster would leave those women out in the forest?" Nadine asks, and looks at my near-empty shot glass. "Another?" She lifts her gaze a bit, and our eyes hold for the briefest of seconds. I nod, return her smile, pretend I don't really understand what she's offering. "You'd think the sheriff could nail this fucker," Big Belly Blight says, with a knowing nod. He believes if he were sheriff, he'd have the fucker behind bars already. "What the hell do we elect him for?" "Grayson's doing a good job, and they might just catch the guy." Nadine obviously isn't in the mood to take any crap from the likes of Del Blight. "This woman," she hooks her thumb toward the television, "she didn't die." "What?" Every muscle in my body freezes. "Is that so?" I ask, as if I'm really concerned. Nadine must have her information wrong. The woman is dead. Hannah is dead. She has to be. That's what they're saying, Nadine assures both me and Dell. I'd turn up the sound, but, Farley, he likes the volume down so he can enjoy the music. She makes a sour face. It's Christmas, I nod, grinning. But deep down I feel not only fear, but a little spark of anger. Nadine has to be wrong. Dead wrong. Calm down. Take control. I lift my glass to my lips, as if to sip, but instead take a deep breath, tamp down my fear. I heard about the latest victim surviving. A bit ago when I was out back on my break. It was all over the radio, Nadine assures us with the eager anticipation of one imparting fresh gossip. They found 2 women today. One's dead, but this one, the one the news crew located, she's alive, in some kind of coma, but alive. Will she make it? I ask, feigning concern for the stupid bitch who was supposed to expire. What the hell was wrong with her? I left her to succumb to the elements, but obviously Hannah is stronger than she looks. Fool. Damned superior fool. You let your ego get the better of your good sense. Who knows if she'll survive? Nadine touches my hand then, a caress, where her thumb trails down the back of mine. 2 women? They found 2? Holy cripes! Beer-belly Dell shakes his balding head, and the scent of fresh sawdust wafts my way. I don't know how this guy gets off. They say the women haven't been raped, no sexual activity whatsoever. The guy's probably queer. I smile as if I agree. But the man's an idiot. Of course, an imbecile like Del Blight can't understand. His brain is probably the size of a walnut. But still, I'm bothered. Is it possible? Is Hannah alive? Her living would make things difficult. Nah, Ole Olson, the round little guy in the dirty baseball cap sitting next to Dell, pipes up. He ain't no queer. If he was, he'd be hauling men up there and tying 'em up and doing weird shit to 'em. More'n likely he got no balls at all. What do you mean, no balls? Like a woman? Like no balls. He's been neutered. He's one of them... Ole snaps his thick fingers. One of them units. U-nuts? Dell repeats with a snort, then takes a long drink. You mean like U-bolts? I think he means eunuch, I say, then wish I hadn't even opened my mouth. What would these cretins know? What the hell is a fucking eunuch? Dell's face is screwed up like he's just smelled week-old dead fish. That's just it. They can't fuck 'cause they got no balls, Ole says. Enough. Nadine shakes her head as she scoops up a couple of empty glasses and drops them into a sink. Quick as a rattler striking, she slides the tips across the bar with her polished fingernails and stuffs the bills into the pocket of her apron. She glances up at the television screen, where a reporter is standing in front of the local hospital. I hope she survives, she whispers. Who? Ole, true to character, missed a vital part of the earlier conversation. The woman they found in the forest, the one who didn't die. Nadine is starting to get pissed. She's seen that psycho, Ole says, catching on. I feel an unlikely chill. My face was exposed. She knows my touch. Can recognize me. Yep, she'll nail his ass in court, Nadine nods. Stiff, red-blonde hair unmoving. Dell snorts before draining his glass and wiggling the empty as a signal for another. He's got to be caught first, and my money says that Sheriff Numbnuts won't come close. I take a drink to hide my smile. Oh, Grayson will catch him all right. Coming to Grayson's defense, Nadine looks to me for support. I lift a non-committal shoulder that says, maybe, though I think, don't count on it. He will. Nadine is certain as she snaps a clean towel from a stack under the counter. You just wait and see. She swabs the bar with a vengeance. Huh. Not by counting on the likes of crazy Ivor Hicks. Shit, that nutcase found a body and claimed the aliens sent him there, Ole says. That Krypton. He's one smart sergeant, Dell corrects. It's Krytor, moron, and he's a fucking general. Get it right, An orange reptile and a fucking general. They both laugh uproariously. The old man hallucinates, Nadine says quickly, and looks at me, embarrassed. She doesn't like the way the conversation is turned. The crazy old man's a regular, too, when he's not on the wagon. Give Ivor a break, will you? And for God's sake, have some faith in Sheriff Grayson. He's doing a great job. I finish the first drink and wait as she places a fresh glass and coaster in front of me. Great job, my ass. Dell isn't cutting Grayson any breaks. Why hasn't this piece of shit been brought in, huh? How hard could it be to track a killer in the goddamn snow? What the hell are those tracking dogs for? Hell, do you know what it costs for one of them? Shit! Grayson will get the guy, Nadine insists, with a look at me, as if she and I, the two of us, have a secret. As if we co-conspirators realize that Big Belly is an oaf, and we, of far superior intellect, have the good sense to trust Sheriff Dan Grayson. What's he waiting for? Big Belly Dell is staring up at the television, where the cameraman in the chopper zooms in on Grayson's worried, hard face. Grayson's an asshole, a voice from the other side affirms. I went to school with him. He don't know up from damn sideways. Hey, Nadine, how about another? Whiskey sour, is it, Ed? She asks, and flashes him a grin, meant to tease the biggest tip possible from Ed's slim wallet. Nadine knows how to work the crowd. She's flirty and sassy enough to keep the men interested. On the skinny side, smelling of cigarettes, she nonetheless has teeth that always show a brilliant white behind lips always glossed to a fine peach shine. And her blouse is always buttoned low enough to allow the regulars a glimpse of the tops of her breasts. She wears low-cut jeans, with a silvery belt that dangles low and offers just a hint of skin, and the tease of a tattoo peeking above her waistband. Turquoise and pink swirls rise up her backbone, widening visibly before dipping suggestively below the denim and giving a man a hard-on just thinking about what naughty splay of colors might be caressing her buttocks. I hear the men speculate. I think it's a butterfly, one bearded young man once said. No way. It's like some kind of Chinese symbol, his compatriot argued. Another said, I got it on good account that it's hummingbirds, a whole flock of 'em, some peering out from between her butt cheeks. This caused some raucous laughter, but none of the simpletons had the faintest idea of the intricacies that really lay beneath her clothes, that sexy, wild series of waves that undulate around her hips as she slowly undresses. Few have had the privilege of actually seeing her lying naked, butt up, hips tilted, suggesting she wants to rut like a mare in heat, those pink-tinged waves offering a warm, wet sea for me to thrust into. I look at her, and she catches the glance, doesn't say a word. But she knows. I take a long pull from my drink and suck in ice cubes, cracking them between my teeth as I turn my attention back to the television screen, where now the sheriff, hanging up his phone, begins striding away from the crime scene. That's not right. Another mistake. You made another mistake. I won't think of it, but I can feel my nerves tighten as I see the detectives rushing to their vehicles. I zero in on Regan Pescoli, that bitch of a woman. Beautiful and rough, tough as nails, or so she thinks. I feel my eyes narrow upon her as the fantasy unwinds in my mind. Get ready, I think. But her time has not yet come. I have others, one not yet discovered. Or am I wrong? Is that possible? Why are the cops hurrying away from the scene, running to their vehicles, lights on their SUVs flashing red and blue as they peel out of the lot of the old lodge? Where the hell are they going? My heart nearly stops. I crack an ice cube so loudly, Dell slides a glance my way. Jesus, you got jaws of steel or what? I laugh. Course I do, I say, trying to appear calm, attempting to hide my agitation, as on the screen The posse drives away, and deep inside, fear threatens to consume me. I couldn't have erred again. Couldn't have. "See what I mean? A real asshole," Dell says, looking upward at the television. "Grayson's useless." Of course he is. I calm, tamp down my momentary fear. As Burl Ives' voice starts to sing A Holly Jolly Christmas from hidden speakers, my gaze meets Nadine's, and we share a secretive smile. The kind exchanged by secret lovers. Holly jolly my ass. Chapter 19. Jillian had never been so cold in her life. Teeth chattering, mind numb with fear, she struggled to free herself, to slip through the bonds. Her mind was sluggish and dull, but she forced herself to think, to find a way to extricate herself from the rope that held her fast to the tree. The sick smell of ether still clung to her nostrils, and she coughed and spat as her mind began to clear. Vaguely she recalled being attacked as she tried to save the dog, of having a rag held over her nose and mouth as she flailed wildly, fighting for a breath of air, feeling her good leg wobble, and battling the darkness that encroached upon her vision and dragged her under. Then her thoughts were scattered and vague. She remembered nothing clearly, and the memories she did have were dull, mainly sensations. She sensed she was being dragged, that whoever had attacked her was laboring, having trouble breathing, and obviously hadn't planned on having to carry her. But other than that, she remembered little. Shivering, she forced her eyes open. Daylight was fading, shadows lengthening, and she was just so cold. Her skin covered in goosebumps, her flesh feeling as if it were ice. "Help me," the thought stuck in her mind, and she forced the words over her lips. "Help! Oh, please help!" she screamed. But her voice was raw and tight, the sound no louder than a whisper. She blinked and tried to look into the forest, into the encroaching darkness. This, she was certain, was how the others had died, though she remembered little of the details. That information hadn't been big news in Seattle. Oh, God, Seattle. Home. The townhouse with its narrow stairs, small decks, and warm, soft calico cat. Her throat tightened, and tears formed in her eyes. And she thought of Zane McGregor, the man who had saved her from freezing to death in her car. All his efforts wasted. Her throat thickened as she remembered him. Dear Lord, how had she mistrusted him? Why hadn't she gone with her instincts and gotten closer to him, touched him, kissed him? Now she would never get the chance. Now, aside from that chaste brush of his lips against her cheeks, she'd never know his touch. Fool! She nearly sobbed as the tears tracked from her eyes, only to freeze against her skin. Oh, for God's sake, Julian, what are you doing, sniveling and giving up? For the love of God, don't feel sorry for yourself. Do something. Save yourself, honey. Show what you're made of. Grandpa Jim's voice echoed through her brain, though he'd been dead for years, and she doubted, rationally, that his spirit was wandering through the snow-shrouded forests of these hills. "Help!" she yelled with more force, and looked down at the ropes surrounding her. She'd been tied at the waist first, secured against the cedar tree, her wrists lashed in front of her. Then her shoulders and legs had been bound so tightly that the rough fibers of the rope cut deep into her skin, making every movement even more painful. Her ribs still ached, and her damned ankle throbbed. You won't have to worry about that much longer, though, if your body goes numb. Great. Her mind was clearing, the ether wearing off, the urge to spit and cough lessening. Come on, Jillian. Somehow you have to untie the ropes. Work on your wrists, get your hands free. But her fingers were unresponsive, unable to grab the ends of the knots, nor could she reach them with her mouth, as her shoulders were so tightly lashed. She thought about the person who'd brought her here, a strong, determined individual hell-bent on destroying her. Why? And why harm the dog? Gillian's stomach roiled when she thought how Harley, poor innocent pup, had given up his life for her. Why the hell would someone hurt McGregor's dog? Fury spurted through her blood, and if she ever got the chance, she'd beat the living tar out of the person who had done this. Perverted, twisted sicko. Angrier now, her head clearer, Gillian shook her body, trying to force the shoulder lashings lower so she could dip her head, but, try as she might, she managed only to chafe her already raw skin. It was useless. "So you're just going to give up? Freeze to death without a fight?" Her grandfather's voice mocked her, and she thought of the tough old man who had been so kind and loving. God, she missed him. And now, facing death, she missed her crazy busybody of a mother, and even her supercilious sister. Dusty could be such a pain in the neck, but she was still her damned sister. And then there was Mason, her ex. Had he lured her to this part of Montana, taunting her with information about Aaron, with pictures of her first husband? Pictures that somehow jogged an obscure recollection? Mason had accused her of still loving her first husband, even long after they were married. Her mental infidelity, as Mason had called it, had been a major crack in the foundation of their marriage, and she'd never been able to convince him that she was over Aaron, that though his body had never been found, she'd buried him and his memory forever. Had it been a lie? Trembling with the cold, she didn't know the answer to her feelings for her supposedly dead husband, but she saw no reason for Mason to bring it all up now. He'd remarried, had claimed to be happy, was getting on with his life. So why would he now, long after they were divorced, try to draw her back to Montana, shoot out her tire, and leave her here for dead? That just doesn't make sense. But then, nothing did. Again she began to cry, and again she sniffed back the stupid tears. Setting her back teeth down hard, she struggled again, then heard the sound of someone running, hard. She looked up, half expecting her tormentor to reappear. Instead, racing wildly through the trees, was Zane McGregor. Her heart soared at the sight of him, wearing nothing but a sweater and jeans. He carried a rifle in one hand, and didn't falter one step as he broke from the woods to the clearing and the solitary tree to which she was bound. "Gillian! Oh, God!" He covered the snow-crusted ground in an instant. Her voice squeaked, and tears rained from her eyes. "What the hell happened?" he asked, but was already reaching into his pocket, withdrawing a jackknife and sawing through the thick rope. "Who did this?" "I don't know. I didn't see him." "Son of a bitch," he muttered, a muscle in his jaw jumping. "Sick bastard." The ropes around her shoulders gave way, and she sank against him as he sliced through the cords binding her wrists. "Are you all right?" "Yes." He gave her an impassioned look that turned her insides to liquid. Then he cut through the ropes that held her hips to the tree, stripped off his sweater, and forced it over her head. Her arms were lost in its sleeves, the hem barely covering her buttocks. "I'm getting you out of here." She was still fighting tears of relief that seemed hell-bent to track from her eyes, though she cleared her throat and refused, absolutely refused, to allow herself to sob. "How?" "I'll carry you." "Oh, no, you can't." "Watch me." With one arm he lifted her off her feet, and she sucked in her breath as pain shot through her ribs. "Sorry," he started to apologize. "I didn't mean to—" She kissed him, without hesitation, pressing her frozen mouth to his and wrapping her arms around his neck. His lips were warm and hard, the arms around her tightening as he kissed her back, eagerly, hungrily. It felt so good to let go and kiss him. Despite the bruises on her body, the emotional horror she'd been through, the harrowing near-death experience, she reveled in his touch, in the feeling of being alive again. His fingers were strong and supple, their warmth permeating the oversized sweater, and in her mind's eye she saw herself making love to him. Soon. She would be lying across his bed, the fire crackling on the hearth, desire pounding through her brain as need coursed through her bloodstream. She envisioned him as he came to her, his skin taut over hard muscles, his pupils dilated with the night, his hands and mouth insistent as he loved her. Even now she felt it, that need to connect, the desire to lose herself completely to this man whom she barely knew, the stranger who had saved her twice. She moaned when his tongue slipped between her teeth. Her fingers tangled in his hair as she held his face fast to hers, her mouth opening for him, her entire body trembling, more from desire than the cold. And yet they were alone in the forest, only the snow-crusted pines and hemlocks as tall sentinels. Dear God, she wanted him. As crazy as it was, as cold as she was, as frightened as she wanted him. He shifted a bit, breaking the kiss. "I have to get you to a hospital," he said, his voice husky. "McGregor, Shh!" She just clung to him, burying her face in his neck, and believing for the first time since she woke up, naked and bound to the tree, that she might actually live. And then she remembered. "The dog!" "Oh, God," she whispered, her heart tearing at the image in her mind, a picture of Harley lying in the snow, blood crusting on his mottled fur. "Harley, he—" "I know," McGregor said quickly, the corners of his mouth hard and set. "I found him." Tears welled in her eyes. "Is he—" "Still alive, or at least he was half an hour ago." He looked at the tree again and hitched his chin toward a marking hewn from the bark. It was smaller than a man's palm, and positioned around 6 feet from the ground, obviously having been whittled over her head while she was tied to the tree. "What the hell is that?" "I don't know." "A star?" His eyebrows slammed together and worry clouded his eyes. Somewhere from the surrounding forest, an owl let out its lonely call. Gillian, still clinging to McGregor, felt the tiniest breath of wind play against the back of her neck. Why would anyone cut a star or any kind of symbol into the trunk of that tree? "It's a calling card. Whoever tied you up wanted the world to know that it's his handiwork." "Sweet Jesus," she whispered, as the realization that she was in the hands of a demented killer suddenly hit home. "It's fresh. He did it today, after binding you to the tree." "I don't know. I don't remember." She stared at the crude symbol, and though the day was still bright, the snow blindingly white in the sunlight, she felt a darkness hidden in the trees, an evil concealed but present in the icy forest. "You have slivers in your hair." He pulled a bit of wood out, and she nearly threw up. The thought of the monster working over her as she was slumped against the ropes, of him taking the time to carve out a symbol as she was helpless, drugged and naked, made her sick. A man who would go to so much trouble wouldn't give up. McGregor must have felt it too, the danger that lay in the surrounding thickets. His features hardened, and his gaze scoured the surrounding woodland. "Let's get out of here," he said. He carried her to a stump, where he set her on her good foot, then turned so that his back was to her. "Wrap your legs around my waist and hold on to my neck." "You can't carry me like—" He stared at her so hard her thought dissipated, and she let her voice trail off. "I was in the war, Gillian. I've packed out soldiers, and they were a hell of a lot heavier than you. It was the desert, 100 degrees, and I had a lot of equipment. You, here? A piece of cake." "Yeah, right," she said, but didn't argue. She thought about the fact that she was naked from the hips down, and though she felt a flush of embarrassment, his stare convinced her that they had no choice. "I should try to walk." "You should climb the hell on my back so we can get out of here now," he said, "before whoever did this to you decides to come back." "Come back? No," she said. "Seems pretty determined to me." She didn't want to believe it, couldn't let herself think that the monster who had debased her and left her to suffer and die in the wilderness would still be stalking her. But she stared at the forest with new eyes, with a new fear. What if, even now, the psycho was watching them through binoculars or sighting her through a rifle? Her throat went dry, and fear, cold as the air surrounding them, burrowed deep into her heart. But who would be doing this to her? trying to kill her, but doing it slowly, ritualistically. Is this being tied to a tree and left, the way the serial killer does it? After he shoots out the tires of their cars, I think so. At least I read of a couple of women it happened to, but that was before the last spate of storms knocked out all the phone lines and electricity. You think me and the other women were targeted for a reason? I'd bet on it. She studied the horizon, searching for a dark figure lurking on the ridge, a sparkle of reflection off field glasses or a rifle sight. Was someone even now aiming at the back of her head or the spot between her shoulder blades? So we'd better not go back to the cabin. He was thinking aloud as he walked into the forest from the clearing. Why not? He could be waiting for us. He thinks I'm dead. Does he? McGregor wasn't convinced. What makes you so sure that he isn't watching us now? The fact that we're still alive. He's got 2 guns that we know of, the one he used on Harley and the one you left for me, which he took. If he was still around, he would have picked you off before you cut me loose. But if he figures out you didn't die, he'll be back, McGregor said, breathing with some difficulty. When he couldn't get you in the wrecked car, he tracked you down. How? Good question. But whoever this guy is, he's damn determined. He cast a glance over his shoulder. Are you still betting on your ex? Not if this guy's a serial killer. He shifted her again, and she tried not to think about her bare thighs surrounding his waist, the way she jostled against him. It was all too bizarre, like something out of a weird, disjointed dream. The frigid cold, being half-dressed and carried, a killer potentially watching them after having tied her to a tree. Not Mason, she said at length. It doesn't make sense. Not the serial killer type? No. Mason Rivers was a lot of things, some of them not good. He was greedy and a cheat, an attorney who could bend the rules to his way of thinking, but a cold-blooded murderer? No way. Hold on. He hiked her body up higher, and she bit back the urge to cry out. Walking briskly, trudging through the knee-deep snow, and beginning to sweat despite the frigid temperature, McGregor said, Tell you what, I'll leave you near the cabin, then check it out. If it's safe, I'll carry you there, and then I'll get Harley. Her heart twisted at the thought of the dog. I'm so sorry. Don't write him off yet. He's tougher than he looks. But she didn't believe it. The dog had been shot so badly he couldn't move, then had been cruelly left to bleed and die in the snow. That twisted son of a bitch, she whispered, her fingers curling into fists. Tell me what happened. McGregor was breathing hard now, sweat trickling down his neck as he trudged on. I could try to walk. I'm okay, but just tell me what happened, he said tersely. How you ended up tied to the tree without a stitch on. Okay. As he hauled her down a short hill and across a frozen stream, Gillian began with her fears. How she'd been waiting for McGregor at the cabin as the hours had passed. How she'd worried that he wasn't returning, that something had happened to him. How she'd let the dog out to relieve himself before realizing she'd made a mistake. I was watching him, and then Harley took off. I followed, but with my damned ankle and using a crutch, there was no way I could keep up with him. He took off through a thicket, and I followed, and then... Oh, God, I heard a gunshot, and this horrible, painful yelp. It was awful, she said, replaying the horrible scene in her mind. I found him, and he was just lying in the snow. Oh, dear God, it was so awful, she whispered, her teeth chattering. And you didn't see the guy? McGregor said, trudging onward, through the play of sunlight and shadow, and heading, she assumed, toward the cabin. I don't remember anything after coming upon the dog. I don't know what happened to my clothes or my crutch or the rifle. He jumped me from behind, put a rag soaked in something, I think maybe ether, over my face. The next thing I knew, I woke up naked and tied to the tree. Where did the bastard go? I don't know, she said. As I said, I was out. She shuddered, and he held her closer. His body warmth seeping through the T-shirt he still wore and the bulky sweater covering her body. Did you recognize anything about him? I didn't see him, and that was the God's honest truth. He jumped her from behind, and a noise caught her attention. "What's that?" she asked, looking up through the ice-laden canopy of naked branches just as she recognized the whomp-whomp-whomp of a helicopter's rotor whirring in the distance. "Maybe help," he said, looking up, squinting into the heavens. His lips tightened a fraction, just as a rescue copter appeared over the sharp crest of the surrounding mountains. "Oh, God, you're right!" Her heart soared, and her throat closed. "Rescue! Finally!" Still holding her with one arm, Zane waved frantically, trying to get the pilot's attention. "What did I tell you?" he said with more than a touch of irony. "The cavalry is finally on its way." McGregor sat in the uncomfortable chair in the interrogation room, and, while the two investigators peppered him with questions, stared at the large one-way mirror through which he knew the sheriff, district attorney, and probably a host of other cops were watching his reactions. He could invoke his right to a lawyer. Hell, they were expecting it as they videotaped the interview, but he had nothing to hide. He picked his way through the minefield of questions, answering honestly but not giving up any extra information in the cinder-block room, where the acrid scent of ammonia couldn't quite hide the smells of body odor, vomit, and desperation. Fluorescent tubes offered a buzzing, jittery light. Mounted in one corner was a camera, its lens focused on the small table where a half-filled ashtray sat in one corner, and a thick manila file with notes jotted across it and papers stuffed inside lay like a coiled snake, silent and deadly, ready to strike in a split second. "So you expect us to believe that in the middle of one of the worst blizzards in the last decade, you just came across Gillian Rivers' car and saved her?" the taller detective, Pescoli, asked. Her eyebrows were raised in wonder, her expression total disbelief. "I heard the sound of the rifle report," he said again. "That's why I found her. And there was a break in the weather, a small one, but a break." The other detective, a quieter, calmer woman, with shiny black hair knotted at the base of her neck, and eyes that were an intense, unreadable brown, was listening. Something in her demeanor suggested that she believed him, or that at least enough of his rendition of the events was believable to have her doubt him as a suspect. He told them the entire story. Once the helicopter had rescued Gillian, and he too had been hauled into the chopper, he'd been handcuffed and brought to the sheriff's department, while Gillian was taken to a hospital. Here, in this dull, windowless room with its flat gray walls and cement floor, he'd been offered a folding chair at a simple table, and the cuffs had been removed, as he'd given his statement. At first he'd been spitting mad, demanding his freedom, insisting that someone find his dog, cursing the fact that no one seemed to believe that he'd actually saved Gillian Rivers, rather than tried to harm her. But this woman, Alvarez, had told him they'd found his dog alive, and she was beginning to buy into some of what he was telling her. It had been hours since the helicopter had touched down, a long time since he'd been hauled in here and they'd begun interrogating him. The room was cold, but he'd been given another one of his shirts, one brought from his cabin, which he knew had been turned inside out while the detectives had looked for evidence, clues that he'd been involved not only in Gillian Rivers' abduction, but the murders of several other women. Pictures of corpses had been laid on the table in front of him, photos of battered, dead women, all of whom had been lashed to trees and left in the elements to die. "You've never met any of these women before?" he was asked for about the 20th time. "No." "You don't recognize them?" "No." He held Pescoli's gaze. "I've never seen any of them before in my life." Pissed, she walked away from him and rotated her neck a bit, as if she too were weary of this discussion that was going nowhere. "You have a record," she said, leaning against the wall and crossing her arms under her chest. "That's right." "And we're not talking about speeding tickets. You killed a man in Denver, did time." McGregor didn't say anything. Didn't have to. They had his file. Knew all about the charges. "So you're not a stranger to murder?" It wasn't a question. He didn't rise to the bait. The charge had been manslaughter. Big difference. They both knew it. He wondered what time it was, but resisted the urge to check his watch. They'd been at it long enough that he'd told them not only how he'd found Gillian, but what had transpired in the ensuing days. He figured everything he told them would be confirmed by his cabin or by Gillian herself. He'd already asked about her, and they'd responded with, "She's at the hospital under a doctor's care," but wouldn't give him any other information. The same was true of Harley. "He's alive. A vet is examining him," was all he got. "You have books on astrology and astronomy," Alvarez said. Again a statement. "And you're a guide. Know the area," Pescoli added, double-teaming him. "You've led expeditions to Cougar Pass?" "Yes." "And you fished in September Creek?" "Of course." "Know about Broken Pine Lodge?" she said, leaning closer, near enough that he smelled the faint scent of perfume laced with cigarette smoke. "I'm a guide. I know the area." "Including all the places the bodies and cars were found." She'd pulled a map from the file on the edge of the desk. Upon the familiar topography were red marks that he assumed were the areas in which they found the bodies and the cars. "You've been to all of these places, right?" She pointed out the marked areas. "At one time or another, yes, but not recently." They kept at it, asking him what he'd done this winter, specifically centering on the dates around the 20th of each month. They asked what he could tell them about the significance of the stars carved into the boles of the trees, and then they showed him copies of notes on white paper, notes with letters that meant nothing to him, other than they seemed to progress. With each new victim, new letters. The initials of the dead woman were inserted. "So you're asking us to believe that you're not the star-crossed killer? That's what the press has dubbed you." "Ask Gillian Rivers," he suggested. "We have. And you know what? She's not exactly backing you up." He didn't flinch. Didn't believe this hard-nosed detective with her narrowed eyes. "In fact, she said there were times when you were gone for hours. Hours." She closed the gap between herself and the table and pointed to the pictures of the dead women. "Enough time to get to your lair and prod your victim to her doom." "My lair?" he repeated. "Are you kidding? Lair?" "A cave, or another cabin, maybe something like the old abandoned lodge, a mining shed, some place where you keep them." She was fishing. Didn't have a case, and she knew it, all the while, hoping he'd get mad enough to blurt out some piece of critical information to lock him to the murders. "So are you going to arrest me or what?" he asked, finally, tired of the game. He was exhausted, mentally fatigued, and his bullshit meter hovered well over full. He'd said what he had to say. "We're holding you." He knew the law, knew this was within their rights. "Okay, but I'm done answering questions. I've given you my statement, so anything else you want to ask me will be with my attorney present. Garrett Wilkes in Missoula. Give him a call." He stood then, half expecting the bigger woman to order him back into his chair, but she didn't. She looked as tired as he felt, and if she was any cop at all, she'd already figured out he was innocent. "I want to see my dog and talk to Gillian." Pescoli was having none of it. "Can't do it." "Sure you can. As soon as you give up all this bad cop act." Pescoli's eyes flashed. "I'll see what I can do," Alvarez said, stepping in before her partner did anything they'd both regret. She fished her handcuffs from her back pocket. "For now, though, Mr. McGregor, you're going to have to spend the rest of the night in a holding cell. Compliments of Pinewood County." Chapter 20. "I don't care what the doctor says. I need to be released, and I need to be released now," Gillian insisted, until a nurse shut her up by stuffing a thermometer under her tongue. Lying in the hospital bed, hooked up to an IV, nearly gagging on the damned thermometer, she plotted her escape. It was only a matter of going against her doctor's orders, and as far as she was concerned, she needed to get out, now. She'd never been one to sit idle, and lying around in a hospital bed was worse. The television was tuned into some sitcom that should have died a death 3 seasons earlier, and there was noise from the outer hallway. The nurse's hub was just outside her door, and conversation, along with the rattle of carts and whisper of footsteps, seeped in through her cracked door. Her room was small but private, with a large window overlooking a nearly empty parking lot that had been plowed of snow. Security lights offered a smoky blue glow, and a few flakes were falling again, reminding Jillian how cold she'd been, how she'd nearly died from exposure, and that she was lucky to be in a warm, lighted room in a clean bed. If not for McGregor, she could very easily be dead or dying in the frigid night. She shivered inwardly at the thought, and decided she should be a little grateful instead of bitchy. With a ping, the thermometer indicated it had found her internal temperature. The nurse, a heavy woman of around 50, was holding the base of the electronic thermometer and wasn't paying too much attention to any of Jillian's complaints. She recorded the temperature, removed the probe, and, with the dexterity born of years of service, shot the plastic sleeve off the probe and into a waiting trash can. 98.9, she said without much enthusiasm. In fact, Nurse Claire Patterson seemed a little ragged around the edges, as if she'd been pulling a double shift. A trace of lipstick had faded, and if she'd been wearing any makeup, it had rubbed off to show a reddish mask of rosacea. Not even 99, Jillian pointed out as Nurse Claire tightened the blood pressure cuff over her arm. Not elevated enough to keep me. I'll see what the doctor says, but he wanted you overnight for observation. Her eyes didn't move from the dial on the cuff. I don't need observation. Her chest and ankle had been x-rayed, and she'd lucked out and was suffering only a sprained ankle, which a doctor had taped, not even placed in a cast. Her ribs turned out to be bruised. Miraculously, she'd suffered no fractures or broken bones, just as McGregor had predicted. Good. Her ribs still hurt like hell, though, but if she were given a prescription for pain medication, she saw no reason she needed to be kept a prisoner in this small, rural hospital. BP's 110/75, normal, the nurse said with a nod of her head as she read Jillian's blood pressure. Good. She marked the chart again. I think the police want to talk to you. I already spoke with them. Nurse Claire stopped to take her pulse, was satisfied with the count, and wrote the information down. Then she looked up, and her expression was kinder than it had been. I know, but they want to interview you again. As if Jillian were lying. Why didn't they believe her? Why did they treat McGregor like a criminal? I already told them everything I know, she argued. Her vow to not let her anger get the better of her tongue, quickly forgotten. The police had questioned her in the helicopter, and when she'd first arrived at the hospital, but her doctor had intervened. I'm sure you did. Claire's gaze touched Jillian's. I'll talk to Dr. Haas and see what I can do about getting you released, but I doubt he'll agree. Terrific, Jillian thought as she watched the nurse head to the door. She grabbed the television remote from the tray next to her bed and muted a commercial for home-baked pizza. Home. How long had it been since she had curled up in her favorite overstuffed chair, absently petting Marilyn while eating popcorn and watching some schmaltzy old movie. She'd already called her mother, and Linny had cried on the telephone. I knew they'd found you. They called earlier, but, oh, Jillian, I was so afraid that I'd lost you forever, that you'd been abducted by that crazed madman and I would never see you, hear your voice again. Her mother had started sobbing, and tears had tracked from Jillian's eyes as well. I'm okay. But what you've gone through with that madman— Oh, no, Mom, you've got it all wrong. I was safe most of the time. She'd spent nearly half an hour trying to convince her mother that Zane McGregor was not the killer. When Linny had asked about who had abducted her and left her in the forest, Jillian had told her mother exactly what she'd told the police, that she had no idea who had tried to murder her. Linny hadn't been convinced, but her sobs had stopped abruptly. I'll take the next flight to Missoula and rent a car and— No, Mom, Jillian had cut her off. I'll be home in a day or two, and I'll call you with a new cell phone number. But after your ordeal, I'm fine. The doctors are treating me, and there's nothing broken, and I'll be able to drive home as soon as the roads are clear. You're injured. I should be with you. And then Jillian had understood. Her mother wanted not only to help her, but also to share in some of the bizarre limelight of the case. Already reporters had tried to call her room. I'm okay, Mom, really. Don't come. Just call Dusty and tell her I'm fine. And anyone else who asks. Well, of course. Linny was never more in her element than when she had a task to complete. "And what about the newspapers and the television reporters here? I've already had a call." "Really?" Jillian was floored. "How did they find out about me?" "I've no idea." "Tell you what, Mom, you handle them, okay? Can you do that?" "Of course." "Great, that would be good. And I've got another favor." "Shoot," her mother said eagerly. "Would you call Emily Hardy and explain, then pick up my cat and take care of her until I get back?" "Oh, of course, honey. Consider it done." Linny loved nothing better than having a mission. "Thanks, Mom. I'll call you in a while, once I get a cell phone. Then I'll let you know when I'll be back. If you're sure you don't need me, I'm fine. But I need you to handle these things for me." She gave her mother the number of the hospital. "I'm in 323. "Got it," her mother said. "Thanks. I'll call soon." "Thank God you're okay. And don't worry about the press. I'll handle them." "I bet." "I had planned to visit your sister for the holidays," she'd said. "Why don't you join us? I can board the cat, and you could meet me there." "I don't think so. Isn't Christmas in, 3 days? Jillian couldn't imagine spending time with her sister's family in San Diego. She loved her nieces. They were both pistols and gave Dusty a run for her money, but she didn't doubt for a second that her older sister would be uptight about making Christmas perfect, and in doing so ruining all the fun of the holidays. Not to mention Drew the Drip. God, he was a bore. A tall, good-looking man who worked 60 hours a week. In his spare time he played golf, smoked cigars with the boys, and talked forever about the stock market. He could drive Jillian up the wall. He'd been pressuring Dusty into getting pregnant again in hopes of fathering a son. Yeah, Christmas with the Bellamys sounded like a blast. Jillian had decided to pass. "Yes, I'm leaving on the 24th. I'll figure out something for your cat. Emily might keep her longer." "I'll check," Linny said with relief. "Okay. Give Reese and Carrie my love. Tell them Aunt Jilly hopes to see them soon." "Of course. And, as I said, I'll take care of the reporters. Don't you worry about a thing. We'll celebrate when we both get home, after the New Year. I'll throw a party. Oh, don't, please." She thought of one of Linny's overdone gala events and shuddered. Too much to think about. "Whatever you want," Linny said, her tone a little wounded. Jillian wasn't going to pick up the guilt card her mother was playing. She loved her mother, yes, but there was no denying the woman was a piece of work. Instead, she wrapped up the conversation and plotted how to get herself free of the hospital. She didn't have time to loll around. Someone seemed hell-bent on killing her, and her savior, Zane McGregor, was locked up. They'd strapped him into handcuffs, for God's sake. Her car was wrecked, her cell phone was confiscated, and someone was trying to convince her that her first husband was still alive. Scratching at her wrist, where the tape from the IV was pulling, she tried to think about the future, what she would do when she was released. In the past 10 days, her life had changed irrevocably. She still didn't know if Aaron was alive or not. She had no idea who had tried to kill her, and then there was Zane McGregor, whom she ridiculously felt she was falling for. Falling for? You barely know the man. The police think he might be involved in your abduction. 10 days trapped in a cabin does not a love story make. This is crazy. It has to be the Vicodin talking. But the truth was, ever since she'd been rescued by the police, her thoughts had been with McGregor and his dog, one being interviewed by the local cops, the other under a veterinarian's care. At least Harley had survived the gunshot, one of the few bits of good news from today. She edged toward the precipice of the bed, trying to see into the corridor. The door to her room was ajar, and over the rustle of footsteps and ding of an elevator, she heard bits of disjointed conversations. One high-pitched voice was worried about a patient in room 314, afraid that the antibiotics wouldn't halt his pneumonia. She was wondering where the hell the doctor was. Another voice, a male voice, was talking on the phone, trying to give someone on the other end information about dosages of medications. A third was gossiping, and Jillian had to set her jaw, as she was the subject of the conversation.
"Just like the others, I guess. Not a stitch on and tied to a tree. Can you believe it?"
The response was muted. Gillian couldn't catch it.
"I know. It's beyond weird to think a serial killer is around, like here in Grizzly Falls. Why here? I keep telling Jason it's the middle of nowhere. So who would think a psycho would end up here? What? Oh, I don't think so. Someone we know? God, wouldn't that be the creepiest? I mean, we've got our share of village idiots. Oh, that's not PC. I mean, we've got more than our share of local color. What with Ivor Hicks thinking he was abducted by aliens. Abducted, and he still gets orders from them, the other woman said. And Gillian recognized Nurse Claire's nasal tone. Don't forget Grace Perchant, who found one of the cars. She's the gal who's always seeing ghosts. Spirits, like she's got a direct line to the ghost world. Oh, sure. If you ask me, that Grace is already in another world. They chuckled together as a phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Great, Gillian thought, more anxious than ever to get out of the hospital. She'd been in her room only a few hours, but already the four walls were beginning to close in on her. She tried to convince herself she should stay. A voice in her head reminded her of the fact that she wasn't 100% yet. What's wrong with letting someone else take care of you? Why can't you relax, sleep in a warm bed, let the doctors and nurses monitor your injuries? Then you can pull yourself together, think about leaving in the morning, or even later, after you've slept and eaten breakfast, had a shower and put everything into perspective. Then you can figure out what you're going to do. So far, her care here at Pinewood General had been good. She'd been served a dinner of broiled chicken, green beans, some kind of squash, a dinner roll, and a cup of fruited jello. Not exactly five-star restaurant fare, but not bad. And an aide had bathed her with warm rags that had felt like heaven, though she still couldn't wait for a long, hot shower. So what's the rush? Are you going to start looking for Aaron again? Or are you going back to Seattle? Closing her eyes, she couldn't decide. And then there was McGregor. She couldn't just leave him, or Harley. Dear Lord, she was a mental case. What about the police? You're not done with them yet. She groaned at the thought of another interview. The last thing she wanted to do was talk to the police again. She'd already given her statements and suffered through an interview with not only 2 female detectives, but also a team of agents from the FBI, all of whom seemed to think that she was a victim and that Zane McGregor was the twisted sicko who had been terrorizing this area of the Bitterroot Mountains. Gillian knew better now. Ever since he'd cut her away from that solitary cedar tree and carried her to safety, she'd trusted him. Zane McGregor meant her no harm. And now, from what she understood, he was in jail, trying to explain himself. Her conversations with the police had been tedious and tense. First, she'd undergone questioning from the 2 female detectives from the Pinewood Sheriff's Department, Regan Pescoli and her partner, the quieter Selena Alvarez. That interview had been before a fun Q&A with the FBI. It seemed that everyone associated with the police wanted to hang McGregor for the recent spate of killings. They clearly wanted answers, a solution, and they were hell-bent on pinning the blame on someone like McGregor. Gillian had made it clear that she wasn't buying into any of their theories against the man she insisted had saved her. The cops had been irritated with her, that she had been more concerned with Zane McGregor's fate and his dog's health than she was about trying to nail him as a serial killer. That's ridiculous, she'd told them, unable to hide her anger, as Alvarez had taken notes and taped the conversation on a small recorder. Petite, with sharp features and hair black enough to shine blue under the fluorescent lights, she seemed the more serious, less explosive of the 2. The taller detective, Pescoli, had stood near the doorway, as if giving herself and Gillian a little space. Tanned and slightly freckled, though it was the dead of winter, she'd obviously spent lots of time outdoors, but under the fluorescent glow of the hospital lights, Pescoli had appeared dead on her feet, dark smudges showing under her eyes, curly red-brown hair surrounding an angular, uncompromising face. She seemed intense, driven, angry. McGregor didn't try to hurt me, Gillian argued. He saved me, for God's sake. You saw him carrying me away from the tree where I'd been tied and left. If it weren't for Zane McGregor, I'd be dead." The cops were unmoved. "But if you didn't see your attacker, how do you know it wasn't him?" Pescoli had folded her arms over her chest, almost defying Jillian to lie to her. "I just know," she asserted. "I got the sense that the person who jumped me from behind wasn't as tall as McGregor, or as heavy." Alvarez had stepped in. "But you really didn't catch a glimpse of his face or any identifying marks?" "No." "Did you see his hands?" "I saw nothing, just black gloves. I felt the weight of him as he forced me to the ground. He pressed a rag over my face, and I fought, but couldn't push him off. I passed out." Pescoli nodded. "But it's true that McGregor had been gone for several hours, right? You didn't really know where he was." "He left me with a rifle. Not a move I'd expect if he were just going to kill me." They didn't respond. Jillian added, "He damned well didn't shoot his own pet." Calmly, Pescoli said, "He's done time for murder." "Manslaughter," Jillian corrected, irritated beyond belief. This was nuts. "He told me all about it." "Did he?" Pescoli hadn't bothered to hide her skepticism as she walked closer to stand near the side of Jillian's elevated bed. "All you heard was his side." "True, and I believe him." She'd met the bigger cop's stare. "I want to see him." "He's in custody," Pescoli said. "For what?" "My God, didn't I just tell you? The man saved my life." Jillian had understood why they'd considered McGregor a suspect, but to actually hear the words from the detectives made it so much more real, so much more painful. The softer-spoken detective, Alvarez, suggested, "Why don't you just tell us what happened from the beginning? Why were you in Montana in the first place? You're from Seattle, right?" So Jillian told them everything she could remember, from the time in Seattle when she'd received the phone calls from an anonymous caller about Aaron to when she received the pictures of the man who was supposed to be her dead husband. She explained what she remembered of her car accident and the rescue, then of waking up in Zane McGregor's cabin. She didn't hold back. She was convinced that McGregor had saved her life. She believed she'd seen someone else lurking in the trees on the day of the accident, and later McGregor had found evidence that someone had been watching the cabin. McGregor had not only offered her a loaded rifle, but he'd also left her with a dog to guard her. Pescoli and Alvarez interrupted her a few times, but for the most part they listened as she explained that Zane McGregor had been as desperate as she to find a way out of the cabin and into town. He'd been worried about her, had wanted to get her to a doctor. She had been convinced the truth would only help McGregor, but she'd been wrong. After the interview, she realized that the more she tried to assure Pescoli and Alvarez that Zane McGregor was innocent, the less they had believed her, which was downright infuriating. The good news, if there was any, was that they'd brought her things to her. The suitcase with her clothes, as well as her purse with her wallet, ID, and credit cards. They were still processing her bags, whatever that meant. The only item missing was her cell phone, which Alvarez had explained they wanted to hold on to for a day or so. It bugged the hell out of Julian not to have the phone. In the cell's memory were stored all of the phone numbers of her friends, family, and business associates, as well as text and voice messages she'd saved. Assured that they would release the cell phone as soon as possible, they'd asked a few more questions and thanked her, as if to end the interview. Alvarez had clicked off the recorder, and Pescoli was one step from the door. "Wait a minute," Jillian had called, and both women stopped in their tracks. "I just want to say again that Zane McGregor never did anything that would indicate he wanted me dead, and he had ample opportunity. I was unconscious, unable to walk on my own, nearly immobile with my bruised ribs. If he wanted me dead, believe me, I would be." The cops didn't say a word, and she couldn't help but add, "I know you've got a serious problem on your hands with this serial killer. You have to find him, but keep looking. You've got the wrong man." Alvarez met her gaze. "We are checking into all possibilities, Miss Rivers. McGregor is only one person of interest." "But I told you," she started. then read something she didn't like in the smaller woman's eyes. Though she had been trying to hide it, Detective Selena Alvarez, the one detective she'd trusted, hadn't believed her story. Or at least, not all of it. "Oh, my God," Jillian had whispered aghast. You think what? That I'm lying? Or that I'm confused? Or that I've fallen for my abductor?" Her heart sank as the two women stood in front of the doorway, blocking her view of the nurse's station. "Right now, Miss Rivers," Pescoli said, "we're not sure what to think. I'm telling you, it's not McGregor." "Duly noted. Thanks." Pescoli, obviously irritated, stepped out of the room. "We might have more questions later," Alvarez said, and took the time to return to Jillian's bedside. "If you think of anything else, or have questions of your own, please call." She left her card on the table near Jillian's water glass. "This," she added, tapping the card with a slim finger, "has my direct line at the sheriff's office, as well as my cell. Thanks again." And then she left, walking briskly to catch up with her partner. Jillian had picked up the card and slipped it into her wallet. She'd thought she'd been finished with questions, but she'd been wrong. Within the next hour, the FBI had sent agents Halden and Chandler to double-team Jillian one more time, as if she'd remember something new. They'd gone over the same information, but were a little more reserved and held back their emotions better than the local cops had. Not that Jillian had liked them much better. Stephanie Chandler, tall, blonde, and athletic, without so much of a hint of a smile in her blue eyes, had led the interview, while her partner, with his slight southern drawl and easy smile, had come up with a few questions of his own. Of the two, Craig Halden had seemed vastly more relaxed and approachable, but Jillian had suspected the good-old-boy charm was an act, and she was damn tired of answering questions. "Okay," she'd finally said, her eyes focused on Chandler. "I've already said everything I know to Detectives Pescoli and Alvarez. You can check with them. It's all on tape." She shifted in the bed, her IV tugging on her wrist, the bedclothes starting to wrinkle. Halden, as if he agreed with her, had nodded thoughtfully. He'd offered the kind of aw-shucks grin meant to put her at ease. The country boy's smile had only had the opposite effect, and ratcheted up her anxiety level. "Yeah," he said, "we know. This is just routine." "I wouldn't think there's anything routine about a serial killer investigation," Jillian countered, and for the first time saw a twitch in his partner's arched eyebrows. Despite her cool facade, Stephanie Chandler was an intelligent woman who didn't miss a trick. Which wasn't surprising. The woman was an FBI agent, after all. So Jillian had felt a little outgunned and unnerved. In the span of her lifetime, Jillian had never considered the police the enemy. Sure, she worried about speeding tickets whenever she was being followed by a police cruiser, but her uncle had been an Oregon State police officer, and one of her cousins was with the Reno, Nevada Police Department. Aside from a few drinks before she was 21, experimenting with pot a total of twice, and inadvertently running a red light or pushing the pedal to the metal on the freeway, Jillian had never broken the law. The only time she'd had the slightest inclination to think the authorities might not be looking out for her best interests had been in Suriname, when Aaron had gone missing. Maybe it had been the language barrier, or a natural distrust of foreign police, fostered by the news and movies, or her own prejudices. Whatever the reason, Jillian had doubted that the men in power in that remote area of the jungle were on the up and up. "The thing is," Jillian told the federal agents, "the only reason I was in Montana in the first place was because of the pictures I was sent, the phone calls I received, all indicating that my first husband, Aaron Caruso, was alive." "Caruso, as in Robinson Crusoe?" "Spelled differently," Chandler said. So they had already checked. "You've looked into it?" Jillian said. Chandler nodded. "When your car was located, we started searching for you. And digging into my personal life." Chandler didn't crack a smile. "We wanted to find you," Halden said, "but we just found the photographs at the cabin today. We'll analyze them." "I'll get them back?" "Eventually. I need them." Chandler nodded again. So do we. Now, tell us, who do you think called you?" "I don't know." "You didn't recognize the voice?" "No, it was a whisper, and caller ID didn't come up with a name or number." She looked from one agent to the other. "And I don't know who sent me the pictures. The postmark on the envelope was Missoula, so I was going to confront my ex-husband, as he lives there." "Mason Rivers?" "Yes, he's an attorney. Excuse me, a partner in the law firm of Olson, Nye and Rivers," she'd said, but had the feeling they already knew this information as well. "We were divorced 2 years ago." "When was the last time you saw him?" Halden asked. "Just a few days after the divorce was final. We exchanged the final things we had of each other's. It was all very civil." "And since then?" "Nothing. I wasn't invited to the wedding." Jillian felt a twisted smile curve her lips. "Charisse, that's Mason's new wife. She's not a big fan." "Of yours?" "Of any woman Mason remotely showed an interest in. That goes double for ex-wives." Halden chuckled, but Chandler didn't react. They asked a few more questions, then, satisfied for the moment, concluded the interview and took their leave. Jillian had been left alone, hooked up to an IV she didn't think she needed, her vital signs monitored by one nurse after another. The feeling that lingered after the FBI agents left made her uncomfortable. She sensed the detectives and agents were trying to trip her up, so she would incriminate McGregor, and that just wasn't right. And then her mind circled to her own circumstances. Why had someone lured her to Montana in an effort to kill her? After the second attempt on her life, she was damned certain, as the police were, that she had become the target of a serial killer. How did that fit? Who hated her so much? Who hated the other women? She glanced up at the muted television, noticing that the local news was on the air. There, on the screen, was her own face, the photo from her driver's license. "Oh, God," she whispered, as she turned the sound on. A reporter, dressed in a blue parka, snow falling around her, currently stood in front of the emergency room doors of this very hospital. Brunette and serious, a gust of wind ruffling her hood, she explained about Jillian's abduction. The image on the screen changed quickly to an aerial shot of a snow-covered clearing surrounded by forested hills. Near the edge of the snowy glen was a lone cedar tree. Jillian started shivering when she recognized the area. The snow around the tree was trodden and mashed, and ropes lay like dark snakes on the white ground. Her stomach roiled as she stared at the lengths of nylon that had cut into her skin. Deputies from the sheriff's department were examining the roped-off scene as a camera from a helicopter recorded the whole tableau. Jillian told herself to turn the damned television off, to stop looking at the place where she'd nearly died, but the images held a macabre fascination for her. Even tucked in the warmth of the hospital bedding, she quivered. Her memories were vivid, visceral. She remembered waking up, tied to the rough bark, her flesh so cold it stung, the nylon rope digging into her skin like teeth. She remembered the dark, gloved hands mashing that chemical-soaked rag into her face, and the glimmer of a scar on the wrist. Or was that her own wrist? She checked her arms, looking for a crescent-shaped scar. Nothing. Was it a memory? Or part of a nightmare? "Think, Jillian, think," she told herself, as the screen switched again to the anchor desk, and then, to her horror, they listed the names and photographs of the women who hadn't survived the maniac's attack. Pictures of vital, smiling women. Jillian thought she might be sick as the voiceover continued, and yet another victim's smiling face filled the screen. "And as an update, the other victim who survived the killer's attack, still unidentified, is listed in critical condition in a hospital in Missoula. The victim, we've learned, has not regained consciousness at the time of this report." Another woman survived? Riveted, Jillian watched the rest of the newscast, much of which was devoted to reporting on the star-crossed killer and his targets. She learned of the victims, of how they had endured the same fate as she, stripped of clothing and tied to a tree, where a star had been cut over their heads. She clicked off the television and glanced out the window again to the night, where snow was falling rapidly, millions of tiny flakes visible as they danced in the light from the security cameras. Even now, the killer could be outside, waiting. The soft strains of music filtered in from the hallway, an instrumental rendition of Silent Night. She was exhausted and, deep down, frightened. Yes, she'd survived. But how did she know the killer wouldn't try again? She thought of Zane McGregor, now behind bars, and of Harley, still alive but suffering. All because some wacko wanted her dead. Why? Who? What unknown enemy had she made? One determined to take her life. Back to the same old questions. She thought of Aaron and their marriage, how at times it had been strained and distant. There had been incidents when he'd seemed to not be in the same room with her. Gillian yawned, fighting exhaustion. Aaron hadn't liked living in Seattle. A wanderer at heart, he'd wanted to get away from the gloom of the city, go somewhere with more seasons. He'd always brought up moving east, over the mountains. All of her bones seemed to ache, and she realized how truly spent she was. She could barely keep her eyes open, and figured the hospital staff had slipped some kind of sedative into her IV. Well, fine. For tonight, she'd stop worrying about the danger that lurked outside the windows in the darkness. Maybe she could forget that something deadly and intent waited for her. Tonight, she would stay in the hospital, warm and safe. But come the morning, she was out of here. As she started to doze off, the words to the Christmas carol slipped through her mind. Silent night, holy night. Uncomfortable, she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 21. McGregor's not our guy, Pescoli ground out as she parked her rig at Shorty's, an all-night diner on the main drag, not far from the sheriff's department. Shorty, a cook for a mining company back before the turn of the 20th century, had established the restaurant, and though he was long dead, his name in flickering neon had been indelibly etched in the landscape. A huge sign had been planted near the highway sometime in the last century. I thought you were convinced he was good for it. Pescoli spit her wad of tasteless gum into a wrapper and tossed it into the ashtray. Rather than hear Alvarez bitch about her smoking, she'd found a pack of nicotine gum in her purse, popped a stick into her mouth, and chewed it for the last hour or so, as if her life depended on it. I was hoping. She cut the engine and threw open the door of her Jeep, nearly hitting the side of a king cab truck that was parked cockeyed in a lot. I wanted him to be good for it. She locked the rig and trudged through the snow that was swirling down from the dark heavens. Would the storms ever abate long enough to give them a break? Me too, Alvarez admitted. Shorty's was long and low, with a slightly pitched roof that was now thick with snow. Icicles dripped from the eaves, and, in honor of the season, a leering, winking Santa had been propped on the roofline near one of the original smokestacks. Not so jolly, this Saint Nick. To Pescoli, he looked like a pervert in a red suit and a fake beard, a creepy old guy whose image had been captured on a plywood easel. She shoved open a double set of glass doors and stepped into the dining area of the establishment. A wave of heat, smelling of fried foods, hit her hard in the face. For the most part, the open room with worn floor tiles was empty. It was too late for the dinner crowd, and those patrons who remained had migrated to the sports bar that was attached via a short hallway where a vintage cigarette machine, circa 1960, still stood guard beneath space-age dangling lights. This was one of her regular hangouts, so just inside the door, Pescoli plucked a couple of plastic-encased menus from the empty podium, then walked to the back of the seating area. After taking off her jacket, gloves, and hat, and tossing them onto one of the faux-leather bench seats of a booth, she slid in beside them. Alvarez, too, stripped off her outerwear,
but she took the time to stuff her gloves and hat into the pockets of her jacket, then hung everything on a peg attached to the side of the booth. They sat across from each other, Alvarez, as always, in a position where she could eye the front door. They were both in lousy moods, disgusted that they were back at square one on the case, and Pescoli was looking for comfort food. She'd forego the booze for the night, because, though officially she was off-duty, she was still working the case. Everyone was. But that didn't mean she couldn't have fried food and calories galore. They had found nothing in McGregor's cabin to indicate he'd held any of the victims captive. Aside from the fact that he'd rescued Gillian Rivers and kept her with him during the storms, the only other evidence against him, and it wasn't anything worthwhile, was the fact that he had some maps of the area, as well as a collection of astrology books. It did seem as if he hadn't intended to harm Gillian Rivers, that he had in fact pulled her from harm, not once, but twice, which only made their job harder. Stomach rumbling, Pescoli glanced over the menu she'd read weekly ever since the place opened and settled on a Reuben sandwich. Tonight she needed comfort food, so she changed from her usual side salad to fries, and traded her default drink of Diet Coke for a Shorty's famous black-and-white milkshake, which was a decadent confection of hot fudge, chocolate syrup, vanilla ice cream, and crushed Oreo cookies. As the waitress Lillian had always said, only one way to describe the black and white, to die for. Which was probably true, considering the amounts of sugar, fat, and every other edible sin imaginable chalked into it. To hell with it. Tonight she didn't care. Lillian appeared without a notepad. In her 70s, she was as sharp as she had been 50 years earlier, never so much as writing an order down, never making a mistake. "You two are in here late?" she observed. Regan made a face. "Long day." "Yeah, it was all over the TV, and we had some news guys from out of town. Big van with a satellite dish parked right over there near the Bull and Bear, just off Main Street." "I know where it is," Pescoli said. She knew Rod Larimer, the B&B's innkeeper. A guy who looked like he enjoyed the breakfast part of the B&B too much. Rod loved any publicity the town could garner, was all for developing the hell out of Grizzly Falls. "Man alive, what a day," Lillian said, then asked slyly, "You any closer to getting that guy?" "All the time," Pescoli said breezily, and Alvarez almost smiled. "3 women in one day. Scares the living crap out of me, let me tell you. And I ain't the only one. I hear the customers talking, don't you know, and everyone's pretty wigged out. We're all counting on you to kill that son of a bitch, or lock him up and cut off his balls." Lillian was nothing if not opinionated. "I think they outlawed castration a few years back," Alvarez said dryly. "A big mistake if you ask me. That's the trouble, ain't it? No one asks. Now, what can I get you?" Alvarez ordered a cup of lentil soup, a lettuce wedge salad with light blue cheese dressing, and an iced tea with extra lemon. Was she kidding? After a day like today? Pescoli didn't understand it, but Alvarez never seemed to give in to pressure. She didn't smoke, barely drank, stayed clear of most men, and stuck to her damn diet and exercise regimen like superglue. Well, Pescoli wasn't bashful. She ordered up a heart attack and sent Lillian off, grinning. "It's worse than just McGregor not being the doer," Alvarez said once the drinks had been delivered and Lillian had disappeared behind the swinging doors to the kitchen. They were alone in the restaurant, aside from a single guy reading the paper in the far corner, and some antsy teenagers sucking down sodas, eating fries, and blowing straw wrappers at each other. Thankfully, the background music wasn't, for once, Christmas carols. Instead, the strains of Hotel California could be heard over the fan of the furnace and the clink of dishes from the kitchen. Alvarez swirled her tea with a long-handled spoon while watching the lemon slices dance around the ice cubes in her drink. "I hate to say it, but I think we've got a copycat." Damn it all to hell. Pescoli had come up with the same irritating conclusion on her own, but she tried to talk herself out of it, didn't want to believe it. "I'm listening. Why?" "First of all, there was no note left at the scene where Gillian Rivers was found.
I thought maybe McGregor had second thoughts about killing her, and had somehow destroyed the note when he went back for her, but that just doesn't work." Alvarez tested the drink, sipping through a plastic straw. The star carved into the tree was different, 6-pointed, not 5. Pescoli decided to play devil's advocate. She plucked the cherry from her milkshake. So maybe he was interrupted, didn't have time to post the note. Still doesn't explain the star. Something's up. It could be he's evolving, they do that. She dropped the red maraschino into her mouth. Alvarez lifted a shoulder. He's escalating, that much is given. But evolving? She shook her head. Well, then he's panicking. That's why he's dumping the girl so fast. He's scared. Why? Maybe we're closer than we think. Pescoli took a long swallow of the sweet drink and nearly gave herself an ice cream headache. Alvarez snorted. We're close to nothing. Nothing. Nada, zero, zilch. Could be he doesn't know that. Still, 3 in one day after a pattern of 1 a month? Lines of frustration showing around her lips, Alvarez shook her head and took a sip of her tea. Nope, I'm not buying it. What does he think we know? What would it be that scares him? How could we be closer? Pescoli grunted. Does the guy have a damned harem, or what? 3 women? Well, maybe 2, if Jillian Rivers is out of the mix, both of whom we think were held hostage for a while before being dumped in the forest. How many more does he have stashed away? Alvarez looked up at her with horror. Oh, God, you think he's got others? I hope not. God, I hope not. Lillian swept through the doors from the kitchen about the same time one of the teenagers was opening his table's salt shaker. Hey there, cut that out! The boy, a pimple-faced kid in a stocking cap, pulled low over his eyes, froze. I mean it! Lillian's thin lips were pursed in anger, and her eyes flashed fire from behind eyeglasses rimmed in tiger stripes. The kid, flushing so that his acne was even redder than before, dropped the salt shaker, and it fell, spilling its contents across the table. Sorry, he muttered with a look to his friends. They all scrambled out of the booth and into the night. Little twerps. Lillian deposited Regan's and Selena's food on the table. Who needs 'em? I'll clean that up and be back if you need anything. Darn fool kids. Probably didn't even leave a tip. The man reading the paper held up his cup for another shot of coffee, and Lillian, in her ire, swept past. Be right with you, she said, intent on cleaning up the spilled salt. Alvarez cautiously spread a little dressing onto her lettuce wedge. I guess we'll know more when we ID the victims. Pescoli nibbled a crispy, thick fry. Fried heaven. Missing Persons is working on that. Yeah, along with the FBI and agencies in the surrounding states. You'd think we'd find their cars. She snagged a ketchup bottle from the end of the table and squirted a large pool on one side of her plate. Maybe they were grabbed another way. Doubt it. Pescoli took a long drink from her milkshake. At least now we have 2 witnesses, though Jillian Rivers can't remember anything about the guy. Maybe when E.H. or H.E. wakes up, she can ID him. If she wakes up. Oh, hell, she'd better. She's our only witness. So far, since Miss Rivers thinks Zane McGregor is her knight in shining armor. Face it, Pescoli, he might just be. Not all men are losers, Alvarez said, blowing over her steaming cup of soup, sending the scent of warm spices drifting across the table. Though Alvarez hadn't mentioned Regan's love life specifically, it felt like a barb. Alvarez had made no bones about the fact that she thought Pescoli wasn't particular enough in her choices in men. Well, hell, she was probably right. Not that it was any of her damn business. McGregor might have saved her, Alvarez said. But from whom? That's the million-dollar question. Only part of the question. As she was picking up half her grilled sandwich, some of the sauerkraut fell onto her plate where the sauce was already dripping. She didn't care. The other part is, who's the original killer? The guy with all the notches on his grizzly belt. Taking a large bite, She barely tasted the blend of corned beef, Swiss cheese, kraut, and secret sauce the chef piled on rye bread. Instead, she felt that old rage, the anger she tried to keep tamped down in order to maintain her perspective, her cool. Tonight, considering the number of terrorized and murdered women piling up, it just wasn't happening. Her brain was moving too quickly, and she was scared to death that the surviving victim found up at the abandoned lodge might die before she could identify her attacker. Pescoli worked through her sandwich half, then munched on the pickle that came with the meal. There were just too many inconsistencies in this case. For one thing, the ropes were all wrong. All of them had been twisted fiber rope, but the one used for Gillian Rivers was nylon and braided. Unless our guys run out of sisal, or he's trying to throw us off or just screwing with us, you're right. We've got ourselves a bona fide nutcase of a copycat. Who would want to do that? She stared for a second at the aluminum tree spinning under a pink spotlight, moving in the opposite direction of the refrigerated pie case revolving on the counter. And why Gillian Rivers? Simple bad luck? She was the next car through, and he wanted to jump in on the action? Or was she selected by the copycat for some reason? A lot of questions, with no answers. Alvarez sighed and said, "I hate to admit it, but I'm with Chandler on this one. I pegged the first killer as someone who likes to toy with us, show us how much smarter he is. He keeps things the same, so we know it's him. Gillian Rivers is an anomaly. It's not just the rope that makes her a different kind of victim. No one else was ever drugged with ether, right? Or carried to the killing ground." She stirred her soup. They were all marched naked to the place where they were killed, urged along with a knife or some other weapon sharp enough to make razor-like slits in their skin. And the footprints in the snow show only one set going in and out at the spot we found Gillian Rivers. Her footprints weren't there. She said she was carried, and there were McGregor's prints. Aside from his, the other prints were smaller than his size 12s, and the first killer's 11s. These are more like 8s or 9s. Not a huge guy. One with a hard-on for Gillian Rivers. Right. Another woman with no known enemies. Oh, she's got enemies. At least one, maybe two. Who? Alvarez asked, eyebrows lifting in interest. She's divorced, isn't she? Believe me, she's got enemies. Some divorces are amicable. Pescoli snorted before taking another bite. Spoken like a woman who's never been married. And here's the thing. I don't like her ex. I talked to Mason Rivers. He's just a little too slick for me. She dug into the rest of her sandwich, and Alvarez polished off most of her soup as they lapsed into silence. Pescoli couldn't help thinking of the woman lying comatose in a hospital bed in Missoula. That victim, identified with the initials E and H, was key to the case. So important she was under round-the-clock police guard, even in the hospital. Gillian Rivers, too, had a guard in the hospital, though Pescoli begrudgingly believed Alvarez's theory that Miss Rivers was the victim of a very determined copycat killer. A nutcase? One seeking his own sick notoriety, or something else, something more personal? Pushing her half-eaten salad aside, Alvarez voiced her own concerns. It doesn't look good for the woman we found at Broken Pine. The doctors don't have a lot of hope. I know, Pescoli said. She left a quarter of her sandwich, but polished off her milkshake as a middle-aged couple walked into the restaurant and found a private booth. They looked like they'd been married for 20 years and were still in love. Hard to believe. She tossed her napkin onto the plate and set the empty milkshake glass near the edge of the table. It's not like we're going to learn anything new from the dead ones we found up at Cougar Pass, Pescoli said. I'd bet dollars to donuts that we'll get the same information we did off the other victims. No epithelial transfer from the killer, nothing under the Vic's fingernails, no sign of sexual attack or semen. Don't be so optimistic. She'll probably have a few broken bones, courtesy of the car accident. Pescoli made air quotes as she reached for her wallet. There will also be some bruising and contusions, consistent with the accident, and evidence that she was prodded with a knife, along with burns from the ropes that bound her. Lillian appeared. "Anything else? We got a killer coconut cream pie tonight. Only a couple pieces left." "Oops, did I say that? Killer cream pie? No pun intended." "Think I'll pass," Pescoli said, and Alvarez, true to her nature and her damned diet regimen, shook her head. Just once Pescoli would love to see her partner cut loose. Have a Long Island iced tea, or give in to the urge for a donut or brownie left by Joelle in the break room at the office. Or better yet, start dating. They squared up, each paying for her share of the meal, and leaving Lillian a decent tip, before donning jackets, hats, and gloves again, as notes from an old Gordon Lightfoot tune swirled around them. Outside it was cold and dark, the snow coming down fast enough that half an inch had piled on the jeep. Pescoli felt the urge for a cigarette, but pushed it aside as she squeezed into her side of the rig, and noted that the King cab truck hadn't moved. So it didn't belong to the teenagers, nor the couple that had shown up. Maybe the guy reading the paper in the corner. Who was he, anyway? No one she recognized. She slid behind the wheel and glanced in her rear-view mirror. Sure enough, the guy who had been reading and drinking coffee was still at his table, but he was looking up, out the window, and for the briefest of seconds, Pescoli thought his gaze found hers. Ridiculous. Her cop radar was working overtime. "What did you think about the single guy in the diner?" "Why? Are you looking for a date?" Alvarez snapped her seatbelt into place as Regan fired the engine. "Very funny. Really, what did you think?" "Single? Maybe waiting for someone?" He kept looking at the door. "He pay any attention to us?" Pescoli hit the wipers and they began scraping off the snow that had collected on the windshield. "A little. Nothing serious." "You sure?" She turned the fan onto high and hit the button on the dash labeled defrost. "Yeah, why?" Alvarez asked, and looked over her shoulder to the restaurant. But the guy had turned his attention to his paper again. Lillian was sauntering up with a carafe of coffee, and Pescoli was suddenly uneasy, though the exchange, as Lillian poured more coffee into his cup, seemed routine, innocent. Still, "Don't know, but he bothers me. Run the plates of the vehicles in the lot, would you?" "Sure." That was a simple matter, as the computer was hooked up inside Pescoli's rig. "But I think this case is getting to you." "It's getting to all of us." Pescoli pulled out of the tight parking space and shoved her jeep into drive. The lot was relatively empty, the traffic thin, and the damn snow just kept falling from the sky, covering the parking lots and the streets where tire tracks were visible. Alvarez checked the system for a few minutes and said, "None of the vehicles were stolen. Plates match up. The Buick belongs to Lillian Marsden, the King cab to a Thomas Cohen, the Toyota to Ernesto Hernandez, and the Taurus to—" Okay, I get it. I'm being paranoid." Alvarez shrugged. "Look, I'm going to call Chandler, even though it's late. The woman never sleeps. I think we're going to have to release McGregor. I'll call Grayson in the morning." "Fine," Pescoli bit out. She was angry that they'd probably wasted their time. Unless the crime scene people found anything of interest up at McGregor's cabin, which hadn't happened as yet. She was nearly back at the office, where Alvarez's car was parked, when her cell phone rang. With a glance, she noticed that the call was coming from the Pinewood Sheriff's Department. "Guess we're not off duty. Maybe there's a break in the case." She answered. "Pescoli?" "Pescoli, this is Rule." Cayenne Rule was a road deputy, a tall black man with the build of an NBA forward, and a crooked smile of white teeth that caused many a female heart to flutter. Pescoli herself wasn't immune to the man's serious charms. "What's up?" she asked, as they passed a snowplow heading in the opposite direction. "Bad news." For the first time she noticed the sober tone in his deep voice. "Oh, hell, what now? Don't tell me there's another victim." From the corner of her eye she saw Alvarez turn to look at her. "No, it's your son."
The hospital stood starkly in the night, rising above the surrounding clinics and linked parking lots that serviced the medical community of Grizzly Falls. Small in comparison to the complexes in bigger cities, Pinewood General Hospital was still one of the largest buildings in the city. From its position on the bluff, the hospital overlooked the older part of the town and the river far below. The sheriff's department was less than 3 miles away. Tonight, with snow falling steadily, the hospital lights were muted but still visible in the darkness. Among the rows of empty spaces in the snowy parking lot was a cruiser from the Pinewood County Sheriff's Department, which indicated, just as an earlier newscast had stated, that she was still a patient and under guard. The damned woman just wouldn't die, and time was running out. Her room was on the 3rd floor. Her guard, not the sharpest tool in the shed, sometimes wandered down to the cafeteria for a fresh cup of coffee or a snack. Once in a while he walked to the public restroom to take a leak. Other times he flirted with some of the young nurses, but he was there nonetheless. A presence. So contact couldn't be made tonight. But come the morning, only a few hours off, when the hospital staff shifts were changing and the damned guard was getting replaced, then there would be a chance. If not to kill, then to lure once again, away from this place, to a new killing ground. Chapter 22. "My son?" Pescoli repeated. Her heart nearly dropped out of her chest. With suddenly shaking hands, she guided the jeep onto the side street leading to the cluster of county buildings where the sheriff's department was located, high on Boxer Bluff. "Jeremy?" she whispered, flashing on blood-chilling images of his body in a mangled car that had slid off an icy embankment, or on a respirator in a hospital, gasping for life. Oh, dear God, what would she do if she lost him? "He's all right," Rule assured her. He barely paused in the conversation, but in the span of a heartbeat, Regan Pescoli had faced her worst fears. The fear that every time she came upon an accident scene, one of her children would be trapped in the car, covered in blood, skin the gray of death. "But he's been arrested." "Arrested?" she repeated, letting out her breath. Thank God he was alive, unhurt. "For what?" "MIP," Rule said. "He's pretty wasted. We sent him to the juvenile facility, but he's yelling that he wants you to bail him out." In an instant, her deepest fears turned to anger. He was drinking? He and 3 others. One of them was Brewster's daughter. She wheeled with controlled fury into the parking lot, her tires sliding just a bit. "Don't tell me. Heidi," Brewster's youngest. His baby, his pampered princess. Even though he'd made no bones about trying for a son before his wife got pregnant with his last 2 girls, Heidi, the youngest, had become the apple of his eye. "That's the one." Regan swore beneath her breath. "She's only 15. "Exactly what Brewster's saying." Regan could almost hear the under-sheriff spouting off about her no-good, useless son. "And not all he's saying, I'm guessing?" No." Things were going rapidly from bad to worse. She threw her jeep into park. "I'll be right in. I'm here, in the parking lot." "Good." She hung up, hit the steering wheel with her fist, and swore a blue streak. "Trouble?" Alvarez asked, mildly, as Pescoli cut the engine. "Big trouble. But at least my son's not dead. Yet. Not until I personally throttle that kid." She'd gone from scared to death to furious in less than 2 seconds. She tried to remind herself how she'd feel if the call had been about her son being zipped into a body bag. Worse yet, what if not only Jeremy, but also Heidi and whomever they were with, and maybe some innocent driver heading in the opposite direction had been killed? How in God's name could he be so stupid? "He's a teenager." "He's an idiot. I mean, it's not like he doesn't know what's up. I've told him over and over again, preached to him about drinking and driving, and no matter what I say, it seems to go in one ear and out the other." "Jeremy's a good kid." "Who's in a lot of trouble,"
She was shaking her head, and inside her guts were quivering. It was hard to believe her reaction, even to herself, as hard-nosed a cop as she was. She'd witnessed horrific crimes, seen charred, bludgeoned, and butchered bodies, and was always able to keep her emotional distance from the victims, to keep a level head while solving a crime. But when it came to her own kids, she was just a damned wuss, a mother bear who would do anything to protect her cubs. "Jeez, Jer," she said, as if her son was in the car. "Take a breath," Alvarez suggested, as Pescoli threw open the driver's door and a blast of cold air swept into the Jeep. But Pescoli was having none of it. Ignoring the snow falling all around her, she charged toward the sheriff's office. If she could, she'd spit nails. Dead on her feet, Alvarez followed her partner inside. She gave Pescoli some space and headed instead to the task force room, where one of the deputies, a junior detective named Zoller, was handling all the incoming calls. "How's it going?" Alvarez asked. The junior detective lifted a shoulder. "Lots of action earlier, after the newscasts about the current victims, but they've dwindled to nothing." She climbed out of her chair and stretched, a phone bud still in her ear. All of 5'2", Zoller was fit and trim, a 30-year-old who ran marathons, mentored teens struggling with school, and worked her ass off for the department. A call came in an hour ago from an upset parent. Seems his kids had snuck out to go sledding up at Timber Junction, and in one of their runs, guess what they came across? "Oh, God, another dead body," Alvarez guessed, thinking the worst. Zoller shook her head, springy curls shivering around her small elfin face. "No, thank God. A wrecked car. 4-year-old Ford Explorer. Beck O'Day has already been to the scene and roped it off. Waiting for the crime scene technicians, who are going up there to see if there's any evidence. They can't wait until morning light with all the snow falling." "No body?" "None." "Same M.O. as the others?" "O'Day hasn't reported back in, but she was going to check the tires, see if they've been shot. I do know this. She called in the plates, and the SUV is registered to C. Randall Jones of Billings, Montana. The C stands for Coolidge, like the president." Alvarez snorted. "No wonder he uses an initial. Better than Polk." Why do I think he wasn't at the wheel? She thought of the 2 unidentified women they'd found earlier in the day. One dead, one hanging on by a thread. Both victims. Jones... None of the notes had a J in them. If our theory is right, the driver wasn't his wife or daughter or mother. "Not married, no kids. I'm waiting for a call back. An officer from the Montana State Police was going to visit him." "Good. If it weren't for the horrendous nature of the crimes, the police would have waited until the morning to contact him. As it was, time was of the essence, and C. Randall would have to get out of bed to answer the door. Anything else?" "A list from missing persons of people with the initials we found on the notes. These are Caucasian women within the age group we're looking for, who have gone missing in the past 2 months in a 1,000-mile radius within the United States." "Amazing what computers can do," Alvarez said, as Zoller handed her the short printout. Only a few names appeared. Helena Estevez, L. Holden, and Hannah Estes for the women with the initials E.H. or H.E., and Roberta Artez, Roxanne Anderson, Rona Anders, Annabelle Rollins, and Alicia Rhodes for the others. 2 of the women, Helena Estevez and Roxanne Anderson, had been crossed off the list. "Why are these 2 off?" she asked. "Anderson's driver's license photo was way off from our victim, and Estevez showed up at home earlier tonight. The family called the Idaho State Police, but her name hadn't been taken out of the computer." "And it was verified that she returned?" "Yeah. An Idaho State Trooper called half an hour ago." "Where are the other pictures?" "I'm waiting for them. They're supposed to be emailed to me, but with the holiday, people are a little slow to respond. So far, none have come in, but it should be soon." Unbuttoning her coat, Alvarez studied the list as Zoller made her way back to the desk, where a laptop computer, phone, legal pad, and can of Pepsi were at the ready. "Rona Anders," Alvarez said aloud. "It says she's from Billings, Montana?" "That's right. but not the same address as where the SUV was registered, so she's not living with the owner of the Explorer. Doesn't mean she didn't borrow his car. No, it doesn't, Alvarez thought aloud as she glanced out the window to the snowy night. If she were going to be traveling through the mountains and didn't have a four-wheel drive vehicle, she might borrow a friend's. We'll know soon enough, Zoller said, and settled back into her chair. She picked up her drink while Alvarez walked over to the maps on the wall, eyeing the terrain, noticing where new pushpins had been placed on the map. All the victims and cars were confined to a circle with a 10-mile radius. Jillian Rivers, too, had been found in that area, her car located within the boundaries of the imaginary circle. So what was in the middle? She stared at the map and found its center. A spot not far from what was left of Broken Pine Lodge, where they'd found the victim who'd survived, and only a quarter of a mile away from Starfire Canyon, where Wendy Ito's Prius, with its vanity plates, had been discovered. But that area was uninhabited, for the most part. Mesa Ridge, a flat-topped mountain, was the biggest attraction in the area for hikers in the summer months and snowshoers and cross-country skiers in the winter. She narrowed her gaze on that mountaintop and wondered why there was something about it that bothered her. She heard Zoller typing on her computer. "Hey," she said. "Looks like the first of the pictures is coming through. You're Jane Doe in the hospital? Her name is Hannah Estes, and she lives in Butte. Got her address here." "Good. I'll call the hospital, and we'll try to find out what she was doing in the Bitterroots in the middle of a storm, while you keep on looking for her friends and family." "This might be the break we're looking for," Zoller said, already making a call. "Let's hope," Alvarez said, without much enthusiasm. The map of the Montana wilderness was flattened in front of her on the wall, a daunting picture of rough terrain, where a smart killer was hiding. Let's hope. Pescoli shouldered her way through the main doors of the sheriff's department and waved at the guard. The linked rooms were quiet, only a few officers working the graveyard shift. One operator manned the phones in the task force room, and only a few bits of conversation wafted through the cubicles. A bedraggled man, hands cuffed, feet in shackles, was clicking his way to a chair near a deputy's desk. Ashen-faced, hair matted, jeans showing bloodstains, the guy looked strung out on something. He sat down and nearly missed the chair as she passed by. "Merry Christmas," she thought, unbuttoning her coat as she found Deputy Cayenne Rule making himself at home in her cubicle. He was waiting for her, one leg tossed over the edge of her desk, big hands clasped over his knee. "I'm not going over and getting Jeremy out of the lockup," she said. "I was afraid that would be your attitude." "It's not an attitude, it's a fact." "Hey, you can't arrest me." The strung-out guy was finally cluing into the fact that he was in trouble. Funny, he must not have gotten it when he was handcuffed and shackled. Rule sent the guy a look and said to Pescoli, "Let's go where there's a little more privacy." He climbed from the desk, and they walked down the short hallway to the back of the building. Thankfully, the kitchen was empty. She threw her coat and hat onto a table and pushed her hair out of her eyes. "And, for the record, I'm not phoning my son either, not tonight." "You sure about that?" Rule didn't seem to believe her new tough love act. "You bet. He can't think that just because he's the son of a cop he gets special privileges. If anything, he's got to work harder to walk the straight and narrow." "You never screwed up when you were a kid?" "Never." "Bullshit." "Okay, right," she admitted with a shrug as they paced the kitchen, where the wastebasket was overflowing and chairs were pushed cockeyed from the tables. "But now's not the time to confide in my son and tell him about my mistakes. That can come later." She walked to a counter in the adjoining room, the one with the only window. Through the tiny pane and across the yard, she had a view of the juvenile detention center. Most of the county buildings, aside from the courthouse, were located up here on Boxer Hill, and the juvenile center was no exception. It was a long, low, sand-colored brick building with wide lawns, now white and crusty with snow, the lights within glowing warm against a frozen night. Her heart ached, and her first instinct was to run as fast as she could across the frozen parking lot and snowy lawn, burst through the doors, and demand to see her son. She would love to haul him out of there and make the whole scene disappear. Grateful that he was alive and, from all accounts, uninjured, she would like nothing better than to close her eyes and wish it all away. "Oh, Joe," she thought, conjuring up a mental picture of her first husband, Jeremy's father. "If only you were here." Pescoli caught herself, found her fingers gripping the edge of the counter so tightly her knuckles bleached through her skin. "You all right?" Rule asked, his baritone voice cutting into her thoughts. He was a good man, kind but tough, big-hearted but strong as steel. His dark eyes assessed her, and for just a heartbeat she second-guessed herself. Her instinct to get Jeremy out of the detention center, to talk to the officer who'd brought him in, to some way use her status and influence to erase the fact that he'd broken the law, came up to the surface. She gritted her teeth. She had to let him sit and stew in his own juices. He needed time to think about his mistake, to come up with an alternative way of dealing with his problems. He was too old to automatically think his mother was his fail-safe, that she would do anything to get him out of any trouble he got himself into, especially when it came to breaking the law. And with all of the statistics about teenagers and alcohol, drugs and driving. No, he had to learn the difference between right and wrong, and to stand on his own feet now. However, as she wandered into a separate dining space and stared through the glass, she saw two people emerge from the squatty building that housed the juvenile facility. A tall man was walking rapidly. At his side, far enough away so that he couldn't touch her, was a small woman, nearly running to keep up with him. Her blonde hair was loose and free, catching in the light of the security lamps. The scarf around her neck, billowing behind her, her arms were wrapped around her dark coat as she ran. No, not a woman. Make that a girl. Heidi Brewster. Pescoli's stomach twisted as she recognized the under-sheriff as he unlocked his rig. Brewster seemed to have no qualms about using his influence to get his kid released. "You sure you don't want to go over there, get Jeremy out, then give him the talking-to of his life?" Rule asked from the other room, where she saw him lifting the coffee pot off its warming burner. Only a thin bit of sludge was visible at the bottom of the glass carafe. "Then you could ground his ass for, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years?" He was trying to lighten the mood. Pescoli's gut wouldn't let her laugh. "I don't think it hurts Jeremy to chill out and think about what he's done." Rule carried the dirty coffee pot to the sink and squirted a stream of dishwashing soap into it. Swishing the soap around, he flipped on the faucet. "You think differently?" Pescoli returned to the kitchen and stood in the wide archway separating the two areas. Rule lifted a muscular shoulder. "Jeremy doesn't have the easiest path. Dad dead, Mom working round the clock as a homicide dick, stepdad who took a hike and hooked up with a new woman." Soapy water was cascading out of the pot. He turned off the tap and let the carafe soak in the sink. "It's a tough row to hoe, Regan," he said, using her first name, as they really were friends. "I know. I've been there. My old man was a cop. My mom, she died when I was born. I had 3 stepmamas, and none of them cared a lick about me or my older sister. So I'm just saying, it's not easy for your boy." Sighing, she shook her head. A few strands of hair fell into her eyes as the clock mounted above the sink ticked off the seconds of her life. "Nothing is, Rule." God, she needed a shower and about 24 hours of sleep. Make that 48 hours, or 72. She was exhausted, deep into her bones. "I'm going home. Let him sleep it off. Besides, I've got a dog who probably has had an accident at the house, and a daughter who may have already heard about her brother." "But she with Lucky?" "Yeah." "Maybe you need a little time for yourself," he suggested, and she realized he was probably talking about Nate. It seemed everyone in the department knew she was involved with Nate Santana. Why did people have such a hard-on for him? Some called him a drifter just because he hadn't lived his whole damned life in Pinewood County. And she figured that a lot of people resented Nate because he worked for Brady Long, the richest man in Pinewood County. Brady was local legend, even if he was considered to be the black sheep of the Longs, a family made rich from their copper mines. Right now, a tangle with Nate would be the perfect de-stressor. But not tonight. Not when attacks from a serial killer were escalating. Her son was locked up, and she was too tired to think straight. Stepping a little closer to her, he draped a steadying arm around her shoulders, then gave her a squeeze. "You know, Pescoli," he said, his voice low and familiar, "you don't always have to be so damn tough." "No?" she said, forcing a lightness in her tone she didn't feel. "Then who would take care of your sorry ass, All you wimps in the department might have to start carrying your own damned weight." He laughed, squeezed her again, then let his arm drop as the old refrigerator in the corner hummed to life. "Okay, I've said what I had to. Now I'm going out on the road again. Catch me some speeders." "Thanks, Rule." "You take it easy, Pescoli." He turned and walked out of the kitchen, and she let her gaze wander back to the window in the adjoining room. Rule's footsteps rang down the hallway. Pescoli returned to the small room and pressed her face to the window. Through the bulletproof glass, she noticed Court Brewster's pickup driving out of the lot near the juvenile center. Inside the truck, huddled against the passenger door, putting as much distance as she could between herself and her father, was Heidi. Good. Brewster could blame Jeremy all he wanted, and it was true. Jer was older, should have known better, could be accused of leading the younger, more innocent girl down the wrong path. But Heidi Brewster, apple of her father's eye, wasn't entirely innocent. 15 or not, Heidi Brewster, in Pescoli's estimation, was no angel. Alvarez was about to leave the building. The clock on the wall was inching past 1 in the morning, and she was dead tired. She'd spent the last hour reading anagrams, playing with programs, trying to figure out how the letters on the notes went together to make any sense. WAR, THE, SCIN. She tried filling in the blanks, and came up with nothing that made any sense. War of the Screaming? War to the schools in... Or maybe war didn't start the note. Maybe it was gobbledygook. What a nightmare. When the phone rang, Zoller caught it before it jangled for the second time. Alvarez watched as she began making notes and typing on her computer all at once. Her eyes brightened, and she looked up to signal Alvarez. "Okay, I got it. Yeah. Repeat that address again?" "Good. Thanks." Zoller hung up. "Rona Anders is our Jane Doe in the morgue. This C. Randall is an attorney who lives in Bozeman, and Rona is his fiancée, a grad student at Montana State. According to the trooper, the guy was devastated at the news. Had been holding out hope that she wasn't one of the women who'd been abducted. She was on her way to visit her folks in Bend, Oregon, for the holidays. When she didn't show up, they filed a separate missing persons report, just like C. Randall did here in Bozeman. I'm sure we have both of them, just hadn't sorted through them yet. At first the parents weren't concerned, and since she and her fiancé had a major fight, she'd told her folks she might take a detour up the Idaho Panhandle, give herself time to think. How long has she been missing? Her fiancé saw her last Tuesday. I don't know about anyone else." Zoller's usually animated face had gone somber, and Alvarez felt that same old despair she always did in the face of a young person's death and their family's grief. "The OSP are on their way to the parents' house in Bend now." "I'll tell Grayson and Pescoli," she said. "Why don't you contact the FBI agents?" "I will." Alvarez walked out of the task room, but didn't hunt down her partner. It was late. The news would wait until morning. Chapter 23. McGregor wanted to crawl out of his own skin. Sitting in a holding cell, staring through the bars, reminded him too much of the time he'd spent locked up for that mess in Denver. The place smelled bad. That particular blend of piss, body odor, and despair McGregor hated. He'd sworn he'd never go through the particular hell of incarceration again. But he'd been wrong. Here he was, sitting on his butt in the Pinewood County Jail, waiting to find out if he'd be charged with some crime. Attempted murder? Kidnapping? Resisting arrest? Oh, hell, who knew? The more important question was, why? Why the hell was he here, staring through bars and across a hallway to a series of like cells, some of them inhabited by drunks, derelicts, and drug dealers? Because, just like before, once again, he'd done what he thought best to save a woman, and it had backfired, big time. The cops actually thought he was the maniac who had been terrorizing this area of the Bitterroot Mountains. "I want my lawyer," he said to the guard who opened the door at the far end of the cell block, where the floors gleamed as if freshly polished, but couldn't hide the ground-in dirt visible under coats of wax, and the walls, once blindingly white, had grown dingy. "And I want him now." "It's 5:30 in the morning." The guy, a big lug of a man whose name tag read A. Schwartz, obviously wasn't in the mood to help. With hair buzzed close to the skin, big ears, and the thick neck of someone who had once played football, Schwartz was a man who didn't want any grief. Other prisoners who had been quiet now began to stir, to come to the edges of their pens and press their noses through the bars, like dogs in a kennel. McGregor wasn't going to back down. "I don't care what time it is. I've been here all night, and I want to talk to my lawyer, or believe me, I'll have your job." "Yeah, right." "Garrett Wilkes, in Missoula. He's independent." "And I would care why?" the guard asked. "Oh, that's right. You think I should be worried about my job." "Wilkes is a personal friend of the sheriff." Now I'm shaking in my boots. "Get him for me. His number is on my cell, which someone here has. It'll save you looking it up in the phone book." "We're not exactly keeping lawyers' hours, you know. So why don't you all just cool your jets?" He motioned to McGregor and to the rest of the men who were locked up. "Either you get me my damned lawyer, give me a phone so I can do it, or you charge me right here and now." Yeah. The big guy's smile was patient, but there was an edge to it, too. Something just a little Ophidian. As if he might enjoy being a bully. As if he was actually waiting for the chance. McGregor had done his bit, answered all their questions, but he'd had it. He'd played by the rules, even managed to get a little sleep, all the while his mind filled with images of Jillian tied to the tree, and his dog bleeding in the snow. Some bastard was out to harm those he loved, and he'd had it. Loved? Oh, hell, he didn't love Jillian Rivers. She was really just a pain in his backside. But he didn't like the fact that not only was someone determined to leave her in the cold to freeze to death, but this person was using him as a scapegoat. Worse yet, the bastard had shot his dog. He ground his teeth. He'd had it with being patient and waiting for the authorities to release him. No more. He wanted to know about Jillian and Harley, and no heavy-set cretin of a jailer with a bad haircut and snaky smile was going to push him around. "If I were you, I wouldn't get so riled up," Schwartz advised. "But then, if I were you, I wouldn't be behind bars in the first place. That's the difference between us, McGregor. I'm on the outside, and you're fucking locked up." "Hey, I want out, too," a thin, reedy voice called from a cell closer to the door. "In the morning, Ivor." "It is the morning," the voice responded. "It ain't even light out. I mean later in the morning." Schwartz rolled his eyes at McGregor, as if they were suddenly buddies. "It will be too late." Schwartz chuckled and shook his head, his bald pate shining under the bright lights overhead. "Why is that, Ivor? Is Krypton going to invade or something?" Through the bars, McGregor caught a glimpse of a small, wiry man with a thick shock of white hair on the other side of the aisle separating the cages. He had a scrawny neck, stretched thin, and owlish glasses that made his eyes appear bulbous and oversized for his face. "Is that what's going to happen?" Schwartz taunted again, enjoying himself as he ran his nightstick along the bars, the noise reverberating.
Is the Lizard King gonna come down from outer space and devour all of us poor little earthlings?
Not the Lizard King, you moron, Ivor said indignantly. That was Jim Morrison. He said so himself. Don't you know nothing?
Was the light my fire guy? Before my time, old man.
Ivor Hicks was incensed. And his name isn't Krypton. You'd better be careful. Ivor wagged a bony finger through the bars. It really pisses him off when people get it wrong. It's General Krytor of the Reptilian Army.
You're a freaking lunatic, Hicks. You know that?
Krytor hears all. Veins pulsed in Ivor's head. Again the locks on the door clanked as it opened, and Detective Alvarez strode into the hallway. In a second, Schwartz stopped his childish antics.
"Hey," he said,
his demeanor sliding from antagonism into interest as the petite detective dared enter his domain. "We're releasing McGregor," she said without preamble.
"What?"
Clearly A. Schwartz didn't like this turn of events.
"When?"
"Right now." She made her way to McGregor's cell, and if she noticed Schwartz or any of the inmates' gazes following her, checking out her ass as she passed, she didn't show it. "Unlock him."
"Does the sheriff know about this?"
She shot the jailer a disdainful glance. "And the DA and anyone else who needs to." As she looked at McGregor through the bars, it was obvious to him that she wasn't any happier about his release than Schwartz was. "We contacted your lawyer, and you can sign for and pick up your things at the front desk."
"What about Pescoli?" Schwartz asked. "She ain't gonna like this, let me tell you."
But he was fiddling with his keys.
"Oh, that's right, she's got her own problems, doesn't she? Her stupid-ass kid got himself picked up."
The glare Alvarez sent the idiot jailer this time was blistering, filled with unspoken warnings. The big oaf didn't take the message.
"That kid's a real prick, if you ask me."
"No one did," she said tightly. He blurted on.
"If the under-sheriff doesn't keep his daughter away from him, Brewster might find out that he's going to be a granddaddy."
"Shut up, Schwartz, and unlock the door."
"Oh, okay. Whatever you say, detective."
Her lips were thin, her hair pulled back and gleaming beneath the harsh lights, her eyes angry and dark. If looks could kill, A. Schwartz would be a dead man several times over right now. As it was, the big guy with the creases in the back of his neck didn't seem to notice her mood as he took his time with his keys, finally unlocked the door and slid it open.
"Guess you're a free man, McGregor," Schwartz said,
suddenly all seething smiles. McGregor didn't answer, just headed to the main door.
"How about me?"
another voice called from one of the cells.
"Your wife gonna bail you out, Dobbs?"
"She left me. Can you believe that?" he slurred. And McGregor recognized the man who created chainsaw and metal art and sold it on the highway. Trees, stumps, garbage cans, hubcaps, soda cans, or whatever, it was all an artist's palette to Gordon Dobbs.
"Right after Thanksgiving."
A big bear of a man, he seemed about to fall as he clung to the bars.
"Married 12 years, and Wilma just up and leaves me." "Go figure," Schwartz said.
Then, under his breath, to Alvarez, whispered,
"It fucking must be Christmas, 'cause we got enough nuts in here tonight to make our own special fruitcake. All we need to make it official is Grace Perchant, the damn crackpot who sees ghosts, and Alma Shepherd with her divining switch, and we got ourselves a real interesting party in here."
"You need a ride?" Alvarez asked as they walked to the front together.
"No."
McGregor collected the few things he'd had with him when he'd been arrested and pushed his way out of the jail. It was over a 2-mile walk to the hospital where Jillian was, but he'd make it. Once there, he'd call a friend who owed him one hell of a favor. Flipping the collar of his jacket up, he decided it was time to call in his long-overdue marker. "So that's the deal, Jeremy," Pescoli said as her son, pale and wan, looking sicker than death, gave her the silent treatment. "You're grounded until I say differently, and in the meantime you'll just go to school and go out and get that job you've been talking about. Football season's over. You're not involved in another sport, and all this hanging out is just no good." He stared out the passenger side of her Jeep and doodled on the condensation on the window. With one shoulder effectively shunning her, he acted fascinated by the figure eights he drew over and over again as the miles slid beneath her wheels. The snow had stopped some time in the early morning, the eastern sky showing streaks of pink and purple as dawn slid over the land. Since her son was intent on playing the passive-aggressive card, she flipped on the radio, only to hear a newscaster reporting on the series of murders in the area. Jeremy snorted, and she shut the radio off. "You know, we could discuss this," she said, her fingers tight over the wheel as she drove into the foothills toward their house. He shrugged. "I'm not able to ignore this, Jer. Underage drinking? What were you thinking?" Silence. He was furious that she let him sit it out at the juvenile center while his friends had been picked up. "I thought you needed to cool your jets," she added, keeping her mouth shut about the fact that she, too, had spent a lousy night, barely sleeping a wink after feeding Cisco, letting him outside, then allowing him to sleep in her bed with her. At 6:30 this morning she'd showered, dressed, and driven into town to pick up her kid. All in all, Jeremy had sat in juvie for about 6 hours. Long enough to make a point, not enough to do any permanent damage. "Everyone else's parents came," he finally charged, as she turned off the main road and slowed for the bridge spanning the small creek that bordered her property. "I came," he snorted. "They came last night. I was working. Heidi's dad is the undersheriff. Kind of an important job. More important than yours. He came right away." Jeremy's eyes, so like Joe's, glared at her, and her heart nearly broke as she recognized his hurt, his anger, and, beyond the resentment, a bit of hatred. "I can't speak to how he raises his kid, but I can tell you that you'll probably be blamed for this. Even if Heidi admits to being a part of it, you're older, a boy, and Court Brewster will see you as the guilty party. Maybe it was my fault. Maybe it was. Where did you get the alcohol?" Jeremy's lips tightened before he lapsed into stony silence again. She pulled into the driveway and gave him a look. "We'll talk about this later, when I get home. But I'm serious. You start looking for a job. You stay home and take care of your dog. You get your grades up to where they should be, and then we'll figure out just how long you're going to be grounded. I'll be 18 in— You want to move out?" She cut him off. "To find an apartment of your own? Maybe with some buddies? You think you can afford rent and electricity and gas and cable television?" Pescoli tried to keep her anger from boiling over. She didn't bother with the garage door, just parked in front of the small house where she'd first taught her son how to tie his shoes and memorize the Boy Scout creed, or whatever it was, the place where he'd gone fishing in the creek in the backyard, and where he'd stepped on a nest of yellow jackets when he was only 6 and been covered in red welts. His little chin had trembled, but he'd tried hard not to cry. In some respects, he was right. He wasn't that little boy any longer. Hadn't been for a long, long time. "You can make dinner," she said. "Take out something from the freezer. They're chicken pieces, thighs and legs, I think." He stared at her as if she'd just landed on a spaceship from another universe. "Well, if you're going to move out in a few months, you'd better learn how to cook. Eating out all the time is too expensive." "I'm not cooking." "Sure you are. Grandma's recipe cards are in the box in the cupboard by the stove. You know where. Pick out a recipe. You like the one with the rice and condensed soup? I think we have all the ingredients, and there should be something for a salad. Make enough for 3. Bianca will be back for dinner." "Are you out of your effing mind? I'm not cooking any. And clean the kitchen when you're done." "I'm not your slave," he said as he leapt out of the car. "For a second I thought you were going to say wife." "Oh, God, Mom, you are so sick." He slammed the door shut. "Probably," she muttered, as she backed into the turn out of the driveway, watching as he unlocked the door and stomped his way inside. She shoved the gearshift into drive and pushed aside the guilt that suggested she was running out on him, the feeling that her place was home, that she should try to talk things out. But the reality was that they both needed time to cool off. That if she did stay at the house, if her job didn't demand her to be back at the office, he would just hole up in his room and refuse to talk to her, and she, angry, would cook and clean with a vengeance, rattling pots and dishes and stomping loudly to let him know she was upset, too. "Height of maturity," she said, and reached for her pack of cigarettes. At the end of the lane she lit up, and decided she'd quit again, as soon as this case was solved. She'd smoke her last one, and this time she would never pick up the habit again. Never. At least, she hoped not. McGregor explained what he wanted. It took a while, but Chilcot listened, all the while smoking a cigarette and gazing out the window of his two-bedroom cabin. The window was opened just a bit, a small crack allowing in some of the cold air, which battled with the heat from a gas fireplace on the opposite wall. The living area was furnished with a few second-hand chairs, a love-seat, and a beat-up leather recliner that was positioned to face a huge television screen hung on the opposite wall. The larger bedroom was his office, one set up with the finest state-of-the-art computer, radio, and television equipment. The smaller of the two bedrooms held a double bed with a faded camouflage comforter and a dresser with the same decals he'd stuck on it as a child. Downstairs, behind shelves used to store anything from wine to old files and clothes never to be worn again, was a secret room, one only a handful of people knew about. Behind that fake wall was a long, narrow space, filled with the most sophisticated electronic equipment known to man. Chilcot was a computer hacker, and a damned good one. He'd learned from the best, the government. It wasn't a surprise to McGregor. The kid had been an electronic genius from the get-go, something that hadn't gone unnoticed by MIT and a few others. The trouble was, at the time, Chilcot had been a screw-off and had blown his scholarship to Stanford and been kicked out. Hence the stint in the Army, and the rest was history. McGregor and Chilcot had been childhood buddies, and still were. They knew each other's secrets, and McGregor had bailed out Chilcot from one sticky situation after another over the years. Everything from helping him through a DUI and getting into AA, to opening his own door to the man after a bad marriage and worse divorce. So now Chilcot owed him. And McGregor expected to collect on the man's knowledge gained from a dozen years in the military working with electronic surveillance before opting out. He'd spent a few more years with the FBI before giving up his government jobs and going freelance. With the feds, there had been too much red tape, too many meetings, too much regimentation for a wild-ass Montana boy with a natural-born rebellious streak that, try as he might, he just couldn't tame. Now he lived in the foothills of the Bitterroots, not far from where he and McGregor had spent idyllic childhoods, fishing, hiking, hunting, camping under the stars, unaware of the twisted paths their lives would take. His full name was Tidius Melville Chilcot. His Mensa-member single mother had been influenced by all things Greek, and had a thing for Captain Ahab and anything written by Herman Melville, hence the heavy name. Unimpressed, Chilcot went by his last name. It was just easier. "Is that all you want?" he asked McGregor as he walked to the kitchen sink, turned on the tap, and doused the remains of his smoke. The cigarette hissed and smoldered for a second before he tossed the wet butt into the trash can near the slider door. "A truck, a cell phone, and me to hack into a person's private account on the Internet?" "For starters. I also want you to look after Harley." Chilcot grunted his assent. "Let's go downstairs," he said, and led the way down a narrow stairway. McGregor had made 3 calls from the first payphone he'd come across. One was to the hospital, where he was assured Gillian Rivers was in stable condition, though the hospital would give him no further information. The second was to Jordan Eagle, the veterinarian at the clinic on 4th Street. Jordan, who he'd known for years, had talked to him personally and assured him that Harley would live, though there was a chance that the dog might lose his back right leg. "He lost a lot of blood, and there's quite a bit of tissue damage, a torn tendon, but he's lucky in that the bullet didn't hit his spine or go through his other leg." McGregor had listened quietly, the receiver held in a death grip, his back to the cold wind. He'd barely noticed, so intent was he on the phone conversation. "Worst-case scenario, I'll have to amputate. Best, a partial recovery. I won't kid you, Zane. He won't be the same, but I think he'll live a full, good life. Lots of dogs get around great on 3 legs. McGregor's stomach had roiled, bile rising in his throat, when he thought of the bastard who had sighted a rifle on his dog and, with malicious intent, pulled the trigger. It was no accident. To Jordan he'd said, "Do the best you can. I'm on my way. He's going to live, Zane, but don't rush over here. He's still out of it from the anesthesia." "Thanks." He'd hung up and sworn a blue streak at the son of a bitch who had tried to kill his dog, and then left Jillian for dead. At least Harley knew Jordan, as she was an old friend of McGregor's, a woman he'd once dated, a woman who had, briefly, shared his bed. Had he loved her? No. Nor had she loved him, not in any way other than being lonely friends. They both had realized the mistake and ended the affair amicably. Sex always changed things, but in their case their friendship had only deepened. It was, however, the singular time that had happened in his life. He thought about Jillian and knew, deep in his gut, if they ever made love, the course of his life would change forever. She affected him in a way that bothered him, a complicated way he'd rather avoid. Even more than Callie, the woman he'd once loved and married. He felt a pang of regret, thinking of his wife and child, so long gone, but he couldn't dwell on the past. That never helped. But it could serve as a reminder that with love came the chance of heartache. Not that he was in love with Jillian Rivers. Far from it. But she'd gotten to him. No doubt about it. That woman had burrowed her way under his skin. The third call was to Chilcot, and they'd agreed to meet at the diner up the street. Zane had walked the 3 blocks, ordered 2 cups of coffee to go, and collecting the steaming drinks, then strode into the parking lot, where a few early risers had parked their rigs. Within minutes, Chilcot had arrived in an old army jeep, and they hauled ass up to his cabin, a rough-hewn log building complete with running water, electricity, and a basement few people knew about. During the ride up a winding road, McGregor had told Chilcot as much of his story as he thought advisable, including how he'd found Jillian in her wrecked car at the bottom of a ravine, and how, after healing, she'd been abducted and left in the forest while his dog had been shot. Chilcot had listened, asking few questions, then had led the way into his cabin. Now McGregor followed him into a dusty basement, where they dodged old ductwork, made their way past broken furniture and rusted-out barbecue, passing hidden cameras tucked into the shadowy cobwebs of the crossbeams. At the back wall, Chilcot stepped into an alcove, ostensibly built for firewood, and hit a switch. The back wall swung open, and an array of computers, monitors, photographic equipment, radios, and cameras was revealed. "Okay, then," Chilcot said, smiling as he sat at a desk chair that rolled the length of a 20-foot table. "Let's get to work." Jillian felt the heat from the fire. Outside, the winter raged, snow blowing against the windows, ice hanging in glittering shards from the roof. But inside, the cabin was warm, hot. Blood pounded through her veins as she stared into the eyes of a stranger, a lover. "McGregor," she whispered as his hands skimmed over her body, finger pads stroking her bare skin, brushing over her rib cage and the bend of her waist, as they lay face to face upon the wide couch. God, she wanted him, ached for him. And yet she knew this was wrong, so very wrong. There was danger, evil. Lurking in the dark corners of the room, unseen eyes watched with the same hunger and passion that, at this moment, ran through her veins. She caught a glimpse of something, a piece of glass reflecting the room. But the image was distorted, in grainy black and white, a photo with a bus and a man. No, not just a man. Aaron, her husband. So why was she here, with this stranger? Aaron ran to catch the bus, his legs moving. "He's running away from you, Julian. He's... As he charged forward, flagging the bus, his clothes ripped away, and his exposed body was shriveled, the flesh decaying. She gasped, and he turned, looking over his shoulder, smiling widely as his face became a skull, and the mirror on the bus flashed numbers and letters that she couldn't see. "He's dead. Aaron's dead. Your husband died in South America." "No, not Aaron. Mason. Mason is my husband. Or was he?" The skeleton face grinned in wicked glee before stepping in front of the bus. She cringed, shrank away from the image, screamed in silent horror. In a second the image faded, and she was again in the cabin, lying naked with a man, feeling the heat of his body. He held her tight and kissed the crook of her neck. Instantly her blood turned to liquid fire, and her fear was replaced by desire. Hot, wanton, undeniable desire. She looked into the eyes of the man holding her, this sexy stranger, who was caressing her, cradling her against him, pushing his hips against hers. His erection was thick and hard against her, rubbing against her abdomen, creating friction and a shameless need. Oh, to feel him inside her, to experience the ecstasy of his thrusts as he parted her legs and pushed deep inside. But it was wrong. She didn't know him, couldn't just foolishly make love to him, yet she was quivering with want, perspiring with need. "McGregor, I don't—" "Shh." His lips swept softly over hers, and she moaned, "Don't think about anything." His voice was so low, so seductive, and his hands, oh Lord, his hands, skimming her nipples, whispering across her abdomen, touching gently, exploring eagerly, probing into her flesh. She gasped as he caressed her, getting her ready, her body responding, juices flowing. "This is wrong," she managed to say, though it was a whisper, as her lips barely moved. He kissed her then, hard, urgently. She felt all of his muscles strain as he pulled her up against him, and she couldn't help but wind her arms around his neck, kissing him back fervently. Eyes closed, she felt the hard wall of his chest, the delicious scratch of his hair against her flesh, the heat from his skin below. Her own heart was pounding crazily, blood throbbing in her ears, her skin afire. "Don't do this," a voice in her head warned. "You don't even know him." But that was crazy. Of course she knew him. She understood him. It was as if they'd been searching for each other for years. "Do not do this, Julian." Oh, be quiet, she thought, and gave herself up to the sensations of his touch, the smell of his skin, the feel of his whiskers against her face, the salty taste of his lips upon hers. As he shifted, pulling her beneath him, pressing her body into the cushions with his, breathing hard and fast against her skin, his tongue flicked against her lips, pushing through to glide along her teeth. With a groan she opened to him. His hands found her breasts, kneading the soft flesh, causing her nipples to pucker and her insides to melt. An ache, deep and primal, swirled deep between her legs, and she closed her mind to anything but making love to him. What would it hurt, just this once? She loved him, didn't she? Hadn't she known it from the minute she'd awoken in this very cabin? And his touch, oh Lord, what he was doing to her, what her mind was imagining. She wanted this, the fusion of their bodies, the blending of their souls. Moist heat curled deep inside, and she caught her breath as he came to her, his hard body covered in sweat, a sheen to his skin in the firelight. One masculine hand cupped her buttocks, pulled her close, fingers digging into her skin. She trembled. Desire pumped through her body. "Julian," he said, gazing longingly at her. "Julian." She tried to answer. Couldn't. Her breath and voice were lost in this weird mix of love and lust and fear. He was breathing faster now, harder, or was that eager, excited panting her own unchained breaths? She swallowed hard, and thought the sound might be coming from another source. A chill ran down her spine as she realized it might be from something dark and hidden and observing, something rabid and excited, something or someone licking his tongue in anticipation. Oh, God! "Jillian!" What? The voice. Was it McGregor's? Or was it resonating from the dark corners of the room? Her heart stilled. From somewhere in the distance a dog barked. Harley? She was suddenly outside in snowdrifts that reached her knees. She thought she saw the dog loping easily through the snow, as if following a broken path. She tried to call to him, to run after him, but her legs were leaden, and he was moving so fast, a blur of white and black, his tail streaking behind. His ears were cocked forward as he leaped over a final snowbank, and disappeared into a frigid thicket of pine and spruce. "No!" She felt the danger, tried to call out. A rifle cracked. The dog yelped in pain. "Harley!" she gasped. But again her voice failed her, and Zane McGregor, who had just been with her, was gone. She was freezing. She looked to the fire, where the dog, teeth bared, eyes glowing red from the reflection of the coals in the fire, lay, his coat matted in blood. "Jillian!" Someone was yanking at her hand. The demon in the corner? The monster who was watching her make love to McGregor? The psychopath who had shot the dog? Terror ripped through her. She tried to scream. Where the hell was McGregor? "Jillian! For the love of God, wake up!" Her eyes flew open, and she swept air into her lungs. In a second she realized she'd been dreaming, and the images of the cabin withered away. She was still in the hospital, lying beneath wrinkled sheets, her heart pounding in fear. Outside a dog was barking, not crying in pain, and here in the room, standing next to the bed, his big hand clasped over hers, his face a mask of concern, was Zane McGregor, the man to whom she'd just made mental love. Chapter 24. "Are you all right?" Zane asked, as she shook the cobwebs as well as the fantasies from her mind. She thought about her dream and how she'd imagined making love to him, and she felt herself blush. It had to be the drugs, whatever they were pumping into her body in terms of antibiotics and painkillers and sleeping medication, had obviously caused her to lose contact with all reality. "I'm fine. Well, kind of." Scooting herself up in the bed, she tried not to think about the blue-gray of his eyes, or the way she imagined his hands would feel on her body. For the love of God, they hadn't even really kissed, unless you counted that chaste little brush of his lips across her cheek, and here she was, dreaming about stripping him of his clothes and making love to him in front of the fire. But the dream had changed, turned into a nightmare. "Harley," she said, "is he all right?" "Recovering. I stopped by there a few minutes ago. There's still a chance he could lose a leg, but he'll survive." "Thank God. I'm so sorry." "It wasn't your fault." "I shouldn't have let him out." "And what? Let him pee all over the house?" "It's okay, Jillian. You're both alive. That's all that matters." For the first time she noticed that his hand was still holding hers, his big, calloused fingers wrapped around hers. As if he, too, recognized that he was touching her, he slowly released her hand and took a step back. "You look like hell," she said softly. "That's what a night in the Pinewood County Jail can do." "Did you break out?" He almost laughed. She saw it in his weary gaze. "Nah, they had to let me go. Lack of evidence. And it really pissed them off, just like I pissed off the guard who's at your door.
He didn't want me to come inside, but I sweet-talked one of the nurses, who told him to back off.
And he did?
A little. She glanced past McGregor to the door, where a short cop was glowering but not entering the room. He took one step over the threshold, and Gillian shook her head, glaring back at the man and letting him know in silent but no uncertain terms that he was to keep his distance.
"I need to get out of here," she said softly to McGregor.
One side of his mouth lifted. "Cabin fever?"
"Hospital fever, but yeah."
"And do what? Go home?" he asked, his eyes narrowing just a fraction.
She shook her head. "I've got unfinished business."
She found the controls for the bed and pushed the button to raise the head of the bed until she was in a sitting position. "What are you planning?"
"I'm going to find Aaron, if he's alive."
"You still think he is?"
"I don't know what to think. Maybe it's an elaborate scam to lure me over here. I don't know. I wanted to believe that I was a mistake, that this maniac killer you've got running around this part of the country hit the wrong car. But I've had to rethink that since the attack that put me here. This guy, whoever he is, wants me dead."
"Then you should let the police handle it." She stared at him, hard.
"Would you?" When he didn't answer, she half smiled. "Okay, I know the answer to that. And the police will probably want me to go somewhere safe and hide."
"Probably."
She shook her head. "How would you feel if someone tried to kill you twice? If they jumped you, stripped you, and tied you to a damn tree?" She felt her blood burning through her veins again, anger and adrenaline spurring her on. "I know how to shoot a gun. I've had courses in self-defense. I'm no wimp."
"And right now you're feeling angry and self-righteous and foolish," he said. "But you're right. I'd feel the same way. But even with all your qualifications, this guy's got something over you, something that you just can't fight."
"Yeah?"
"He's nuts, Gillian. A bona fide, dyed-in-the-wool psychopath. You can't begin to fathom the depths of depravity in his black soul. So leave the investigating to the cops. Let them do their job."
"Because they've done it so well? How many women are dead now? 4? 5?
"4 dead, 2 in the hospital, counting you."
6 victims. She began working on the IV, peeling off the tape. "And you know what? I have a feeling this guy's not done. So I'm not going to be a sitting duck here at the hospital, okay? I'm not pinning my hopes on Nurse Claire and the rent-a-cop out in the hallway being my first line of defense. Everyone knows I'm here. I saw it on our news broadcast. And I'm willing to bet that the reason I haven't gotten any calls from the reporters is that the hospital is blocking them, and the police are checking them out. I think the smarter move is to just leave. Let the police say that I'm still here. I'm cool with that. But I can't just lie here and wait, hoping the guards will protect me."
"I could stay."
"And you're going to tell me that you're not after this guy? That you don't intend to track down the guy who set you up?"
McGregor frowned. "I won't lie to you, Gillian. That bastard is going to pay. But till he's caught, you need to be safe."
Gillian winced as she swung her legs over the side of the bed, her taped ankle visible beneath the hem of her short, unflattering hospital gown. She thought about telling him the truth about Aaron, about how the louse had stolen money from clients, people who had trusted him, and left her to deal with the victims of his fraud. Whether he'd really died in Suriname or faked his death, he'd set her up for a major, horrible, and scandalizing fall. Between the police, the press, and the victims of a pyramid scheme that she'd known nothing about, she was left to deal with the fallout and try to pick up the pieces of her life. It had taken her years to regain her reputation, and she couldn't deny that remarrying and changing her name had held more than a little appeal, a fact that Mason had accused her of more often than once. If Aaron Caruso dared to be alive, she damned well wanted to see him, face to face. But of course she hadn't confided in Zane McGregor, at least not yet. It just wasn't an easy thing to admit that she'd been played for the ultimate schmuck, a fool in love. She couldn't count the number of times she'd thought about what he'd done to her, and looked in the mirror only to say, "Idiot,"
as she'd washed her face or brushed her teeth or combed her hair. It had taken years to bury all that anger and pain. However, upon learning that Aaron might be alive today, the old wounds had reopened, as if the scars had been slit, then burned with acid. McGregor said, "You can't leave, Julian. It's unsafe." "I don't think so," she said, feigning a smile she didn't feel. "Besides, I've got you to protect me." "You're out of your mind." But he grinned, and it was a killer smile, the kind that melted her to the center of her heart. "Not yet. But I will be totally nuts if I stay here a second longer, so don't argue with me, McGregor, okay? It's just not going to work." On her way to the office, Pescoli stopped at the Safeway store for a cup of coffee, and while she was inside she picked up a copy of the local paper and, from a revolving rack, some colorful gift bags and a couple of gift cards to stores, restaurants, even airlines. She plucked one for Bianca's favorite department store, another for an electronics superstore for Jeremy. She also picked up a couple of fast food cards and one for gas for Jeremy. In a shopping mood, she found foil-wrapped candy in holiday bags and a couple of novels in the book section. Within 20 minutes, some of her Christmas shopping was accomplished. Not too inspired, but the kids would be okay with it, and it was the best she could do. She eyed the cigarettes, considered buying a pack and keeping up the habit just until the star-crossed killer case was solved. Then decided she might be 90 and in the lung cancer ward before that happened. She could get through raising teenagers without nicotine, or so she tried to convince herself. At the checkout, she swiped her credit card to pay for her purchases and was denied. "What the hell?" she muttered. Tried again, but the card didn't work. By now, 2 other people were behind her in the under 15 items line. A third swipe of the card was no good. The checker, a girl of about 19 with hair streaked purple, and wearing a Santa hat held onto her head with a bobby pin, asked, "Do you want to call the credit card company?" "No, wait." Pescoli, irritated and embarrassed, fished through her wallet, while the guy behind her, unshaven and wearing thick glasses, tried not to look pissy. He failed. She found her debit card and swiped it, wiping out a good portion of the money she'd set aside for the rest of the month. A minute later the transaction was finished, and she was over $200 poorer, but she did have a few paltry presents. "It's going to be a spiritual Christmas this year," she muttered under her breath as she climbed into her rig, fired up the engine, and pulled out of the lot. It was still early, traffic sparse, and she was almost to the crest of Boxer Bluff and past the jail when the phone rang. She picked up as she wheeled into the parking lot, which, in the past hours, had been plowed. "Pescoli," she said, without checking caller ID. "Hey, Regan." Lucky's voice was low and gravelly, a combination of too many smokes and not enough sleep, if she guessed right. "Jeremy just called." Pescoli yanked on the emergency brake. "Oh? And what did he have to say for himself?" "He told me the story about how he and his friends had a few beers and got picked up, the whole 9 yards. He yawned, and Pescoli imagined him standing in his boxers and a T-shirt that was tight over the shoulders. Lucky Pescoli's answer to pajamas. His hair would be rumpled, his jaw covered by a thick beard, his hazel eyes heavy with sleep. The image used to turn her on. No more. "Did he also tell you that I let him sit all night in juvie?" "Oh, yeah." "So why did he call you?" There was a pause. Then he got right down to it. "Jeremy wants to come and live with me and Michelle." "You're kidding." "That's what he says." "And you believe him?" She was seeing red, her hand clenching the damn cell phone in a death grip. "He won't even stay with you for a weekend, Lucky, and now he wants to make a permanent arrangement? What was all that talk about Lucky not being his real father just a few days ago?" "So he says." "'Cause he's ticked off. That'll change." Another beat, and she felt her own heart stutter. "Wait a second. You want this?" The world seemed off-kilter, tipping on its axis. "Michelle and I have been talking.
Leave your wife out of this. She's not the kid's mother.
But I'm their dad. Bianca's my daughter, and I've been the most significant male influence in Jeremy's life.
Well, that explains his sudden bout of insanity, she said, suddenly hot.
Face it, Regan, you're always working.
And you're on the road when you are working.
Michelle can be there for them when I can't.
Michelle's a kid herself. For the love of God, Lucky, you can't be serious. She noticed movement in her rear-view mirror, and her insides curdled a bit when she recognized Court Brewster's pickup as the undersheriff parked in his designated spot.
Maybe it's time for a change, Regan, Lucky said so calmly she wanted to reach right through the airwaves and shake some sense into him. I'm married, more stable than you. Jeremy knows about the men.
Men? She repeated, dumbstruck. Yes, she'd had a couple of boyfriends, none of whom had ever lived or even shown up at the house. No, she wasn't a virgin, but there had been more years than she'd like to remember when abstinence was her lifestyle. She'd lived the life of a nun. In her mind's eye, she saw Nate with his sexy, crooked, blindingly white smile and honed, muscular body. He was an outdoorsman, good with animals, and oh, so good with her. Yeah, she was into him. Yeah, the sex was phenomenal. No, it hadn't messed her up with her kids. Nate never came first. The kids did. But the job. Now the job was demanding.
Jeremy knows you're dating some drifter type.
My private life or lack thereof is not relevant to this conversation. I take care of the kids, Lucky, and you know it.
You work all the time.
Except when I'm screwing my brains out with some drifter, right? Now you listen to me, Lucky. I was faithful to you from the time we met. You, on the other hand, didn't seem to realize what the term adultery meant. So get off your high horse and leave my personal life out of this. I've tried like hell to get along with you because you are Bianca's father. But if push comes to shove, I'll take the kids from you.
Michelle and I are more stable, more financially secure.
And why is that? Because you owe me over $7,000 in back child support and medical expenses? You know I could use that money. The only reason I haven't taken you to court already is that I didn't want the kids to see us fight. I figured you'd be good for it anyway, that when college rolled around, you'd make it up to them. But now I'm not so sure. So take all your emotionally stable, financially secure crap and shove it. Tell Jeremy, and Bianca for that matter, the answer is no. Now I've got work to do.
Always. You've always got work to do.
Someone has to pay the bills, she said, and it sure as hell isn't going to be the kid's stable, secure father, is it? In the rearview mirror, she watched Court Brewster walk across the lot to a back door. He didn't so much as glance in her direction, a bad sign, as they always waved or acknowledged each other. Again, her guts tightened. Lucky wasn't taking her attack lying down.
You know, Regan, Bianca's right. You really can be a bitch.
That's hardly a news flash. But he'd wounded her, bringing their daughter into the fight, hitting her where it hurt the most. But she wasn't about to buckle. Just make sure the kids are both home tonight. Jeremy has chores, which, by the way, you could back me up on. He was picked up last night. He was in the wrong. And when you leave Bianca at the house, leave a check, too. At least $1,000. No, make that 2. And start the hell whittling that debt down, or trust me, I will take you to court. Merry Christmas. She snapped off the phone and found herself shaking inside. No one on this earth could make her as crazy as Lucky Pescoli. Even his cute little wife wasn't as irritating. In fact, given spending an evening with either Michelle or Lucky, Pescoli would probably pick the bubblehead. Damn, damn, damn. She climbed out of the car and was still steaming as she marched through the wintry cold and into the back door of the building. Alvarez had done her homework, and something was off. Really off, she thought, as she drove into the parking lot of the station, spying the group of news reporters huddled near the front door, the vans parked in the visitors' lot. The case had turned on its ear, and the press knew all about it. They had known that McGregor had been held as a person of interest, then released early this morning.
She'd pulled into the spot reserved for employees, then walked to a back door to avoid the cluster of reporters camped out near the front of the building. She was fighting a headache, and her nose was starting to run. But she'd be damned if she was going to fall victim to a cold virus now, a few days before Christmas, with this case still unsolved. And just wait until the holiday. For all the peace and goodwill of the season, there were always the family disputes and suicides and officers taking time off to be with their loved ones. She could not afford to be less than 100%. Not now. She had far too much to do. Inside, the sheriff's office was a madhouse, all calm shattered. Everyone who could be was on duty. Phones rang, people talked, boots scraped on the floor. Somewhere a copy machine was churning out pages, and through it all, barely discernible, was the sound of piped-in music, orchestral arrangements of Christmas classics. Peeling off her jacket and hat, Selena found her cubicle, checked her email and messages, then, still sniffing, walked into the break room, where she made herself a cup of hot tea. Her grandmother swore by tea with lemon and honey in it. Her grandfather always supplemented the home remedy with a shot or two of whiskey or tequila, whatever was handy and out of Grandma Rosarita's watchful eye. Still dunking the tea bag in her cup, she walked to Pescoli's desk. Her partner was flipping through a thick stack of lab and autopsy reports, witness statements, and notes she'd taken. "I can't believe McGregor wasn't our killer," she groused. "Now we're back to square one." "It happens," Alvarez said, sharing her partner's disappointment. Pescoli rolled her chair back and shook her head. "I just hate being 2 steps behind this guy." She rubbed the nape of her neck. "How'd it go with Jeremy?" Alvarez asked, tossing her tea bag into the plastic wastebasket at the corner of Pescoli's desk. Pescoli's shoulders tightened. "He's not talking to me, but I think I'll live." With a glance toward the undersheriff's office, she added, "So far I haven't spoken to Court. He's probably going to want Jeremy run out of town on a rail or strung up by his balls. He's just a kid. A stupid kid." She threw up one hand. "For someone as smart as all get out, he can be dumber than dirt. They all are sometimes. We all made major errors in judgment growing up." Pescoli glanced up at her and squinted, as if she were trying to figure out what really made her partner tick. "I stole my dad's car and wrecked it. 3 girls with me. We were all lucky no one was hurt. But there wasn't any booze or drugs involved. What about you?" Alvarez didn't like where this was heading. Too personal. The usual stuff. Cutting out of school, smoking behind the gym, sneaking out. It wasn't major, I guess, because I was pretty focused. But I think it's pretty normal." She didn't say that she'd trusted the wrong people, that one in particular had abused that trust, and her life had never been the same. It's different when it's your own kids, you know? You would lay down your life for them in a heartbeat, and the next second you want to throttle them. "I'm going to have to break the ice with Brewster, but not yet." She picked up a well-worn stack of papers, her eyes on Brewster's office. Alvarez took an experimental sip of her tea. "Did you get the information Zoller retrieved on the Vicks?" "Yep. I was going to call you last night," Alvarez started, but Pescoli waved her aside. "It was a crazy night," she said dismissively. "But look at this. I've been doing a little research on Jillian Rivers, the victim who's different from the others. I double-checked her story, you know, about her ex-husband and the photos." She motioned to a stack of photographs, copies of the originals they'd found with Jillian Rivers' things at McGregor's cabin. Alvarez picked up the snapshots of the man walking across the street. The photograph was grainy, and the man could have been the dead husband, she supposed, as she glanced at another shot, one of Aaron Caruso's driver's license, which was over 10 years old. There was a resemblance, but nothing definite that she could see. No telltale ID marks like a tattoo or scar, or even a mole in the same place. I Googled Jillian Rivers, a.k.a. Jillian Caruso, as well as her first husband, and I located newspaper articles from the towns where she lived. "You've been busy." "Got here early," Pescoli explained, again glancing toward Court Brewster's closed door.
Anyway, it turns out that this husband she told us about, the first one, Aaron Caruso, he didn't just disappear. He disappeared with a whole lot of OPM. Other people's money? Alvarez was about to drop the photos, but stopped. An embezzler? Scam artist? Bingo, you got it. Look at this. She handed Alvarez several newspaper articles that she'd printed out, along with reports from an earlier investigation involving the SEC. Selena placed her cup on the end of Pescoli's desk as she skimmed the articles. So Caruso left his wife holding the bag. Only it was empty, far as anyone can tell. At that time there was no indication that she had any money, and he took $500,000 10 years ago. Alvarez stared again at the photos. This guy in the old cap, he absconded with $500 grand? None of the other victims had anything like this in their past. Another anomaly. Pescoli leaned back in her chair and tapped the ring finger of her right hand with her thumb. Jillian Rivers is the victim who falls away from the usual M.O. The killing site was only partially correct. The little open space in the forest and the single tree with her tied up naked, that was right. But that's about as far as it goes. The note left at the scene wasn't right. The star carved over her head, wrong. The rope that bound her was different. The shoe size of the doer was smaller. The fact that he carried her rather than prodded her along in her bare feet, another difference. This isn't an evolving M.O., it's something else. She held Alvarez's gaze, squinting a little as she thought. I bet whoever wants Jillian Rivers dead was just trying to throw us off. They're the copycat. So we need to go back to motive, Alvarez thought aloud. Exactly. I think we should find out who inherits if Ms. Rivers meets an untimely end. She's probably got some assets, life insurance, bank accounts, retirement plans, real estate, whatever. Let's see if she has a will. She's got no kids, right? Just a mother and a sister with a couple of kids. And an ex, who's an attorney, lives in the state and might have drawn up her will while they were still married. If she hasn't changed it, then he could inherit. Maybe he got wind of the fact that she was going to rewrite it. A big leap there, Alvarez pointed out. Just because he's an ex. Yeah, well, I go by the theory that the only good ex-husband is a dead ex-husband. What about the other victims? Pescoli scowled. Therein lies the problem. Nina Salvador had a small insurance policy on herself. The beneficiary was her kid. Teresa Charlton and Wendy Ito had no insurance, and, as far as we can tell, their estates aren't worth much. Neither own their houses, and their cars are totaled. Teresa Charlton's Ford Eclipse isn't worth much now, and Wendy Ito still owed a lot of money on her Prius, so the bank will get the insurance proceeds to pay off the loan. Neither woman had a will, so whatever Charlton had will go to her husband, and Wendy Ito's estate, if there is anything, will go to her parents. We're still missing a car. Pescoli nodded. But when we find it, I'm betting it's emptied out, just like the others. And all the heirs seem grief-riddled? You got that right. If I get one more call from Lyle Wilson, I might just scream. Wilson? The brother of Teresa Charlton? He seems to think that if he calls more often, we'll catch the killer sooner. Like we'd slack off if he didn't keep nudging us. He feels helpless and doesn't know what to do. Well, he can back the hell off. That's what he can do. You tell him that? Alvarez took another long swallow of tea, the hot liquid soothing her throat. Not in so many words, no, but he got the message. I'll bet he did. Alvarez coughed, nearly spilling her tea. Hey, are you sick or something? Nah, maybe a cold coming on. You've got to nip that in the bud. She opened a drawer to showcase an array of over-the-counter meds. I've got anything you need. Take the daytime non-drowsy stuff. She found a packet of cold tablets and a bottle of ibuprofen. This is like a drugstore, Alvarez said. Yeah, I know, but I can't afford to be sick. She tossed the packet to Alvarez, who caught it without slopping any of her tea. Neither can you. She glanced at her watch. Get ready, we've got a meeting in half an hour. The phone lines in the task force room have been going nuts. The feds have been doing their own thing, and Grayson's got to come up with a statement for the press. Sounds like fun, Alvarez muttered as she slid out the card of cold tablets and popped one from its blister pack. Usually she wasn't a fan of medication, bought without a prescription, but today she was willing to try anything. Fun? Pescoli glanced at her partner. You really do need to get out more. Chapter 25. It took Jillian nearly 2 hours to secure her release from the hospital. Dr. Haas, tall, reed-thin, with short silvery hair and deep crow's feet around his eyes, tried to intervene, to convince her that she needed more time to allow her system to recuperate, but she was having none of it. Fine. The doctor, thin lips pinched, nostrils slightly flared, finally acquiesced, albeit unwillingly, as McGregor waited leaning insouciantly against the wall, jean-clad hips resting on the edge of the counter that encased the sink. "I can't stop you." Haas handed her a prescription and signed the orders for her release. With a final disapproving glance, he swept out of the room, and Jillian, after hobbling to the bathroom, dressed with difficulty in the clothes that the sheriff's department had left for her. Shoes were a problem, as nothing fit over her wrapped ankle, but her boot-cut jeans were a godsend. "I don't know how you think you're going to track down your dead husband and outrun a killer on crutches," McGregor commented. "One crutch," she corrected. "And remember, I have you, right?" He inclined his head. "I think I've got as much at stake in this as you do. The sheriff's department and the FBI released me, but that doesn't mean I'm not still on their radar for this mess. And you're not willing to sit around and wait for them to catch the guy either." "Nope." His face was grim. "Whoever he is, he set me up too. Shot my dog. Left you out in the woods to die. Pointed the authorities in my direction. No, Jillian, I'm not going to wait for the detectives. They'd just as soon pin this on me, and I wouldn't be the first innocent man locked away." She knew he was thinking of the time he'd done in Colorado. "Good. Then let's get out of here. I was thinking we should start in Missoula, since that's where the envelopes that I received were postmarked. That's where I was heading in the first place." "Any place special?" "Well, I was going to start with Mason, my ex. He's the only person I know there. I mean, the only one who has any axe to grind with me." She paused. Something wasn't right about the whole Missoula thing. She couldn't put her finger on it, but there was an idea tugging at the back of her mind. A notion that she couldn't quite grasp, a feeling that Missoula, Montana was all wrong, even a decoy. But that sensation faded in an instant, a wispy thought that escaped her. McGregor seemed to sense it. "What?" "Nothing. Just, I don't know. Missoula seems off somehow. As if whoever sent me the photographs wanted me to head there. I knew it before I left Seattle, but I couldn't help myself." She tried to call back the image that escaped her. "I feel like if we go to Missoula, we're playing into his hands." Frowning, McGregor walked to the window and stared outside, where sunlight was beginning to melt some of the snow. "Have you got any other ideas?" She shook her head. "Not really." "Then for right now, let's go somewhere private. Plan our next move without the chance of anyone overhearing. Somewhere out of town." "What about Harley?" "We'll stop by the veterinary clinic. I've already called Jordan. She's waiting." "Jordan?" "The vet." He picked up Jillian's travel case. "She's a friend of mine." "A good friend?" she asked, more than curious. There was something in the tone of his voice that caused a bit of envy to run through her veins. He glanced over his shoulder as he held the door to the room open. "Very good," he said, as she hitched her way through with one crutch. "Should I be jealous?" His smile spread easily over his beard-darkened chin. "Very." For the first time since meeting the two FBI agents, Alvarez finally understood what Craig Halden's role was in his partnership with Stephanie Chandler. Usually content to let his partner do most of the talking, he'd always hung in the background, making a few comments but mostly watching from the sidelines. A good old country boy who was skating along on his job. Not so. Today the show was all Halden's, and his affable demeanor evaporated under the new, hard-nosed agent who was stepping up in the investigation. Not that Stephanie Chandler took a back seat. That wasn't her style. But today, when all hell was breaking out among the news people and the public, and the case against Zane McGregor, who had been their only serious suspect, had broken down, Halden had stepped up. He stood at the head of the long table in the task force room and brought everyone up to speed. The FBI, too, was convinced that McGregor wasn't their man, that Gillian Rivers' abduction was the result of a personal attack against her, someone who was using the star-crossed killer as a decoy. The psycho they were looking for was an organized, systematic, serial killer. He wouldn't have made the mistakes that had occurred at the intended killing site of Gillian Rivers. So now they had 2 killers and 2 cases, and their focus at the moment was on the Rivers woman. Agents Halden and Chandler had studied the theory that Aaron Caruso, a scam artist who had bilked investors out of their savings, might still be alive, but again there was no proof. The pictures and email and voice messages may have been just a lure to get Gillian Rivers to Montana. Trouble was, other than her ex-husband, Mason Rivers, who was in Spokane at the time of the shootings, Ms. Rivers had no known enemies. "Could be someone pissed off about losing their nest egg," Watershed offered. Chandler frowned. 10 years is a long time to hold a grudge. "Not if you need the money now," Pescoli said. She was seated at the table, wedged between Watershed and Alvarez, while the agents were walking back and forth in front of the geographical maps and pictures of the victims. "Not if you're suddenly desperate, your life is falling apart, and you need a scapegoat." "But murder?" Chandler asked. "Elaborate murder?" "Could be the guy's been waiting for the opportunity, and then the star-crossed killer comes along, and he thinks he's got his ticket." Watershed glanced toward Grayson for support. Grayson grimaced and rubbed his chin. "We should take a look at the victims of Caruso's scam. See if anyone lives in the area or within a 100-mile radius." "I'll do it," Zoller offered. For once she wasn't manning the phone and was seated at one end of the long table. "Good. But that's just one side of the equation." Halden tapped a finger on the map of the area, the spot near McGregor's cabin where Gillian Rivers had been found. "If our copycat is after Miss Rivers for a reason, he won't kill anyone else." "No, he'll go after her again," Alvarez said. "He's missed twice. He won't give up." Halden nodded. "But our other guy, he won't give up either, and he'll be looking for more victims if he doesn't have some already stashed away. Have we checked the missing persons in the area?" Alvarez answered. "Checked within a 100-mile radius. Since he crosses race barriers, I narrowed it down to women between 20 and 40 missing in the last month." She walked to the map on the wall. "All of the shootings took place within 10 miles of each other, so I tried to narrow the fields even further to women who were known or thought by their families to have been passing through the area. Fortunately, we have only 5 who meet all the criteria." She placed the 5 reports face up on the table, driver's license pictures included. Any, all, or none of them could be our next victim. "God, I hate this," Pescoli said, scanning the pictures, and Alvarez agreed. The thought that some of these women might be in the killer's lair, already held, bound, tortured, or heaven knew what else, bothered her deeply. "We have to ID this guy," Chandler said, walking past each of the pictures. Her face was set and hard, and, as thin as she was, she looked as if she'd lost weight since arriving in Grizzly Falls. "Has anyone been able to talk to the Jane Doe in the hospital?" "No," Zoller said. "She's still unconscious, but we've identified her as Hannah Estes, 29, a secretary for an insurance firm, divorced, no children, lives in Butte with a roommate. Hannah's the registered owner of a Chevrolet Impala, which, too, is missing." Court Brewster added, "And the only living victim, the only person who can positively ID this prick." The sheriff nodded. "Someone needs to go up to Missoula. Be there when she wakes up." "If she wakes up." Brewster stood then, put his hands in his pockets, and shook his head. He made a big point of avoiding Pescoli's eyes.
But she seemed to be ignoring him right back. Alvarez didn't blame her. They had more important issues to deal with. The pictures of the missing women, all potential victims of this maniac, called to her. Were any of them, even now, trapped in some windowless lair, being used as slaves, or— But not sex slaves. None of the bodies had shown any signs of vaginal trauma or sexual intercourse. What is this nutcase's game? "Here's what we got," Halden said. "I've been working on this." He laid down page after page of the stars left at the killing scenes, each traced onto tissue paper as thin as onion skins. "If you look closely, they all fit onto this." He drew out another, heavier piece of paper from his briefcase, laid it flat, and placed the stack of traced drawings over the image. Every star fit perfectly, except one. "This is the star we found with Jillian Rivers. Not only is it a different shape, but it doesn't fit into the constellation." "Which constellation?" Pescoli asked. "Orion." Alvarez recognized the familiar outline. "The hunter." She noticed Pescoli stiffen. "He thinks he's a hunter? Shooting out their tires? Keeping them with him before he leaves them in the woods?" "Maybe." Alvarez looked to Halden. "That part we don't get," the agent said. "If it was about hunting and killing, why not just shoot them when he has the chance?" "So if you scramble the letters, do they say something about hunting or Orion?" Alvarez suggested. Halden pulled out a copy of the note and placed it on the table. The large block letters were visible to everyone. WARTHESCIN. "Not yet," he said. RIN. Alvarez frowned. "And the S and C and E could be part of constellation. Or the H and N and T and E and R could be part of hunter. We're only missing a U on that one," Watershed said, scratching at his beard stubble. "It's all conjecture." Stephanie Chandler was terse. "The Bureau's working on it." Halden went on a little bit more about the stars and the letters, and the FBI agents agreed to go to Missoula and talk to Hannah Estes' doctors and family. Everyone was hoping she would awaken and make IDing the killer easier, but so far it wasn't happening. When the meeting broke up, Alvarez left the room, worrying that they were no closer to arresting the killer than they had been when Teresa Charlton's body had been found months before. She made her way out of the task force room and nearly ran into Joelle, who was carrying a platter of decorated sugar cookies. Jolly Santa faces, snowmen with raisin eyes, holly wreaths decorated in gooey green frosting with tiny red hearts clustered to look like berries. "I thought everyone could use a little cheering up," she said. "Thanks," Alvarez said, and grabbed a reindeer with a red heart nose that was much too large for his little head. Poor Rudolph looked like he was in serious need of rhinoplasty. Worse yet, the cookie crumbled in her fingers. Joelle didn't notice as she passed the plate around to the officers exiting the room, then walked self-importantly down the hallway, high heels clicking, earrings bobbing, as she made her way to the kitchen, where she paused to brew coffee, then left the platter with its homemade sweets on the table. "Merry Christmas," she breathed to them all as she hurried out the front door and somehow pushed her way through the crowd of reporters on the steps. Joelle wasn't part of the investigative team, and therefore wasn't expected to come to work on her days off. "What a case," Pescoli whispered, snapping off Santa's hat with her teeth. "She's just spreading good cheer." "In a serial murder investigation?" Pescoli shook her head and made her way back to her desk. "She means well," Alvarez offered. "Have you ever wondered why people say that? She means well? It implies that the person they're talking about is rude, self-involved, or just plain oblivious to what's really going on, and I'm not so sure Joelle ever means well. I think it's an act, that deep down she's a mean-spirited bitch." Alvarez lifted her eyebrows. "You got up on the wrong side of— Oh, yeah, sorry." Of course Pescoli was snappy. She'd had a horrible night with her kid. "I guess I have a date with destiny,"
Pescoli said, and as Alvarez watched her, her partner finished her cookie and, visibly squaring her shoulders, walked across the hall and straight for the door of Court Brewster's office. The storm had abated a bit. McGregor was at the wheel of a truck loaned to him by a friend, Gillian in the passenger seat. The roads were plowed, the pickup making good time in the scant traffic. For once the sun's rays burned through the remaining clouds, and Gillian felt better than she had in days. It had been long over a week since she'd woken up in McGregor's cabin, and from that time forward she'd always been laid up, in someone's care and feeling useless. Today, however, she thought, as the pickup's wide tires hummed across the wet pavement, she felt in control, able to determine her own destiny. Well, somewhat. There were still the bruised ribs and sprained ankle to deal with, and the painkillers she was on not only took the edge off, but dulled her a bit. She didn't care. Finally, she was free. With the heat blasting into the cab and the radio turned to some country western station that plucked Christmas classics from obscurity, McGregor drove straight from the hospital's front doors, where a few newscasters had tried to get a statement from her, to the veterinary clinic a few miles away. He parked in an alley next to a dented dumpster that had survived more than one unfortunate tangle with a car. Fortunately, she wasn't a big enough news item for the press to chase. With McGregor's help and her single crutch, she was able to walk along a snow-covered concrete path, past a row of stiff arborvitae, to the back door, where McGregor rapped sharply with his knuckles. "She's doing this as a favor to me," he explained. "The clinic's officially closed." "A favor?" The door swung open, and a petite woman who couldn't have weighed 100 pounds ushered them inside, where the smells of animals and urine were faint and masked by the stronger odors of antiseptic and pine cleaner. Fluorescent lights illuminated rooms and hallways, painted white to match a gleaming tile floor. McGregor made quick introductions, and Jordan Eagle shook her hand with fingers that were as strong as steel. "You're the woman who survived the attack," she said, her eyes assessing. Without any makeup, she was still beautiful. Her skin smooth and coppery, her eyes surrounded by thick black lashes and perfect eyebrows. Her cheekbones were high and separated by a thin, straight nose. Full lips parted to expose white teeth that were only slightly crooked, just enough to add interest to her face. "You're lucky," she observed. "Because of McGregor." Jordan's gaze skated to Zane. "I heard. So now you're a hero." He snorted derisively and sent Gillian a look meant to shut her up. "Hardly." She didn't take the hint. "He saved my life," Gillian said flatly. "Twice." Gillian wanted everyone in Pinewood and the surrounding counties to know the facts, not the distorted truth that she suspected was grist for the local gossip mill. Not the facts twisted to make a case against him by the sheriff's department. One of Jordan's arched eyebrows quirked upward. "Well, how about that, McGregor? I knew you always had it in you." He shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other. "How's Harley?" "Groggy, but okay. I was able to save the leg, but my guess is that he won't use it much. Maybe for balance. But when he runs, he'll probably tuck it up and gallop on 3 legs. She glanced up at McGregor. "He'll be fine. Don't worry. The jackrabbits will have just as much to fear as they used to." "Which wasn't all that much," McGregor allowed. "He gives a good chase, but wouldn't know what to do with one if he caught it." She laughed, her dark eyes crinkling at the corners. She was tanned, lithe, her black hair pulled into a ponytail that hung halfway to her waist. How she could wrestle an 80-pound German shepherd or anxious foaling mare, Gillian couldn't understand. Nonetheless, if anything, Jordan Eagle, DVM, looked efficient. "He's in here." She led them along a well-lit hallway to an examination room, then opened a door to a larger area, where Harley lay in a large crate. He looked through the grate with groggy eyes, but Gillian heard his tail thump a few times. "Hey, buddy," McGregor said, and opened the gate to pet his dog. Harley's tongue hung out of his mouth, and the thumping increased in tempo for a second. Is the doc taking good care of you?" Jillian felt as if her heart might crack. Even though she and the spaniel had started out mistrusting each other, she'd begun to care for the damn dog, and she felt terrible that he'd been attacked because of her. "As I said, he's going to be fine. He's one tough dog," Jordan said when McGregor straightened, and Jillian took her turn petting the dog's head. Harley even managed to wag his tail for her, and she felt all the more pain, more responsibility. "So you'll watch him?" McGregor asked. "Like a hawk," she said. "Not an eagle?" "Lame joke, McGregor, real lame." Jillian agreed, but couldn't help feeling another little twinge of jealousy at the easy banter between McGregor and Jordan Eagle. It was ridiculous, but she was helpless to control it. "I'll call and check in." "Where are you going?" Jordan asked, glancing again at Jillian, as if she were suddenly aware that there might be something more than friendship between the woman on crutches and McGregor. "Not sure yet, but I'll call." "I've heard that before." "Seriously, I will." Jordan paused in the doorway. "You'd better, or I might just hold Harley for ransom." McGregor smiled as he helped Jillian into the truck. "Yeah, right, like you'd want him," he said, and walked to the driver's side. "Thanks, Jordan." "Any time." She smiled then, the curve of her lips wistful. "She's in love with you," Jillian said as McGregor jammed the truck into reverse and the vet disappeared into the clinic. "Don't think so." "Bull. You know it as much as I do." "She's married." "That's not what I said." "Are you having an affair with her?" "No." Once the pickup was in drive and moving forward, he steered the old rig onto the street, where sunlight was dancing on the wet pavement. "But you did." "A long time ago." He squinted against the glare. "Look in the glove box. See if you can find a pair of sunglasses." "So, what happened?" She rummaged through loose papers and old rags, and the manual for the truck. "Nothing." McGregor checked the visor and found a pair. "Can you clean these off?" "Sure." She rubbed the dusty lenses with the hem of her sweater. "So, what happened? With the lady vet?" "The lady vet. She'd love that. It ran its course. She wanted something more than I was willing to give, and she found somebody else." "That simple." A long dimple filled with irony and a bit of regret creased his cheek. "Well, nothing's that simple, but I figure you know that, since you've been married twice." She wanted to ask more questions, to delve further, but he'd effectively shut her down. He was teasing her, but also telling her to let it go. His past was his past, had nothing to do with her, and yet she shifted on the old bench seat and stared out a windshield that didn't look as if it had been cleaned since the millennium. Pockmarked, dusty, with streaks where the wipers had scraped across it, the glass had a crack that ran along the bottom of the pane. "Where are we going?" she asked. "I was thinking of Spruce Creek." "What?" He was driving out of the city limits, the low-slung buildings of mini-malls passing by. "You had coffee there, right? At some place called the Chocolate Mousse Café?" She was nodding. "I can barely remember it, but yeah, I think so. How did you know?" "Because the detectives asked me if I'd been there or knew about the place. Did I have coffee there? Was I a regular? They didn't say why, but it had to be connected to you. And since it's on the way from Seattle to September Creek, where your car was found, I figured you'd been there." "And you think the killer might have been too?" she asked, as he passed a slow-moving semi, hauling cars that were dented and wrecked. "It's as good a place to start as any, don't you think?" "To tell you the truth, I don't know what to think. I'm not a detective or an investigator, but there's no reason to sit around here." "Agreed." "Okay," she said as he picked up speed, and the town street gave way to a curvy mountain road, lined with trees that were still drooping under the weight of snow. She'd never been afraid of adventure, had always welcomed a test, but taking off with no good plan to a destination she didn't know, with a man who at times frightened her and other times excited her, seemed a little crazy. Okay, a lot crazy. She wanted to deny her attraction to him, but it was just damned impossible. The truth of the matter was that she was attracted to Zane McGregor, and it wasn't just a little casual flirtation. Unfortunately, she was beginning to fall for the man, and that, she knew, was a problem. A big problem. Chapter 26. "So, what is it you want to say, Detective?" Court Brewster was sitting at his desk, a pile of paperwork in front of him, his pen in hand. He looked up as Pescoli walked into the room, and the expression on his face could have turned flesh to stone. "I thought we should talk about last night, the kids." He leaned back in his chair, so far that it squeaked. His face remained grim as he said, "Before you launch into all kinds of reasons or explanations or apologies or whatever it is you want to say, let's just get one thing clear. You and I have to work together, no matter what happens between your son and my daughter." She felt a bit of relief until he started clicking his pen. "Even so, that does not excuse what happened last night, and I want you to know that I hold your son responsible." Here we go. "He's older, should know better, and has no right dragging my girl along on some drunken joyride." All Brewster's calm faded away, and his face infused with color. "She's only 15, for crying out loud, and as far as I'm concerned, your boy is going nowhere, getting into trouble, sliding down one hell of a slippery slope." "You're blaming Jeremy," she said stonily. "Hell yes, I'm blaming him. Those kids could have been killed or maimed or made vegetables for life. You and I see it every day, what happens when booze and kids and cars mix. Hell, even adults. They are lucky, so damned lucky that nothing happened last night, Pescoli." His feet slammed to the ground, and he stood tall and angry behind the desk, a scant 2-foot barrier between them. "You tell that boy of yours that I won't stand for this. Got it? If anything happens to my little girl, I will hold your son personally responsible. I told her, and I'm telling you, I want him to stay away from her." Pescoli remained silent for a long moment. She'd known, of course, that Brewster would be mad, even blame Jeremy, but the hate in his eyes suggested that his feelings ran too deep to try to reason with him. Finally, she said, "Don't you think we should talk this out with the kids?" "Are you insane? No. I laid down the law, and I expect you to do the same." His thin lips flattened on themselves as he leaned across the desk. "You and me, we're different. We raise our kids differently. I'm a deacon in the church, and have been married for 22 years to the same woman. I play by the rules of God and country." "So do I," she said. But she saw that glint in his eye telling her he didn't believe her. "Look, Brewster, I may not be cookie-baking soccer mom, but I teach my kids how to live their lives." "Like yours?" he cut in. She stiffened, realizing he was talking about her sex life. "None of your business, Court, and if you make it yours, I'll file a complaint. I came in here hoping to talk civilly about a problem we both share. I admit Jeremy is not blameless, but I think in all fairness, no one put a gun to Heidi's head and dragged her out to the car or forced a can of Budweiser down her throat. For the love of God, you're out of your mind. To think that—" "That what? Your," she made air quotes, "little girl is partially to blame?" "How many kids do you have, Court? 4, right? All girls? All perfect angels. Is that what you want me to believe?" He looked as if he might blow a gasket. A vein was throbbing in his temple. At any minute she half expected he might have a stroke right there on the desk. "Your boy is the bad seed, Pescoli. You and I both know it. He doesn't have a decent father figure in his life, and from the way you've been—" "Been what, Brewster?" He snapped his jaw shut, and she felt her hands clench. "I thought we could discuss what had happened. You know, come up with a plan to set things right, guide the kids. But apparently that's not going to happen, and you and I, we've got a problem which isn't going to help either of us, since we have to work together." "You are so out of line." "Out of line?" she repeated slowly, feeling the back of her neck grow hot. They glared at each other, and eventually Pescoli said tautly, "We've got ourselves one sicko here in Pinewood County, and we both know he's not about to stop killing until we catch him. So we'd better put aside our personal grudges and get on with it. You deal with your daughter, and I'll handle my son." "Amen." Pescoli turned on her heel, stinging from his insinuations. "Bastard," she thought. "Holier-than-thou bastard." God only knew what skeletons Court Brewster had in his own damn closet. "The woman has to die. I thought she would expire on her own, that there wasn't the slimmest chance that she would survive, and yet she hangs on by the tiniest of threads. Enough to worry me. The police and the FBI aren't giving up. Not that I expected them to, but I can't let this one mistake ruin everything. There's just too much yet to be accomplished. So I'm taking a chance, my adrenaline whistling through my veins as I drive to the restaurant, my hands precise on the wheel. The plan is simple. Once I arrive, I put on hospital scrubs, colored contact lenses, and a toupee. I will stuff my jowls with cotton and wear padding under my clothes. I have a set of false teeth that slip over my own. I've had them for years. Bought long ago in California from a man who made costumes for the film industry before he fell victim to an ugly meth habit. He is long dead, but some of his costumes, including the oversized shoes I wear, are still a part of my arsenal of disguises. It's a simple plan. Slip into the hospital, cause a code blue to occur down the hall from Estes, and, when all hell breaks loose, slip into her room and turn off the life support. She's too weak to be resuscitated. I've learned that much from reading between the lines in the news stories. But I can't take a chance that she'll survive. I just have to make sure the cop left to guard her is distracted. If he won't leave his post, then he'll have to be disposed of, which I would like to avoid. He's not meant to die, not one of the chosen. But if push comes to shove, well, so be it. I drive to a restaurant and change in a stall in the bathroom. No one at Denny's really notices, as I have left a substantial tip for my piece of Christmas cherry pie and cup of coffee. By the time I am out the door, my table's been cleared, and a couple of men in their 70s have slid into the booth. Good. I drive 2 blocks from the hospital, and then walk briskly inside. There are a few reporters hovering near the front door, a cameraman smoking under the portico. But I pass unnoticed, and the security, for all of the press about this case, seems remarkably lax. No doubt a decision by the hospital administration to make things appear normal, to not disturb the other patients, to soothe concerned friends and relatives. I already know what floor she's on. I have learned this bit of information from drinking coffee and having lunch in the cafeteria and picking up bits of information. In each case, I appeared distraught, a worried husband or boyfriend. No doubt my image was caught on the security cameras, but again, thanks to my old meth-loving costume-making friend, my identity was hidden, and I know where the cameras are, am able to turn my face away from those prying lenses. Today I make my way to the 2nd floor and the West Wing. Now things are interesting. Yes, there is a guard posted at the woman's door, and the room itself is not isolated, but opens to the nurse's station. A tougher act than I'd anticipated, but still easy enough. I stroll into a room down a hallway and spy an old woman gasping for air on a ventilator. I walk into the room, and, as she stares at me with curious, worried eyes, this woman who is drugged and not entirely aware, I unhook her from the machine. Before the monitors can react, I hurry down the hall, nearly tripping on an aide pushing a man in a wheelchair. "Excuse me," I grunt. "Hey," the aide says as I round the corner, and there in the hallway is my salvation. Without a moment's hesitation, I pull the lever on the fire alarm. Within a heartbeat, sirens and alarm bells are ringing crazily. "Code Blue! Room 212, Mrs. Bancroft!" I hear the panic and smile as they all come running. I duck into a closet and strip off the lab coat and wig, then hurry back toward the fray. In the ensuing chaos, I work quickly, slipping into a suddenly unattended room, glancing down at the woman who had been my prisoner for nearly a week. This part of my mission isn't what I live for. The actual taking of life has little meaning. It's the gaining of their trust, making them feel love, knowing they will give themselves to me, and I won't take what they offer. That's what appeals. The ultimate thrill is to see the despair and fear in their eyes when they realize that I've tricked them, that I am not a would-be lover, but their ultimate doom. So this yanking of a cord has no appeal. It's the diversion that's thrilling. Forcing the others into a panic mode, creating pandemonium, now that is a sweet, succulent drug, one I enjoy. But I must not tarry. Again, I look at the weak, unconscious woman, and wish for just a second she would open her eyes, catch a glimpse of me as I so easily take her life. If only I could witness that quick understanding, the first gasp of true, brutal fear. It is not to be, and time is running out. Sorry, Hannah, I say without conviction, as the ventilator forces air into her lungs. Sweet dreams. With a quick, hard jerk, I pull the plug. And then it's over. Judging from Pescoli's expression, Alvarez concluded that her partner's discussion with the undersheriff didn't go well. She'd holed up at her desk for the rest of the morning, and only hours later, on her way back from the ladies' room, did she stop by Alvarez's cubicle. "Are you buying all this Orion and Hunter crap?" Pescoli asked, blocking the opening to Alvarez's small desk area. "It's the best we got." "Then, what's with the letters? Why not just spell out Orion or Hunter? Why the big puzzle?" "Because that's what the guy's all about," Alvarez said. She'd manned the phones for a couple of hours, gone through all the notes from each of the crime scenes and autopsy reports, and spoken to several of the victims' family members who had called in, hoping for closure, pushing the police into arresting the monster who was terrorizing the area and had killed their daughter, or sister, or niece. "Let's get some lunch," Pescoli said, and slid a glance toward Court Brewster's office. The department had quieted down since the morning meeting, and while the road deputies were patrolling, some of the detectives had headed home rather than put in for more overtime. Agents Chandler and Halden had left an hour earlier, but the sheriff and his dog were tucked into his office, and Brewster, too, had given up his church duties and family life to stay near the center of the investigation. "I'm with you." Alvarez grabbed her jacket and sidearm, then followed her partner outside. Without a word, she climbed into the passenger seat of the Jeep. Pescoli started the engine and put the rig into gear before Alvarez had fully closed the door. "In a hurry?" Selena commented. "Things are a little tense in there." Pescoli glanced in the rearview mirror at the office. "They always are. I suppose. I take it things didn't go well with Brewster." "Depends on whether you mean crappy or really crappy. Take your pick." "Wild Wills?" Alvarez grunted in assent. Pescoli drove to the restaurant, parked on the street, and together they walked inside, passing Grizz, the dead bear, still dressed in his angelic garb, long teeth bared, claws visible despite his fake wings and halo. "Can you believe this?" Pescoli asked, but strode into the dining area where the after-church crowd had gathered. They found a table near the back, removed their jackets, and Alvarez took a chair with a view of the front door, while through the speakers a woman's voice warbled Silver Bells. "Is that Dolly Parton?" Pescoli asked. "No." "Whitney Houston?" "No," Alvarez assured her partner, as the song was drowned out by the rattling of a cart of dishes. "I don't know who she is, but it's not Dolly or Whitney." "You sure?" "Absolutely. Doesn't matter. I'm about silver-belled, wish to Merry Christmas, and herald angels out this season." "Bah humbug," Alvarez said, as the scent of coffee mingled with the aromas of cinnamon and sizzling bacon. Alvarez's stomach rumbled and she realized how hungry she was. "You know, I could use a beer, or maybe a shot of Jack Daniels on the rocks." Pescoli looked tired. Her eyes were bloodshot and rimmed by dark circles that testified to too many sleepless nights. Alvarez lifted a shoulder, but by the time Sandy came around, Pescoli had thought twice about it and ordered a Diet Coke, hamburger, and curly fries. "Live a little," she advised Alvarez. "I'm thinking more like live a little longer," Alvarez said, and ordered a spinach, apple, and hazelnut salad with broiled chicken in lieu of bacon and hot tea with lemon in lieu of alcohol. "Still fighting a cold?" Pescoli asked. "I'll be all right. Whiskey might help. Couldn't hurt." But she stuck with tea, adding extra slices of lemon when Sandy delivered the drinks. Pescoli sighed. "You know, you get pregnant and bring home a baby, this precious, innocent little bit of life whose whole future is in your hands, and you think, I'm going to do everything right for this kid. I'm going to be the best damned mother he could want, and his life is going to be perfect. I'll make sure of it. He's little and sweet and inquisitive and crazy about you, and—" She shook her head dolefully. "And then life happens to the kid. Little things like scraped knees and slivers and forgotten homework assignments. Then bigger things like being bullied on the playground and teased because his mother's a cop. And then really big things like losing his dad. And suddenly gaining a stepdad and a sister and a divorce and— oh, hell. Suddenly, and I mean it seems like that," she said, snapping her fingers. "He's 17 and in trouble. Big trouble." She leaned back in her chair and took a long swallow from her Diet Coke. "But you don't regret your children?" "Not for a second. And you'd do it again?" "In a heartbeat," Pescoli nodded. "So, what about you? Why no kids?" "It just never happened," Alvarez lied, then added in all truthfulness, "I never found the right guy." That much was patently true. The boys she'd met in high school were unimpressive, and then there had been the incident, as her mother had called it, though they both knew better. Alvarez didn't want to think about it now. What had happened to her when she was 17? Just Jeremy's age. But it was always chasing after her, a ghost, touching a cold finger against the back of her neck, a faint voice echoing in her ear. You have a son, somewhere. A boy you haven't seen since he was a few minutes old. You still looking? What? For a husband. You're only 32. I'm 33. And not exactly ancient. Well, yeah, but I have this job, Alvarez said, trying to lighten the heavy conversation. It takes up a lot of time. That it does. And believe me, sometimes husbands are vastly overrated. Sandy returned with their orders, and they lapsed into silence, letting the buzz of conversation and the soft strains of music fill the gaps while they ate. Alvarez was about half finished with her salad, though her appetite had waned with talk of children, and her headache was back, her nose still threatening to run, when a gust of cold air caused her to look up. Grace Perchant, dressed in some kind of medieval-looking tunic and long velvet coat, walked slowly from the foyer into the dining area. She was about to be seated, following Sandy toward a window booth, when she stopped suddenly. "Uh-oh," Alvarez said. Grace, the woman who saw ghosts, communed with the dead, and had found Gillian Rivers' Subaru while walking her wolf dog, froze in her tracks. Pescoli looked over her shoulder. "Oh, Christ!" At that, Grace's head swiveled, and her faded green eyes zeroed in on Pescoli. "Great," she whispered. "Just what we need," as Grace walked unerringly to their table. Grace's usually calm expression had lost any trace of serenity as she laid a long-fingered hand over Pescoli's shoulder before the cop could pull away. Pescoli scooted her chair back out of Grace's reach and instinctively reached for her sidearm before she caught herself. A couple with 2 kids at the next table stopped eating to stare. "He knows about you," Grace whispered, those weird eyes fixed on something in the middle distance, on a point Alvarez was certain only she could see. "Who?" Pescoli asked. "The predator. He knows about you, Grace's words were murmured, but loud enough to cause every hair on the back of Pescoli's neck to stand on end. What predator? But she knew. Alvarez saw it in her eyes. They both knew. The one you seek? We seek a lot of predators. This one is different. This one is evil. They are all freakin' evil, Grace. But I figure you're talking about the whack job who leaves women in the friggin' blizzard. That the one? Pescoli demanded. But her face, instead of turning red with rage, had whitened. I sure as hell hope he does know about me, 'cause I'm going to nail his ass. Don't listen to that, honey, the wife at the next table warned her son of about 10. Grace was unmoved. He's not afraid. Pescoli gave her a long look. The last time we met, I believe you told Alvarez you'll find him. What happened to that? Grace's gaze, that faint watery green, slid to Alvarez, then back again to Pescoli. I'm speaking to you now. Again she touched Pescoli's shoulder with her fingertips, and again Regan pulled away. You, detective, are in grave danger. It comes with the job, Grace, Pescoli said, brushing off the woman's warning, some of her color returning. Be careful. Yes, ma'am. Be more than careful. He's relentless. A hunter. Alvarez snapped to attention. Hunter? She was out of her chair in an instant. Come on, Grace, let's go outside and have a talk. She put a hold on the weird woman and escorted her into the vestibule, while patrons nearly fell out of their seats watching her. They moved past the glowering eyes of the grizzly bear, done up in holiday attire, and into an empty, dark room used for banquets. Pescoli was only a step behind. Once away from the interested eyes of the patrons, Selena released Grace and said, If you know this son of a bitch so well, why don't you save us all a lot of trouble and tell us who he is? Grace frowned, rubbed her arm as if wounded. There is no reason to get violent. I'm just warning you. Her. She slid Pescoli a confused glance. What's this about him being a hunter? Alvarez asked. He hunts his prey. Grace's face had a wounded look to it, and she kept rubbing her arm, as if she couldn't believe the policewoman had been so angry with her for imparting her wisdom. Alvarez wasn't backing down, wasn't buying into the frightened deer routine. So why are you warning Pescoli, singling her out? When I walked into the dining area a few minutes ago, I sensed a disturbance in the atmosphere, heard a voice in my head. And what did that voice say? Alvarez asked with extreme patience. Regan, Elizabeth, Pescoli. Alvarez glanced at Pescoli, who nodded and swallowed hard. You know my middle name? She asked. Not until a few minutes ago. It's common knowledge, Alvarez heard herself saying, but Pescoli was shaking her head. I use my maiden name for my middle name. Regan C. Pescoli. C for Connors, not E for Elizabeth. I stopped that in grade school. Alvarez felt a chill deep in her heart. Something was wrong here. Very wrong. Pescoli stepped closer to the odd ghost whisperer of a woman. How did you know what my middle name was, Grace? Have you seen my birth certificate? It came to me. I can't explain any further. I just know that you're in danger, and instead of roughing me up and pushing me around, I would think that you'd thank me. Is there a problem in here? Sandy strode into the darkened banquet room, and her pinched lips said it all. I got me a room full of people trying to eat their lunch here after church and all, and then you go and make a scene. Her eyebrows were raised high over the frames of her glasses, her green eyelids stretching. This might be called Wild Will's, but it's a family kind of restaurant. I've no use for any arrests or police shenanigans. It's all right, Sandy, Grace said with her usual calm. I was just warning the detectives. Warning them? Everything's under control, Alvarez assured Sandy, and she headed out of the banquet room to the register. What do we owe you? Just a sec, I'll get the tab. Sandy was quick as a cat in retrieving her tickets, adding their bill and handing it to Alvarez. "I assume I can leave now?" Grace asked Pescoli. "You're free to go," Pescoli said. Grace sent her a strange look as she headed back to the dining area. If she noticed the interested gazes following her, she didn't show it, didn't so much as falter in her steps toward her table. Alvarez retrieved their jackets and met up with Pescoli. "You owe me 10, she said, stuffing her arms down the sleeves of her down coat. "I'll buy next time. You bet you will." Together they walked outside. The wind was kicking down the street, smelling of the river, and Alvarez, yanking on her gloves, noticed the clouds beginning to roll in again. She felt a chill, as much from the scene with Grace Perchant as the breeze plucking strands of hair from the knot at the base of her neck. As one, she and Pescoli jaywalked to the jeep. Once again the temperature seemed to be falling. "Good thing you didn't smack Grace's face down in the middle of my ketchup and fries," Pescoli said, as if to break the tension. "Now that would have been a scene." She unlocked her Cherokee and climbed inside. Sandy would have had a heart attack. Alvarez climbed into the passenger seat again and rubbed her hands together, trying to get warm. "What do you think about what she said?" Pescoli checked her side-view mirror and fired up the engine. "About the hunter? God, who knows? No, about you." Alvarez buckled up as the jeep darted between two cars. Her warning. "Grace is a nut job." "Yeah, I know, but nothing. And don't give me any lip about having a smoke, okay? This is my last one." She pulled a final cigarette from her pack of Marlboro Lights, and for once Alvarez didn't make a sarcastic remark as she lit up, cracking the window, holding her filter tip just outside in an effort to draw out the smoke. Whether Regan Elizabeth Pescoli was admitting it or not, she was shaken up. Grace's predictions weren't always spot on, but she had enough of a track record that it would make anyone worry. "If the sicko comes after me, I'll be ready," she snorted. How stupid would he be to target a cop? Maybe he wants to make a point, keep showing us how clever he is. Regan drew hard on her cigarette, then shot a stream of smoke out of the corner of her mouth. "You know, if anyone wants to get back at me or put a hit on me, it's my ex. Lucky's making noise about taking the kids." "Really?" She snorted. "I should let him have 'em. It wouldn't last a month." She switched lanes and melded the jeep into the traffic, heading up the hill to Boxer Bluff. Alvarez didn't like what had gone down in the restaurant and was worried. She stared out the window, where snow was falling rapidly again, and as the jeep climbed, she caught a view of the falls, wild, white water tumbling over a ledge of rocks that had forced settlers to homestead on the lower banks nearly 200 years earlier. "Right now, Lucky's the fun parent," Pescoli went on. "I'm the authoritarian." She slid a glance in Alvarez's direction. "I can't friggin' win for losing." A cell phone blasted. "It's mine," Alvarez said. "This is Grayson," the sheriff said when she answered, his voice low and disturbed. "Jillian Rivers checked herself out of the hospital here in town, in the company of Zane McGregor." Alvarez groaned. "Is she nuts?" "Nothing we can do. She doesn't want protection. We think she's not the target of the serial, and my guess is she's going out of our jurisdiction. The feds aren't involved, since it's not a kidnapping or part of the ongoing serial killer investigation." "Great. It only gets better," Grayson assured her. "We just got a call from Chandler up in Missoula. Hannah Estes died this afternoon. Someone pulled her life support before the feds got up there." Chapter 27. The problem with returning to Spruce Creek was that it was located in the wrong direction. North and west of Grizzly Falls, it was backtracking away from Missoula, where Jillian was certain all the answers to her questions lay. Or was she? She still had the feeling that she was missing something, a piece of important information that was right under her nose, or locked deep in her damned subconscious. But she'd gone along with this plan,
hoping she'd learn something in Spruce Creek, the last place she'd stopped before someone had decided to use her Subaru as skeet practice. They drove into the small town and had no trouble locating the coffee shop, deli, diner where she'd stopped. McGregor parked, and with Jillian still using the troublesome crutch, they made their way up a few steps and through ancient glass doors. The Chocolate Mousse Café wasn't anything to write home about. A once-upon-a-time post office and general store, it had been converted into a coffee house and diner, which now seemed to be in the middle of a major renovation. Part of the walls were painted a dusky blue, another part mustard yellow, the rest brick red, and Jillian wasn't certain if the colors were supposed to be complementary or if the owner had just run out of paint and scrounged around in the garage for whatever was left over. But what the Chocolate Mousse Café lacked in ambiance, it made up for in enthusiasm, as there were moose replicas everywhere, all reigned over by a huge stuffed moose head hanging over a pot-bellied stove that no longer seemed to work. There were moose salt and pepper shakers, napkin holders, napkins, pot holders, and moose silhouettes in the plaid of the checked tablecloths and stenciled on the walls in the opposing colors of paint. Each chair had a moose head painted on its back, and there was moose memorabilia for every kind of collector. The word overkill sprang to mind. They ordered sandwich wraps and coffee, then sat at a table wedged between a staircase and a bank of pane windows that looked out onto a rustic front porch. Outside, planters, now filled with dirt and not much else, sat ready to be filled with colorful annuals once the weather turned. "I do remember being here," Jillian said as she eyed the row of bar stools located at the counter that separated the baristas and kitchen staff from the dining area. Today there were a smattering of patrons lounging over coffee and reading the paper, listening to music, or using their laptops. "Was anyone else here that you'd recognize?" She shook her head. "I was in such a hurry. I just came in, used the restroom, and grabbed a coffee drink to go. There were a few people, kind of like this, I guess, and I was behind a woman with a little girl of maybe 5 or so. They were bundled up in snow gear, and the little girl was having trouble deciding what kind of muffin she wanted with her hot chocolate, but that's about it. I ordered my coffee, paid for it, and worried a little about the weather." "No one followed you?" "Not that I noticed." They talked and ate, and even spoke to the same girl who had waited on Jillian before, who said, as she wiped the nozzle of the foam dispenser, that she'd answered the same questions from the police a while ago, and remembered nothing unusual about that day. "Strike one," McGregor said, as he helped Jillian into the truck. They took off again, this time turning around, pointing the nose of the loaned truck south, with the full intention of continuing her original journey to Missoula. Using her cell phone, Jillian called her mother and left a message that she was out of the hospital. Then, finding the car Detective Alvarez had left with her in the hospital, she put in a call to the cop's cell phone. Alvarez picked up on the second ring, and when Jillian explained where she was and what she was doing, the detective listened, then graciously gave her an update, sparing her the directives of what she should or shouldn't be doing that Jillian had half expected. Zane drove on with a scowl on his face. He didn't trust the cops, any cops, and who could blame him? But Jillian was glad she'd placed the call. He just kept driving steadily southeast toward Missoula. When Jillian hung up, she cradled the phone in her hand and said thoughtfully, "They don't think I'm a victim of the star-crossed killer." Zane threw her a look. "What do you mean?" "They think whoever did it is a copycat, that he lured me here and used the same M.O. to throw everyone off." "What brought them to that?" "I don't know." She relayed as much information as she'd learned, then said, "They're obviously not telling me everything, but at least I'm not the target of some maniac." "No? You're a target of someone. I suppose it might be better that you've got your own personal head case. At least there could be a motive that makes sense and leads us to him, rather than some random sicko picking off a group of women." "That doesn't sound better. I really do have to find him, Zane. Going home won't help. He'll hunt me down." McGregor's jaw tightened.
That's what this trip is all about, hunting the hunter. So you're my personal bodyguard? She half smiled. Something like that. He slowed for a corner. This all started with the emails and phone calls and pictures concerning your first husband. So it has to do with him. Someone who knows him. Seems likely, doesn't it? But you don't think it's your ex, the Rivers guy? The only reason I thought Mason might know something about it is because of the postmarks, but no, I don't see any reason to think he's behind it. Originally, I was so determined to find out what happened, I was headed to Missoula, and I was going to start with Mason. But now? Now I just don't get why he would be involved. I guess I've had more time to think about it, and there's really no reason for him to want me dead. What about his wife? Well, she hates me, that's for sure. But I don't think she'd do anything to bring me closer to him. I think Charisse would like it if I moved to Anchorage or Tokyo or Istanbul. The farther away, the better. She's afraid Mason still has feelings for you? I don't know what she thinks. She's got issues. But why try to kill me now? Why bring me to her with all this errand business? That doesn't make any sense. Then who else in Missoula? No one I can think of. Her words hung in the air as he drove for a few miles. When they reached Grizzly Falls again, and after they'd filled the gas tank and cleaned the windshield, McGregor pulled to the side of the attached convenience store and cut the engine. Maybe whoever is after you has set a trap and is trying to lure you to Missoula. He nailed you on your way there, so he anticipated the move. Now that you're out of the hospital, he'd expect you to do one of two things. Return to Seattle or continue on to Missoula. Knowing you, which I have to assume he does, he'd know you wouldn't back down. Am I right? She lifted a shoulder and felt that little niggle of something teasing her brain. The same idea that had tugged at her after her dream in the hospital, only to disappear. What? I agree. Something about this is out of kilter. Well, lots about it is. But I feel that my brain isn't quite in full gear, that I'm missing something important. She thought hard as she stared out the windshield. Something that's been in front of my face all the time. He waited a few seconds, and she listened to the sound of traffic rushing by, the tick of the engine as it cooled, the hiss of air as someone filled his tires. What was it? And why did Missoula, the only destination that held one iota of sense, feel wrong? Because whoever this is, whoever is trying to kill you, wouldn't be that careless. No way. Missoula is just the bait. Then what? If you don't follow the obvious lead, then where will you go? You can't return home. You can't allow yourself to be a sitting duck. Her stomach twisted as she thought about being left alone in the cold, without a stitch on, in the freezing temperatures. A copycat? Someone had used another twisted monster's plan to get back at her. That's why it was happening now, because whoever her personal nutjob was, he was taking advantage of a serial killer's sick scheme. And now he would stop at nothing to finish the job. She knew it, sensed it. Her skin crawled at the thought. McGregor touched her lightly on the shoulder, and she nearly jumped out of her seat. "He's never going to stop," she said, scared and angry as hell. "Whoever tried to kill me won't back off." "I agree. He's an opportunist," McGregor said, and she nodded, glancing in the side-view mirrors, watching as a van pulled up to the pumps. A man in his early 20s, with a scrubby beard and baseball cap, pumped gas as his very pregnant woman of about the same age picked her way through the pumps to the store. The man glanced at their pickup, and she froze. Did he really need gas? Or had this couple been following them? The van had no side windows. And what about the pickup with the camper, facing the other way? That guy, too, a big man with a sour expression, had cast a look in their direction. She shivered. Cold? Scared, I think. No, more like paranoid. She kept her eye on the mirror, watching the 20-something replacing the nozzle. "Don't be." The man walked into the convenience store, and a few seconds later returned with his pregnant woman and a sack filled to overflowing with chips. A few seconds later they were in the van and driving away, no longer appearing sinister. Jillian shook her head. I'm jumping at shadows, and it pisses me off. You know, the creep really did a number on me. I was never one of those scaredy cats who run around with mace or have triple locks on their doors or rely on alarm systems and big dogs. I've just never been really frightened. She glanced at him. Until now. You're not exactly locking yourself into a bunker and demanding police protection or changing your identity. No, but it's unsettling, to say the least. But maybe we're going about this all wrong. What's happening now appears to have started a long time ago, with your first husband. You think this is really about him? He was the reason you dropped everything and headed this way. He didn't say it, but the question hung between them. Are you still in love with him? This man who left you? This con artist who may have faked his own death? And the answer was a hard, resounding no. Aaron Caruso was a scam artist and a user, a man she'd thought she'd loved years before but really hadn't known at all. However, if he were alive, if he'd left her holding the bag, man, oh man, did she want 5 minutes with the guy. Even if he tried to kill you? Her stomach plummeted. Why would he do that? Some old insurance policy? No way. Then he'd have to admit that he was alive. Once again, there just wasn't any reason for this. "Tell me about Aaron," McGregor said, twisting the key in the ignition. With a rumble, the old engine ground to life. "You said a few things, but let's pick the man's life apart. I'll buy you a beer and you can spill your guts about your first husband." He hitched his chin toward a tavern on the other side of the street. Long and low-slung, built sometime in the 20th century and sporting a faux western front, it was called the Elbow Room. Its windows were stenciled with a family of happy sledding snowmen in top hats and red and white scarves, ringed in stenciled holly. Behind the snowmen, in pulsing blue, pink, and yellow neon, beer signs beckoned. "You really know how to treat a girl," she said as he drove around the gas station and sped across 2 lanes of traffic before finding a parking spot near the front door. "Only the best for you." "Oh, you charmer," she murmured, feeling her heart beat warm and deep. What was it with her? She always got involved with the wrong men, Aaron Caruso and Mason Rivers being 2 prime cases in point. She decided to leave her damn crutch in the rig. Leaning on McGregor, but walking better than she'd anticipated, she made her way through the scratched red door to the tavern, where peanuts covered the cement floor, a dart game was in session, a TV turned to some basketball game mounted over the bar. Only a few patrons were lounging in the Elbow Room today, so a waitress was Johnny on the spot to take their order, flipping out coasters like frisbees before Jillian had really settled into the booth. She thought about the pain meds she was taking and, though she longed for a beer, decided to play it safe and keep her wits about her. "How about a Diet Cola?" she told the girl. "Lightweight," McGregor teased. "He's right. Make it with a slice of lime." "Walking on the wild side." The waitress, a middle-aged woman with over-permed hair and an expression that said she'd seen it all, nearly rolled her eyes. But within 2 minutes their drinks and a bowl of party mix were deposited on the glossy, faux marble tabletop. "Tell me about the first Mr. Jillian," he invited. God, he would have hated that. She laughed and pushed at the wedge of lime with a thin black straw. "I fell hard for Aaron," she admitted. "Too hard and way too fast. It was like the romance was turbocharged, at least in the beginning." She told McGregor everything she could remember about her first husband, how she'd thought she was in love, crazy in love, blindly in love, how they'd hiked and camped in exotic places, how the outdoors had been their home and wanderlust their way of life. Aaron had been a mountain climber, an extreme skier, an avid boater, and a general adventurer. He thought the world was his home, and wanted to see every inch of the planet, or so he'd said. That's how they'd ended up in South America. Jillian and Aaron had planned to take the trip together, and had been signed up as part of a tour group. But she'd taken ill right before their flight, and Aaron, reluctantly, had gone alone, but had been delayed and had missed connecting with the tour. When he'd reached Suriname, he'd gone off hiking by himself, and disappeared. Jillian had been devastated, but had clung to hope for over a year that he'd return, even after learning that he'd embezzled $500,000 from investors who had trusted him. She'd borne the brunt of the investors' wrath and the scrutiny from the SEC and insurance companies, the press, and the victims. Everyone had assumed she was in on the plot, and had inherited a fortune in life insurance, which hadn't been true at all. She'd slowly had to believe that the man she'd loved had been a crook, and she'd been sick over the betrayal. "Do you know how that feels, to have everyone think you're a part of something so ugly?" she asked, then wished she could call the words back when she saw the flash of anger in his eyes and remembered his own history. "Sorry. Of course you do." "Go on," he said, his jaw tight. "There's not much left to tell. I went to Suriname to find him. I even got in the face of the local authorities, which was stupid. I think now I'm lucky that I wasn't arrested, but it didn't matter. After 3 months of getting nowhere, I came back to the States, and about 2 years after I'd reconciled myself to being a widow, his backpack was found by a couple of German hikers. They located it in the wilds of the high mountains. It was speculated that he'd taken a fall, dropped down to the bottom of a canyon covered in tall trees, his body hidden by the steep terrain and dense foliage. A search team was sent, but he was never found. She drained her drink, leaving only ice and the bit of lime. Eventually, I had to accept that he was dead, that he'd died up there on that ridge, and, you know, I felt guilty for not being with him." She let out a derisive breath. "Even the insurance company finally paid me his life insurance benefits, which I used to pay off the investors. Pennies on the dollar, but it was something. Then there were the attorneys." She offered him a twisted smile. "Let's just say I didn't end up a rich woman. Then, a few years later, you married Mason Rivers." She rolled her eyes. "Another great idea." "Who lives in Missoula?" "Right." McGregor reached over and plucked the cell phone he'd given her from her jacket pocket. "What do you say? Let's give him a call." Deep in her cubicle, a bottle of water on her desk, along with a cooling cup of tea, Alvarez stared at the computer monitor. Her throat was scratchy and dry, her nose running, but the symptoms of her impending cold or flu, or whatever the hell it was going to be, were forgotten when she put the sentence together. Beware the scorpion. Whatever that meant. She told herself it was probably wrong, but she got that little sizzle in her blood, the gut feeling telling her she'd stumbled onto something. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Pescoli stuffing her arms through the sleeves of her jacket as she started for the exit. "Hey, look at this," Alvarez called, plucking a tissue from the box on her desk. She blew hard and tossed the tissue into an already overflowing trash can as her partner backtracked. "What?" Pescoli paused at the opening of Alvarez's tidy desk area as she slid her remaining arm into its sleeve, all the while looking at the screen. "Beware the scorpion?" she said, reading from the monitor. "What the hell does that mean?" "Oh, hell." So her partner saw it, too. "All the letters we found at the crime scenes are in this message." Alvarez pointed to the copies of the notes left by the killer, spread upon her desk. The most recent note was nearest her. War, the, S-C-I-N. Regan shrugged so that her jacket settled over her shoulders. Her brow was furrowed. "I noticed how the letters in the notes were spaced, like a fill-in-the-blanks, so I just put in the missing letters. Beware the scorpion."
You think that's the message? Pescoli asked, carefully. All the letters are there, in the right order, the initials from the victims' names, plus more than a few extra. Pretty crafty of you, but so what? He calls himself Scorpion? Ever since hearing Halden's theory about Orion's belt, I've been doing research on the constellation and the mythology surrounding it. Sniffing, Alvarez pointed to Craig Halden's constellation charts, which were piled neatly next to a cup holding pens. In Greek mythology, in some of the versions of the whole Orion story, it said that Orion was killed by a scorpion, then cast into the sky. Those Greeks, imaginative people. But Pescoli now eyed the screen like she was looking deep into a crystal ball for some sort of clue to her own murky future. What does it mean? Beware of him. I think we got that. He's trying to tell us, Alvarez said. If the stars on the notes left at the scenes and the ones carved into the tree trunks are all part of the Orion constellation, and the letters of the victims' names are meant to be part of this intricate note, then there are a lot of victims we haven't found, or a lot more that have yet to be abducted. Pescoli sounded as tired as Alvarez felt. And Gillian Rivers isn't one, as we already thought. Just another confirmation that she's got her own private whack job. Who's still out there. I wish Gillian Rivers had stayed put. Yeah, right. Alvarez, too, didn't like the fact that Gillian had taken off from the hospital, and though she'd called and checked in, getting the news that she wasn't considered a victim of the star-crossed killer, she was still in danger. Alvarez had told her as much. The police, however, couldn't stop her from leaving the county. Pescoli shook her head. Maybe your interpretation of the note is meaningless. It could be a mistake. The result of too many over-the-counter pills and a flu-addled brain. It's not the flu. Fine, even so. I know it's not concrete, and I suppose other letters could be interjected, other phrases created, but I just have a feeling that this is what his message means. Okay, Pescoli crossed her arms. So if your guess is right, that means he's already targeted future victims, right? He would need to kidnap women with initials that match the missing letters in the note. True, but it's not as if we can warn women within 10 square miles. You can't really say, if your name begins with B or E, then get the hell out of Dodge. But we could look at missing persons reports and see if there are any victims whose initials match. Pescoli glanced back at Alvarez, doodling B, E, E, O, R, P, or O. She scrawled the letters in the margin, then grinned. Biorpo. Sounds like one of the aliens who abducted Ivor Hicks. Checking the initials against missing persons is not a bad idea, Alvarez said. It might help determine if her idea for the note was correct. Hey, wait. Regan's grin faded as she squinted at the letters she jotted down. Did you know there's an R and P in here? I didn't notice. Pescoli grunted. No S or A, so I guess you're safe. It's just a theory, Alvarez said. This after crazy Grace Perchant sees ghosts dancing on my head? Raking her tumbled curls from her neck, Pescoli sighed. Can this day get any worse? I'm out of here. Alvarez felt deflated and picked up her teacup, only to realize the orange Pico had gone stone cold. She set it back on the desk and tried not to feel discouraged. It's not much, she admitted, and lunged for a Kleenex, snapping one in front of her nose just before she sneezed. But it's something. She dabbed at her nostrils. Still, he hasn't told us jack shit. Regan zipped her jacket. Even if your fill-in-the-blanks is right, we still have one big question. Who the hell is the Scorpion? Vodka tonic, I say to the waitress, who smiles at me, hoping for a big tip. On the rocks. I'm antsy, waiting for the drink, watching the damn television screen, where there's footage of Gillian Rivers, the imposter, being sent to the hospital. The scene is a few days old, but it's cut into a montage of other bits of film, pictures taken of the various killing sites, and images of the victims with their names. Teresa Charlton, Nina Salvador, Wendy Ito, Rona Anders,
Hannah Estes, and Gillian Rivers. But they've got it wrong. Again. Fools. Who is this imposter? He can't know what I do, can't copy my careful plans. Surely the police know there's a difference. Or do they? Is it something they are withholding from the press? Or are they just that damned moronic? My drink is placed in front of me, and I take a long, calming sip, feeling the vodka slither down my throat before it coils in warm anticipation in my stomach. Soothing. Soon, thankfully, it will seep into my bloodstream. I'm angry that there's an imposter taking over my work. No, ruining my purpose. What kind of idiot is fucking with my plan? Who is he? And why are the police fooled? After all the time I've waited, perfecting every detail, now some moron comes in, clumsily and erroneously making a mess of things. I feel a headache coming on, and take another drink, allowing a small ice cube to slide past my lips. Once it's in my mouth, I crush the damn thing with my teeth. "Another?" the waitress, Taffy, says, surprised that I've already tossed back a drink I usually sip. She's new to this place, only been at the job a couple of months, but she recognizes me. I nod, my gaze riveted to the screen. Gillian Rivers has been released from the hospital, but she's giving no statement. Instead, there is footage of some older woman, her mother. She looks as if she just came out of a beauty salon. She's blubbering about how happy she is that her daughter's safe, that she'd been so worried and blah, blah, blah. Don't they understand? Gillian Rivers is a fraud. The person who left her in the forest is a fraud. This is all wrong. My fist clenches, and the waitress, a tiny, doe-eyed girl with a small, too small mouth that matches her breasts and hair, twisted into an unkempt knot at her crown, eyes me warily. Relax. Don't let anyone become suspicious. "Isn't your drink okay?" Taffy asks, then sees that I'm utterly fascinated by the television. "It's fine. Perfect." I relax my fingers, manage a smile. "Oh, I get it." "I bet not, you nitwit. You don't get anything, even the difference between a vodka tonic and a vodka Collins. You're upset about that killer." "It's worrisome." "You bet it is. Me and Tony, that's my boyfriend. We're not taking no chances. We've got a sawed-off shotgun tripwire to blast if anyone so much as touches the front door." Tony and Taffy. How cute. "What about the back?" "Oh, Ferdinand, that's our dog. He's part Doberman and part German Shepherd. He's got that covered." "Aren't you afraid you might injure a friend or someone from the family?" Taffy, all of 21, shakes her head and the top knot wiggles a bit. "Everybody knows they got to call us before they come over. If not, they take their chances." "Well, I hope Granny doesn't forget and decides to pop in with some Christmas cookies," I say before I catch myself. It's the vodka talking, and the waitress looks at me strangely. "Just kidding," I add with a laugh. "We're all a little nervous. Hey, I installed a peephole in my doors and nailed my window shut." "You didn't." "God's honest truth." I raise my right hand and smile, though I'd love to reach across the bar and slap the bitch. "And," I add, "I sleep with a .44 under my pillow. A Magnum." "Loaded?" "You bet. What would be the point if it wasn't?" I take another sip from my glass. I'm not bluffing. "No shit, I get it." Again, no. "You don't, you stupid bitch. You never will." She picks up some half-empty glasses a few spots down on the bar, and I take a little longer with the second drink. I have to be careful. I don't want to raise suspicion. Everyone in the area is being looked at warily. Friend to friend, lover to lover, mother to son. Because they don't understand. Will never. Just like Taffy, they are all too damned stupid. But this isn't a problem. In fact, it might be working to my advantage. It's time to make a statement. A big one. Get the damned cops' attention. I stare up at the screen again, and this time there is footage of the sheriff's department at one of the scenes, taken from a distance. Most of them are visible. Sheriff Grayson, Pete Watershed, and the two detectives. Again I crush some of the ice and enjoy the cold water that mixes with the warmth of the vodka. On the screen, the quiet, dark-haired one, Alvarez, is looking over a snowy death scene, the one up at the abandoned lodge. She's got some Hispanic blood in her. Not only her name and warm coppery skin tell me, but also that spark in her dark eyes, which convinces me she's complicated, holds her cards close to her vest, never lets anyone know what's really going on behind those dark Latino eyes, which is probably a lot. She's petite, fiery, and, I suspect, has her own reasons for keeping people at arm's length. Alvarez is smart and has the degrees to prove it. She's also sly and, deep down, I bet, ruthless. It's there in the jut of her jaw, the stretch of that beautiful skin over her sharp cheekbones. A worthy adversary. Then there's the other one, Regan Pescoli. My eyes examine her. She's another interesting woman, almost the opposite of her partner. Pescoli doesn't hold anything back. Her cards are firmly on the table, and she's tapping them with a strong, determined finger, letting you know just where she stands. Athletic, larger than Alvarez, she's a bitch on wheels who has a family that's falling apart. Poor thing. Of course it's falling apart, you workaholic of a woman. What kind of mother are you? What kind of wife were you? You're a loser, Pescoli, and always will be. But a beautiful one. Strong, smart, and oh, so predictable. Regan Pescoli is a woman who will take a while to break. But everyone has their breaking point. I crack the ice and stare at her image before it is replaced by that of a reporter. Detective Pescoli. Get ready. Your luck is just about to run out. Chapter 28. Mason Rivers was under the radar. Not at his office, of course. It was Sunday. Not answering his cell. Not at home, nor was Charisse. Or if they were home, they weren't picking up. At the very least, he was screening calls, not answering an anonymous call from an unregistered cell phone. I struck out, Jillian admitted, sliding the phone into the pocket of her jacket again. Same away message on his voicemail every time. McGregor studied what was left in his glass. A dark brew that looked, in Jillian's opinion, more like cold coffee with a smidgen of foam rather than beer. And yet, he seems to be a part of this, whether intentional or not. Whoever attacked you knew that you would immediately think he was involved and propel yourself straight here. She frowned as the waitress brought refills, eyed the untouched bowl of salty bits, then retreated to some hidden cavern behind the bar. So glad I'm so well trained. She leaned back against the booth and shifted a bit. Her ribs were healing, but still pained her every so often. At least she could laugh now, could breathe. Coughing, though, that was still out. What is the away message? Sorry, I'm out. Leave a message. I'll call back. She hesitated. Except for the office, that one said, I'm out of town for a few days. If you need to reach me, leave a message with my secretary. She thought back to the days of their marriage, and how many times she'd listened to Mason's stock line. The message hadn't changed, nor had the inflection of his voice. Just then, something shifted in her brain. A cold awareness cut her to the bone. What? Mason and I had a place in Spokane. A place he got in the divorce. I don't know, that's the same message he left whenever he went out of town, and it reminded me of how he would escape to Spokane. What exactly are you thinking? Mason has a license to practice law in Washington. Maybe he kept the place in Spokane. And so? Partial ideas, Little bits of memory that had been digging at her came together. And it's probably nothing, but Spokane always held a fascination for Aaron, too. Well, lots of places held a fascination for him, but I think I remember him mentioning it as one of the places he'd settle down in if he ever settled. Spokane, or Bend, Oregon, or Colorado Springs, somewhere around Tahoe. But Spokane, that was one of the places. He and Mason share a connection there, I guess. McGregor was staring at her, letting her work through her thoughts. "You think Spokane's a key?" She asked suddenly, "Do you have those pictures of Aaron? The ones I was sent when I was in Seattle? The ones that started off this whole wild goose chase?" "Copies," he reminded her. "The police still have the originals. They're in the truck. I'll go get them." Before she could say another word, he'd left the table and was striding past the beer signs, reflecting on the fake snow sprayed upon the windows. Now that she'd leapt to the conclusion that Spokane, not Missoula, should be her destination, Jillian was antsy, could scarcely wait the 2 minutes it took him to return and slide the pictures across the table. She examined the grainy copies and shook her head. I don't know. It's too dark in here." "We can fix that, right now." He motioned for the waitress, slapped some bills onto the table, and helped Jillian outside. A couple of patrons looked up from their drinks for a second, a woman near the door and a guy at the bar who was huddled over his drink, when not staring at the television screen. Jillian felt his eyes on her, and when she looked over her shoulder, he turned his attention to his drink quickly, as if he were embarrassed about being caught ogling. Or was it more than that? She didn't wait to find out, but walked as quickly as she could to the truck. Inside the cab, McGregor found a flashlight and a magnifying glass. "Who keeps a magnifying glass in their glove box?" she asked. McGregor cleaned the lens with his hot breath and his sleeve. "My friend, the one who loaned me this truck. He's a little strange, paranoid, all of the above, and curious, too." He handed her the circular lens, and she looked for any sign on the pictures that would give her a sense of where Aaron, or the man who looked like her long-lost husband, was when they were taken. But no street signs were visible, and the storefronts looked as flat and nondescript as 1,000 strip malls across the country. "This could be anywhere, USA," she said. "Don't you think the police have done this?" "Yes, and maybe they know something they aren't telling us. But unless they checked deep into Mason Rivers, they might not know about Spokane." "I think he was just a consultant, not listed with any particular firm there, but I don't really know." "Believe it or not, it hasn't been all that long since you were abducted, and they have a few other victims to check out as well, so I'm thinking the police will get there, soon if not already." "Do you think we should call them with this information?" McGregor's jaw grew rock hard. "Probably, but you know how I feel about them. Let's just see if your ex is there. We need something more, something corroborating." She looked over the pictures, inch by inch, but even the magnifying glass couldn't help her. "It's no use," she said. "I can't see anything. Whoever took this picture was careful." "Everyone trips up." "You'd think," she said. And then she noticed something in the picture, something unintentional. "There's something in the mirror of the bus. It's just a smudge, but it might be letters. A signpost or something. If I could just make it out." McGregor angled the flashlight and the magnifying glass. The smudges became no clearer. "It's probably nothing," he said, but he snatched up his cell phone, dialed a number, and said into the receiver, "Have you looked at photograph number 2, the one where the subject is crossing the street?" "Yeah. Uh-huh." "No, we couldn't either, but Jillian thought there might be something in the mirror on the bus. If you can enlarge that, see what it says, and get back to me." "Yeah? Well, that goes without saying. Back to even." He hung up and switched on the ignition. "Chilcot?" she asked. McGregor had filled her in on the childhood friend who owed him big time. "He's rapidly getting himself out of debt." McGregor pulled out of the lot and headed toward the interstate. Though they were less than 150 miles from Spokane,
It would take some time getting there because of the weather. "There's a key in the glove box. Can you find it?" She opened the box again, felt around, and came up with the key. "Open that panel on the passenger door," he instructed. "What?" "There, just beside your feet." "Now what?" she asked, but fiddled with the key. A compartment opened, and within it lay a small cache of weapons. 2 pistols and a hunting knife. "This looks illegal." McGregor smiled. "You think we'll need them?" He sent her a look, and she was reminded all too quickly of freezing, being alone in the bitter cold, naked, tied to a tree, knowing that she would die. "Okay, I get the point." "There's ammunition in there, too. Load up your weapon of choice, keep the knife, and load the second gun, then give it to me." "Don't we need licenses, something?" "Okay, forget I asked that," she said, and pulled out the pistols. "I assume you're game?" She snorted and snapped the ammo clip into the first pistol, a Glock that was heavier than it looked. "If there's anything in Spokane, then let's find it." "That's my girl." He gunned the engine, and Jillian started loading the second gun. His girl? Oh, hell. Probably more than he knew. Pescoli took a late lunch and cruised through the only stores in the old Flagstone Mall that would have anything either of her kids would like. It was snowing again. Nothing crazy, not a blizzard. But with this winter, who knew how fierce the next storm might be? And though Missoula wasn't that far from home, she didn't want to be delayed too long. Or too far from the case. Since Hannah Estes had given up the ghost, with a little help, it seemed, from the FBI reports, they were in a holding pattern, waiting for something to happen, some clue to emerge. So far, nothing but theories. She settled on a chain drugstore that carried everything from pantyhose to Pepto-Bismol, household cleaners to hush-puppies. As requisite Christmas music piped cheerily through the store, she jostled with several other shoppers, searching for the perfect gifts. In desperation, she found a new toy in the shape of a Christmas elf for Cisco to tear to shreds, a makeup case and some hair product for Bianca, along with a couple of colors of hideous nail polish a salesgirl of about 16 insisted were tight, and a couple of DVDs and a CD case for Jeremy, though he'd probably hate both. She planned on putting a $20 bill in the makeup case and the same in the CD case. Lastly, she grabbed a board game for the whole family. It wasn't a lot, but it would just have to do. Satisfied that Christmas wasn't going to be a total disaster, Regan loaded up with a few groceries and headed home to talk to Jeremy, if he was in the mood. Well, even if he wasn't. She wasn't done with work for the day, not officially, so she'd have to return to town for a couple of hours, probably making it home for dinner after 7. By then, Bianca would be back, and they could actually have time together. She glanced at her watch. It was already after 3, pushing 4, so dinner might be closer to 8, but so be it. Tonight they were going to eat together, without the television, iPods, cell phones, or computers as distractions. Everyone around the table, for the first time since— oh, God, she couldn't remember when. Certainly not last Christmas. Rotating the kinks out of her neck, she drove out of Missoula and through the snowy hills to her house. The weather was turning again, snow collecting on the road, her windshield wipers battling against the fluff. It was winters like this one that caused her to understand the people who had sand for lawns and decorated palm trees with colored lights for the holidays. Jeremy's truck was parked in its usual spot, which made her feel a little better. The truth of the matter was that she'd been worried he would take off on her, think, "Screw this, Mom can't tell me what to do," and drive away to some unknown destination, so it was rewarding to see the snow piling up on his old truck's hood and roof. She'd guided the Jeep into the garage and pushed the button to close the door when she first sensed that something was different, not quite right. The whole place seemed quiet. Too quiet. Why didn't she hear the dog clawing and yipping on the other side of the door? She inhaled, a long, careful breath. Unzipping her pistol from her shoulder holster, she flipped off the safety. She wouldn't be stupid enough to shoot her own kids, even if they jumped out at her, but she had a feeling,
She opened the doors slowly, and the dark interior welcomed her coldly. No lights were lit on the Christmas tree, no candles burning, not a sound from within. Her skin crawled, and in her mind's eye she saw the victims of the star-crossed killer, all lashed to trees, their skin stiff and blue, their eyes open and sightless, frozen in their own terror. She thought of Bianca, caught a glimpse of a picture of her that was framed and propped on the bookcase. She'd been 7, her front teeth too big for her face, other gaps visible in her bright, wide smile. Don't let them be harmed. Oh, please. And Jeremy. What would the brutal killer do with her son? She swallowed back her fear. Couldn't think that way. Any minute now, her kids would leap out at her and scare her half to death. She was careful as she walked slowly from room to room. But even if the kids could keep quiet in their game of scare the liver out of Mom, what about Cisco? The dog couldn't be kept quiet. Oh, God. She heard something pounding, then realized it was the drumming of her own heart. She pushed open Bianca's door, but it looked as if her daughter hadn't been home. And then the bathroom, too. But the dog. And Jeremy? Had he taken off with a friend? She stood in the hallway upstairs and dialed her son's number, half expecting Jer's cell phone to start its weird ringtone from some rocker he loved. Nothing. She tried Bianca's. Again, no answer nor ringing within the house. Her guts turned to water. Something had happened to them. To her precious babies. Don't go there. Don't let your job make you paranoid. If they're not here, then they're with friends or their damned father. She started down the stairs, the steps squeaking under her weight. Well, now there was no reason to be quiet. "Jeremy?" she called. "Bianca?" Nothing. Only the creaking of old timbers settling, the gentle hum of the furnace, and the rustle of the wind as it picked up to press against the house. "Cisco! Come on, boy!" The door to Jeremy's room was ajar, weird turquoise shadows playing upon the walls. Holding her breath, she nudged the door open and peeked inside. His lava lamp was glowing, the floating globules of oil, or whatever it was, casting the shifting colors of light. No one inside, not even the dog. She saw the picture of Jeremy's father in its usual place and thought, "I'm sorry, Joe. I'm so sorry. But damn it, why did you have to die?" Backing out of the room and up the stairs, she was standing in the kitchen when her own cell phone went off. The kids! Lucky's number showed on caller ID. Her heart sank, and before she even said hello, she knew she was going to hear something she didn't want to. "Hi, Lucky. Don't tell me. The kids are with you." "That's right." "You took them?" "You weren't there." "I was working. We talked about this." "Jeremy called. I came and got him." There was a long, pregnant pause, and Pescoli half collapsed against the archway into the kitchen, because she knew, deep in her gut, she was going to hear bad news. She wasn't wrong. "The kids and Michelle and I have been talking." "You goddamned son of a bitch." "And we all agree that Jeremy and Bianca should live with us." Her knees, always so steady, wanted to buckle as her darkest fears surrounded her. She backed into a small corner of her kitchen. "We all didn't agree. I have a vote in this. I'm their mother. But, and the state of Montana, the court system, remember that? I have custody." "Things change. At the time, yeah, I wasn't the best role model around. But now that Michelle and I are married—" "Hey," she cut in, anger burning through her, chasing away her despair. "Do not play the happily married card with the Barbie doll, okay? 'Cause I'm not buying it. She's too young to be the kid's mother." "I just thought you'd want to know they were safe," he said, and there was that brittle, almost punishing tone to his voice, as if he enjoyed making her crazy. Well, he succeeded. Hadn't he, time and time again, while they were married? He could be devastatingly charming one second and as deadly as a viper the next. You can't even muster up child support, and now you want to raise them? Get real."
"Well, about that, we'd have to turn that around. You would be paying me."
Whatever hope she'd had for having a civil relationship with him withered at that point. So that's what this was about. Money. Not that he didn't care for the kids in his own lucky Pescoli kind of way, but it was the money that really motivated him. He'd always griped that she'd gotten a sweet deal in the divorce. It had always pissed him off, although it hadn't been true. She had ended up with the house because she'd bought him out, and she'd gotten the kids because she had been more steadily employed. But he hadn't wanted to look at the truth at the time. Now her steady demanding job was the weapon he was using against her. What a damned prick. "I want the kids back here tonight."
"Not gonna happen."
"And what about Cisco? Did you take my dog too?"
"Let's get one thing straight. I didn't take my kids. They came because they wanted to. Because their mother doesn't have time for them. Because they want some stability in their lives."
"With you?"
she asked, dumbfounded. "And as for the dog, Cisco belongs to Jeremy, so yeah, he's here too." She glanced at the empty water and dog food dishes on the floor, and she felt a weird sadness. Different from the pain of knowing the kids had picked their father and stepmother over her. She felt the sting of tears, but wouldn't give in to them. "Pack up the kids, Lucky," she said, her teeth clenched, her lips barely moving. "Because I'm coming to get them, and that includes Cisco. I want my son, I want my daughter, I want my dog, and I'm coming to get them."
"Is that Mason's car?" McGregor asked as he drove to the condominium Jillian's ex-husband had owned in Spokane.
It was a 4-storied brick building, 1- and 2-bedroom units on each of the floors, all accessed by a private entrance that required an electronic key. Parking spots were under the building, and Jillian and Zane were staring through the locked gates of the garage, which occupied the part of the ground level of the building not dedicated to shops and specialty boutiques. Peering through the grate, Jillian eyed the cars and checked the parking space Mason had always used, the one McGregor had indicated. A new white Mercedes was parked in it. "That's his space, but I don't know what he drives. I would assume it's his."
"Then let's pay him a visit."
"You have to have a key. It's electronic."
"I know. We just have to wait a few minutes, I'm guessing."
And he was right. They bought coffee from a nearby shop and waited. Within minutes, the gate opened to allow a long Cadillac to exit. Mason helped her into the garage before the iron bars clanged shut. The door to the elevator was never locked, and once inside, Jillian pressed the button for the 4th level, just as she had years ago when she'd been with Mason. The elevator car climbed slowly, without any stops, its doors parting on the 4th floor, where couches, lamps, and potted plants were arranged in alcoves around the windows. Using McGregor as her crutch, she walked unevenly down the carpeted hallway to the tiny indentation that served as the entry to the private unit. Jillian felt strange and out of place, as if she were trespassing, though for a few years she'd walked into this very unit, laden with groceries or dry cleaning or a bottle of wine. How odd it all was now.
"So it's now or never."
"Let's go with now," she said, and rang the bell. For a second she heard nothing, no sounds stirring within. She almost thought no one was home, but she gave it another try, pushing on the button and hearing the familiar dulcet tones of the electronic chimes. "Coming!" Mason's voice preceded him. Jillian braced herself as the door opened, and she found herself standing face to face with her ex. "Jillian," he said, surprised. "Oh, my God, what are you doing here? I wondered how you were. I was going to call, but I thought you might need time to heal." Then he stopped gushing as his eyes landed on McGregor. What's this all about?" In a heartbeat he'd changed from the overly and sickeningly concerned ex-husband to the quiet, suspicious attorney. "Mason, who's here?" a female voice asked, and Charisse appeared, wearing a red bikini and flimsy see-through cover-up. A few days before Christmas, when the temperature was somewhere around -4. "Oh!" Charisse's avid, pretty face clouded for a second as she recognized Jillian.
then was masked with a perfectly set smile, the kind you see on kids in beauty pageants as they parade in all those sequined costumes. "Hi, Charisse," Gillian said. Then, stepping closer to McGregor, she said to Mason, "This is Zane McGregor. He's the man who saved my life when some psycho tried to kill me." "But you're okay?" Mason asked. "Kind of." She stared hard at the man to whom she was once married. "We think the guy who did it might be from Spokane, and so, since you're here, I'd like to talk to you about it." "Because?" he asked, and Charisse, standing next to him, visibly paled. "Because you're here a lot." "And you think, what, that I had something to do with it?" He held up both hands. "That's crazy, Gillian. I have no reason to harm you. I mean, you couldn't possibly think that I— Oh, for the love of God." "Not you, Mason, but maybe someone you know." He shook his head. "I don't know what you thought you'd accomplish by coming here, but this is nuts." "Bear with us," McGregor said as his cell phone rang, and he saw the number. "Just a sec." He answered. "Yeah?" "Gillian," Mason said, his voice lower, "what is this?" "I just need your help," she admitted, letting down her guard. Behind Mason, Charisse rolled her eyes. "Isn't that crazy wacko after you?" she asked, then turned to her husband. "We don't want any of that kind of trouble. That guy, that star-crossed killer, I've been reading about him, and he's really a nutcase. Look, I'm sorry you were left in the woods and all, but Mason, he can't help you." "What is it you want?" Mason asked, not happily, but at least not stiffly either. McGregor said, "Yeah, great, I got it. I'll call you back." He hung up, and Gillian knew he'd been talking to Chilcot. No one else had the number of McGregor's cell. She glanced up at him, and he nodded. "We're certain the information that was sent to Gillian, photos that lured her here, were from Spokane. So what I want to do, Rivers, is hire you for my lawyer, mine and Gillian's, for the next hour or so. That way everything we say will be kept under client-lawyer privilege." "Wait a minute," Charisse interrupted. "You can't—" But Mason nodded. "All right. Charisse, why don't you go down to the hot tub and wait for me? Or put some clothes on and go shopping downstairs at that shoe store you like so much." "Are you kidding? Are you trying to get rid of me?" "It's business," he said, meeting Gillian's eyes. "No way. I'm not putting up with your ex-wife pulling your strings and—" "Charisse!" he shouted. "Don't make a scene. I need some time with my clients." She recoiled as if he'd hit her, and her jaw slid to the side as she sized up her alternatives. "Fine," she finally said. "I'll change and get my purse." "This is going to cost you big time" was never spoken, but certainly implied. Mason invited them in and offered them wine, as they sat at a large, round table with a gleaming lacquer finish and a huge centerpiece of pine, white hydrangea, red candles, and sprigs of holly. A few minutes later, Charisse appeared in jeans, heels, and a short faux rabbit white jacket. "I'll be downstairs at the shoe shop. Call me when you're finished." "I will," Mason promised. And bristling, she stormed out of the apartment. "Now," Mason said as the door slammed shut, "why don't you tell me what you want and make it short? My hourly fee can't begin to touch the damage she can do to my credit card in 15 minutes. So predictable. Regan Pescoli, tough-as-nails detective for the Pinewood County Sheriff's Department, had a very visible Achilles heel. Her kids. How lucky am I to learn about their abduction, or would it be abdication? She, of course, won't take it lying down. And the closest route to her ex's house is through the mountains. How perfect. As if God is making up for all the trouble with that Gillian Rivers woman. So I wait. Dressed warmly, my shot clear despite the snow, I know exactly at what point the Jeep will be most vulnerable. She'll drive up the hill and try to make the corner that she's driven 100 times or more. But she'll be distracted, not really expecting any ice, maybe listening to the police band, more likely fuming, seeing red. I've done my homework. The road is slick. I'm positioned on the ridge. My shot is clear, and I hear the rumble of a deep engine. Not that of a small car, no, but of a truck or an SUV. I feel a little heady. This one is important. Not that they all aren't, but Regan Pescoli, Detective Pescoli. Her participation is key, and there's an irony to her being part of the plan. A sweet, sweet satisfaction. Maybe she'll be the one. Maybe I'll allow myself the pleasure of her. Once she's in my control, of course. Only after she's mentally broken down to the point that she sees me as her savior. Then, perhaps, when she's lying naked on the mattress, her wounds healing, when she begs me. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The beams of headlights appear, though it's not yet quite dark, and the jeep growls as it claws its way up the hill. A finger of anticipation slides down my spine, and I lick my lips, feeling the frigid air upon them. I'm warm enough in my white down outerwear, but I love the feel of the winter against the few parts of my skin that are exposed. It adds a little zing to the moment. Oh, the moment. It's so near I can almost taste it. Come on, come on. My hand is steady, my gloved finger upon the trigger, my eye pressed to the sight of the rifle, the crosshairs in perfect position. Come to Daddy. Chapter 29. What was the line from one of the old airplane movies? This wasn't the week to give up smoking, or drinking, or sniffing glue, or whatever. Well, in Pescoli's mind, this was not the week to give up smoking. She felt for her last resort pack and found it empty. Crumpling it in her fist, she threw it on the floor of her jeep. She was mad, and a little hurt. She felt like after all she'd done for her kids, her wonderful children, after all of her sacrifices to give them what they wanted, to keep them safe, to make a home for them when one father died and the other took off, that they, those precious little people she'd adored with all of her heart, had turned out to be traitors. She even understood it, kind of, as the jeep climbed the ridge of hills separating her place from Lucky's. How many times had she thought to herself, if only the hills would grow and become a real barrier, insurmountable spires that would lock him away from the kids forever. She'd had that dream several times in the past, when he'd forgotten Bianca's birthday and left her waiting for a shopping trip that had never happened, or when he'd promised Jeremy tickets to a ball game or a trip to Denver that, of course, never came to pass, or when he gave Bianca earrings that he'd picked out special for my little girl, only to have Bianca find out, with a slip of the tongue, that he'd bought them for Michelle, and she hadn't liked them. Yeah, a real prince among men, our Lucky, she thought, setting her jaw as the jeep bucked and lurched a little, sliding more than she expected. The snow was coming down and piling up on this unused stretch of road, but the vehicle was in four-wheel drive, and this had never been a problem before. She held tight to the wheel, and each time the wheels didn't grab, she didn't panic, just eased her way through. She'd been driving in this stuff for years. When the tires found traction again, and the road had straightened a bit, she made a quick call to Alvarez, who didn't pick up. "It's me. Hey, I've got a personal issue to deal with. Lucky and the kids. It might take a while, so cover for me, will you?" She clicked the phone off, confident Selena Alvarez, rock steady, without all the pitfalls of ex-husbands and rebellious children, would pick up the slack. Besides, Pescoli would do the same for her. It was understood. Rather than turn on the radio, as the reception was crappy in these hills and canyons, and she was sick to the back teeth of schmaltzy or cheery Christmas carols, she slid in the first CD she came to, and, as the first notes of a Tim McGraw song played through the speakers, felt betrayed all over again. This was one of Lucky's damned CDs, one he'd forgotten to take with him when he left. She ejected it and tossed it onto the floor in front of the passenger seat, to join the discarded, wadded cigarette pack. Wasn't there anything else? Oh, damn, the wheels were sliding again. What the hell was this? Ice? She was near the crest of the hill, only a few more feet to climb, then around the corner and she'd start down, except the rig insisted on slipping every so often. Losing your touch, she chided herself. Crack! Pescoli automatically ducked at the sound of the rifle blast and reached for her sidearm. She felt the bullet hit her tire, even heard something ping against metal. She straightened behind the wheel as she registered what was happening. The killer? Hit me? The car spun, turning wildly, rotating around and around. The edge rushed up. Oh no! Faster and faster the Jeep spun out of control. The canyon rim came nearer. She scrabbled for the cell phone, grabbed it just as one wheel slid over the edge, and then the second followed. A second later, her world spun dizzily as the entire Jeep slid and then tumbled over and over, rolling down the hill. Pescoli dropped the phone, but her fingers were tight on the grip of her gun. Terrified, knowing that she was probably going to die, that she'd never see her kids again, she held fast to the pistol. If somehow she survived this, she thought, panicking, her heart beating so fast she thought it might explode, she was going to shoot that son of a bitch, straight through his sick heart. I can only tell you what I know, and it's nothing, Mason Rivers said, and McGregor believed him. He didn't doubt for a minute that the slick attorney could lie easily, that he was slippery as an eel through rocks. But right now, staring at Jillian, Mason Rivers was telling the truth. And the damn thing was, Jillian's ex-husband was still in love with her. He tried to mask it, of course, but it was there, plain as the nose on his face, the interested way he looked at her, the slight cock of his head, the manner in which he seemed about to touch her hand, seated as she was next to him, but restraining himself. And when he thought Jillian wasn't looking, he stared at her and sighed. Whatever problems he and Jillian had endured during their brief marriage, McGregor suspected it was nothing compared with what he dealt with on a daily basis with the churlish, young, and jealous Charisse. The too often quoted, "Be careful what you wish for" warning ran through McGregor's head. He had nothing against younger women. Hell, he'd had 2 friends who had married women who were over 15 years younger than they were, but in each case the woman had been equal to her partner in intellect and personality. Their marriages had worked and were working, but never had he seen it work when the young woman had never quite matured from the it's-all-about-me phase, a place Charisse Rivers not only had found, but intended never to leave. "I'll check around," Mason promised Jillian, barely making eye contact with McGregor. But he loaded up his computer, jumped onto the internet, and searched out everything he could about Aaron Caruso, Googling him with Spokane, Missoula, and then Washington, Idaho, and Montana. Of course, McGregor and Chilcott had run these searches themselves, but McGregor had wanted to see all Mason Rivers' cards. He hadn't completely written him off the suspect list, and the gun in his jacket pocket was proof enough of how little he trusted anyone who could be involved in this deception and near homicide. But in meeting with Rivers and seeing that wistful spark in the attorney's eye, McGregor had decided Mason Rivers wasn't their man. And Chilcott had called with interesting information. A few minutes later, McGregor and Jillian took their leave. Jillian's ex walked them outside, leaving them on the snowy sidewalk as he turned into a trendy store showcasing purses and shoes, with a sign promising fine Italian leather. The windows were decorated in gold and silver balls, tinsel strung between the purses sitting on beds of white, glittery, fake snow. "Christmas, you gotta love it," Jillian said, and seemed relieved that the conversation with her ex-husband was behind them. "Now what?" "How about a hotel?" "A hotel?" "Uh-huh. With hot water for a decent shower, room service for an overpriced meal, and Wi-Fi." "Wi-Fi? Why do we need an internet connection?"
To find out about your first husband.
Just like that? She asked, snapping her fingers and arching an eyebrow.
Well, maybe not that quick.
But the truth of the matter was that he wanted a little anonymity. If Jillian's attacker had anticipated they might hunt him to Spokane, then it was logical to think that Mason's condo and work might be watched, and he wanted to share with her what he'd learned in his phone call with Chilcot. Here in Spokane, things were definitely not what they seemed. Zane turned the collar of his jacket up and helped Jillian back to the truck. She was walking better, her ankle able to bear a little weight, but he still felt protective of her, maybe even a little responsible for her. And though he hated to admit it, his thoughts had gone down the fantasy road with her more than once. He'd considered kissing her, really kissing her, and seeing where it would lead. He'd imagined feeling her fingers on his bare skin, her breath against the crook of his neck, the way her nipples would tighten if he touched them. He'd even gone so far as to think about sliding into her warmth. But he trained himself to come up with other thoughts, darker ones, that reminded him they weren't safe. And it would be smarter, a whole lot smarter, if he let his fantasies stay where they belonged, locked away and never acted upon. Yeah, sure, like you haven't already figured out that tonight might be the night. Why the hell do you try to kid yourself, McGregor? You want to jump her bones and do it with her all night long. You wanted to from the moment she opened her eyes in your cabin and you caught her checking you out. You know she might go for it. But then again, you know that once you cross that icy bridge, there just might not be any coming back. "Come on," he said, looking over his shoulder, making certain they weren't being watched. Twilight was casting long shadows over the city, and the street lamps were glowing as snow swirled around them. It worried him that here in the city he felt more vulnerable than he did in his cabin in the wilderness. And how safe was that? Wasn't Jillian attacked outside the cabin? Wasn't Harley shot less than 100 feet from the back door? Still, he was a loner by nature, and he had only to remember what had happened in Denver to distrust this city, even one that seemed calm, almost serene with the nightfall. Colored lights drew his eye to a park, and if he let himself, he might just feel a little Christmas cheer. But that would be foolish. The twinkling bright beads of illumination could easily be a false front. He felt the pistol, heavy in his pocket, and was glad for the bit of peace of mind it offered. Who knew what lurked in the gathering dusk of this unfamiliar city?
Pescoli never showed up again? Sheriff Grayson was walking toward the exit, with Sturgis only a step behind. The black lab looked up at Alvarez, and she petted his head, all the while thinking again that she should get a pet of some kind, a cat or a dog, or even a bird, something, a living, breathing thing that she could care for. "No," Alvarez said. "She called and left me a message. Something came up. Family." Grayson looked tired, worn down. He nodded. "Well, I guess she put in enough overtime," he said, squaring his hat on his head. "We all need a break on this one." "I'm afraid we'll have to make one," she said. "Bad news about the Estes woman," he said, and he rubbed his jaw. The sound of his 5 o'clock shadow scratching under his fingers. "The only person we know of who could ID this son of a bitch." "I know." "Heard from the feds?" Alvarez nodded. "Chandler called in. I took the call. She'll be back in the morning." "We all will," Grayson said, and touched her lightly on the shoulder. "Go home, Selena." He showed the hint of a weary smile. "We'll catch this guy tomorrow." She smiled. "In a bit." "I mean it." "Gotcha." He looked as if he didn't believe her, but whistled to the dog and headed toward the exit. She wondered about him, the recently divorced and elected sheriff. At times she thought him an odd choice of the people. Affable and smart enough, he was a bit of a loner. Not one to glad-hand or attend any event the least bit political. He left that to the higher-ups and to his under-sheriff. Court Brewster loved the limelight that seemed more of an unwanted duty to Grayson, an obligation rather than a privilege. The press was still camped out around the building, looking for new angles, hoping for something they could print or air. They were smoking, drinking coffee, being coddled by Joelle whenever she showed up. It was all a freak show in Alvarez's estimation, and if the damned goody-two-shoes receptionist didn't stop feeding the entire press corps, they'd never leave. Not that they were all bad. The news helicopter had helped locate one of the victims, and the sheriff had used the press in order to seek the public's help in identifying the killer. But, so far, they were striking out. Grayson would have to pass by a straggling reporter or two on his way to his rig, but he could handle it, Alvarez believed, glancing toward the doorway as he left with the dog on his heels. Yes, he was an interesting man, she thought, and even smiled at herself. Off limits, off limits, off limits. But then, weren't they all? Leaning back in her chair, she rubbed the kinks from her neck. The department needed a break in this case in a big way. If they didn't nail this guy's ass, and soon, there would be more victims. She knew it. The knot in her stomach was her constant reminder. Ignoring the headache that pounded behind her eyes, and the fact that she couldn't stop her nose from running, she went over the notes one last time, and all the things that should make sense. Orion's belt, beware the scorpion, the hunter. They were all jumbled in her mind as she looked at the pictures of the victims for the umpteenth time. Beautiful women who had been terrorized in near-fatal car accidents, then kidnapped and kept alive. For what? Not sexual pleasure. It must be just so the monster could exert his power over them, bend their will to his, and then, eventually, when the time was right, usually around the 20th of the month, leave them in a frozen forest to die. Her throat was really hurting now. No amount of lemon water or throat lozenges eased the pain. Not really, despite all the claims she'd heard on television. It was time to call it a night. All too soon, she'd be calling it a morning. Her muscles ached, but not from working out, and she felt a little bad that she couldn't spend an hour on the elliptical machine or treadmill, then go into the gym sauna and sweat out this crud that seemed lodged in her lungs. Tonight she would have to settle for a bitingly hot shower in her own apartment, more tea and hot lemon water, and some send-you-into-a-near-coma cold-symptom medicine for the night, just to knock her out until the morning. The room was quiet, only a few people left, including Zoller, dutifully manning the task force phones until her relief showed up in a few hours. God, they needed to get this guy before he killed again. She picked up her purse, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and slipped into her jacket. She was a little worried about Pescoli, and had expected her to call in, but then she was having trouble with that loser Lucky Pescoli, as well as her kids. Who could blame her? Alvarez thought about leaving a message, but decided not to bother. It wasn't as if she had any news, anyway. They'd connect in the morning. Throat aching, Alvarez walked out of the sheriff's department and saw the shiny letters that Joelle had strung near the door. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Well, maybe for someone, she thought, coughing as she crossed the parking lot, her lungs thick, her breath fogging in the night. Snow fell lightly all around her as she made her way across the parking lot. She saw large footprints and paw prints in the fresh snow, and thought of Grayson and Sturgis, cutting through the lot after dealing with the press, the only set of fresh prints disturbing the snow. She couldn't help wondering if Grayson was going home to the house he'd once shared with a wife. Or was he stopping off for a meal at one of the local places? Nah, he wouldn't leave the dog in his rig, not in this cold weather. He was on his way to his rustic cabin in the foothills. As she unlocked her rig's door, she thought about her bare apartment. She hadn't even bothered with a small tree this year. It would be empty and cold. Sliding behind the wheel, she decided, yeah, she really should get a pet. "A 4-star hotel," Jillian commented, taking in the grand facade. "Trying to impress me?" "You only live once," McGregor told her as he handed the keys of their beater of a truck to a valet. In the reception area, the marble inlaid floors and crystal chandeliers looked to be over 100 years old. McGregor had no change of clothes, just the laptop he'd procured from his friend Chilcott, who seemed to be some kind of local techno-geek to the nth. Though McGregor was traveling lightly, Gillian did have a small suitcase filled with her things, and then there was, deep in each of their pockets, their guns. It was odd to be carrying a weapon, make that an illegally concealed weapon, through this stately old hotel. But no one had seemed to notice the bulge in her jacket pocket, or the few bruises that remained on her face. Their room was on the 5th floor, and elegant, with its matching 4-poster beds, gas fireplace, high ceilings, and view of the Spokane River as it rolled by, dark and swollen. Thick carpeting stretched past an alcove by the fireplace where a desk, small table, and 2 side chairs were arranged in a cozy living area. The beds were positioned in front of an armoire that looked as if it had been carved in the 19th century, though it housed a television and complete game system. Through French doors she found the bath, complete with shining marble, jacuzzi tub, and a tile shower with a clear glass door. "I thought we needed a break," he said, as she checked out the room's appointments. "Besides, it's safe here. Security guards and cameras." "You think someone is following us?" she asked nervously. "I think we need to keep you safe. Chilcott agrees. Looks like Spokane is a dangerous place for you." He walked to her, draped an arm over her shoulders, and pressed his forehead to hers, their noses nearly touching. So close, so familiar, so male. "Should I be frightened?" she asked. "I'm just being careful." And spending a fortune. His lips, close enough to kiss her, stretched into a wide smile. "I couldn't let you stay in a flea bag now, could I?" "No, sir, not after that high-end bar you took me to this afternoon. What was it called?" "The Elbow Room, and it just so happens to be one of my favorite places to get a beer." His eyes held hers for a heartbeat, and she thought that he might just kiss her, that his lips, for just a second, might brush over hers. He hesitated, then drew back and crossed the room to lock the door. "Order room service. I'll take the biggest steak they have and a loaded baked potato." "I'm willing to bet they have something fancier, like pheasant or veal or—" "A steak, medium rare." He was on his way to the bathroom. "I'll be in the shower." One eyebrow cocked in invitation. "You could join me." In her mind's eye she saw them together, wet, naked bodies, slick from the soap that lathered between them as hot water washed over their bare flesh. "I think I'll order dinner." "Your loss." Her stomach did a slow little flip when she thought what might have been. "Oh," he called through the open doorway, "and would you mind having these sent down to be cleaned?" He tossed out his sweater, jeans, and boxers, so she knew that on the other side of the door, through the clear panes, if she looked, she could probably see him naked. She cleared her throat, licked her suddenly dry lips. "So I take it that money is no object?" "Not tonight, darlin'," he yelled through the open doorway, his voice beckoning. "Tonight I figure we owe it to ourselves to let loose." "Owe it to ourselves?" "Something my dad used to say. Will you call for the maid to pick up?" "Your wish is my command," she mocked. He laughed then, and she smiled as she turned to the phone on the desk. She didn't so much as peek through the door he'd left open, not even when he started singing slightly off-key in a deep baritone voice. "You're falling in love with him," her mind warned, not for the first time. Tonight she didn't care. She eyed the 2 beds, a nod to the fact that they weren't lovers. Yet. "Oh, Lord," she whispered, picking up the phone with trembling hands. The night was still young. Snow fell all around. Great, white lacy flakes swirled, danced, and twirled in the blue light cast by the street lamps. In the distance, carolers sang God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen as traffic moved through the city streets. The hotel, 6 stories of 19th-century grandeur, a landmark in Spokane, rose high into the dark heavens. Snow was piled upon the gables and dormers, covering the gutters. Lights washed the stone walls with a warm glow, and millions of tiny jewel-like bulbs glittered in the bare limbs of the trees and the arched entrance to the grand old building. The Spokane River, swollen and dark, rushed by, wind blowing across the swift water, icy and cold. No stars could be seen in the opaque sky. No moon cast its silver glow. She was inside the hotel. Jillian Rivers. No, Jillian Colleen White Caruso Rivers. How long has that name been an anathema, a poison filling the air, suffocating all it touches, forever haunting and teasing and laughing? Oh, Jillian, you should have died long ago, so long ago. And now you will. I stared at the historic building. Though the hotel is a stone fortress, there were ways inside, keys to all the locked doors, keys I have used many times in the past, keys that I had the foresight to copy, keys that jangle in my pocket like the cold, crisp bells of Christmas. Thank God this hotel retained all of its Old West charm, which included metal keys and locks and skeleton keys used by the staff. No fancy electronic cards. Not here. So Jillian was not safe. Her face came to me, and once again I spoke to her. Yours will be a quiet death, Jillian. An intimate death. Not by a loud gunshot. No, that would attract attention. Ruin everything. A knife. Yes, a knife. With a razor-sharp and perfectly wicked curved blade. Drawn quickly across your neck, a knife will do the trick, exposing a thin seam of blood, which will run hot and red as you gasp. I felt a little thrill at the thought of this. I've waited so long for this moment, planned so many times to rid the world of her, to take away the threat of her, and finally, with the star-crossed killer, I got my chance. But now my mind would not let me forget that she had escaped me once before. You should have killed her in the woods, made certain she would die. You were foolish then, weren't you? Do not make the same mistake. This time she must be dead, and then, finally, you will be free. I will not fail, I vowed, and I couldn't help but tremble with anticipation. Feel the snowflakes kiss my cheeks. Soon my torment would be over. Biting my lip, I fingered my weapon and smiled in the darkness as I spoke to Jillian, my enemy, in a whispered promise. The slash will be deep. Your blood will pulse out in thick, dark spurts. Your lifeblood will stain the crisp sheets, spattering against the century-old walls, pooling beneath your head upon the soft, freshly vacuumed carpet. You'll be silent then, and finally, you will haunt me no more. Chapter 30. Jillian had forgotten how heavenly civilization could be. For the first time since leaving Seattle, she dined on a meal that wasn't cooked over an open fire in a cabin, tasteless from a hospital kitchen, or grabbed on the run at a tavern. They ate steak, picked at salads and potatoes, even drank wine, despite the warnings on her pain medication bottle. And she noticed Zane McGregor. Oh, how she noticed him, with his dark hair wet and curling over the back of the plush white hotel robe that was his only article of clothing. It gapped a little over his chest, black chest hairs visible over olive-toned skin. And he smelled so good, of soap and some cologne and that crisp, clean male scent she'd forgotten about. They ate and drank from a bottle of smoky Cabernet Sauvignon. She took her wine-glass into the bathroom, drew a bath with thick, foaming bubbles, and relaxed. She removed the tape from her ankle, which seemed far less swollen than a day ago, and eased into the fragrant, warm water. Sinking under the surface, she wet her hair and shampooed it, rinsing it under the faucet as best she could, and thinking for a second, that out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of Zane, his pale reflection in the glass panes as he sat at the desk. Could he see her as well? A ghostly image caught in the elegant old doors? If so, who cared? It wasn't as if she didn't let her eyes wander to his muscular legs and bare feet. Afterwards, wrapped in her own robe, her hair drying in untamed curls, she shared the last drops of the bottle with McGregor, who gestured for her to sit down at the desk. "Take a look," he said, all business, while the smell of him enveloped her. On the laptop screen, blow-ups of the photos she received, enlarged by Chilcot, who had emailed them to McGregor. "I photoshopped these myself," Gillian said, "but I couldn't find anything." "You're not Chilcot," he said, adding, "Thank God." "I won't bore you with the details. Bottom line is, he managed to enlarge this parking meter, which seems to read Spokane Municipal Meters underneath. That puts the photo in Spokane. Besides that, he got this from the reflection in the store window. The letters S-E-A-U. She nodded. "The rest is cut off, but it seems to be a shop sign." "Exactly. Which means this man is in Spokane. At least he was for the photo." Gillian felt a thread of hope. Was it possible? Were they really going to ID this monster who had drugged her and dragged her into the frozen woods to die? She stared at the photo, at the image of the man in the cap. Aaron? Or someone else entirely? Was she closing in on the man who had stolen investors' funds, then faked his own death, and left her not knowing for years? Or was she just being pulled deeper into an incredible hoax used for the purpose of killing her? She felt an anger, deep and hot and dark, surge through her soul. Not only at the man who had abandoned her, but at the person who was trying to ruin her, kill her, and blame her death on another sick monster. McGregor, as if he understood what she was feeling, placed a big hand over her shoulder, the warmth of his fingers permeating the thick terry cloth, seeping into her skin. She tried not to think too much about his touch, not when they were so close. "Don't tell me," she said, surprised at the emotion she heard in her voice. "Chilcot's already found the shop, located the street corner here in Spokane. Even he has his limits." "You're kidding." "He promised that by tomorrow morning. When he gives us the location, we'll get to this street. And then we'll be at the spot where Aaron, or someone who looked like him, stepped across the street. We won't necessarily find him." "It's not the answer, Gillian, I know, but it's a start." He rotated her chair so that she could see his face, and for a second she lost herself in his gaze, imagining that he was talking about more than locating her supposedly dead husband. "That's something, right?" "Right." "And we're closer now?" he asked. "To the truth?" she repeated, her voice a little rough, because she guessed he was, in fact, not discussing the case any longer. "Yes," she nodded, meeting the unvoiced questions in his eyes. One of his brows quirked. A silent invitation. She smiled faintly. "You think?" he asked, as if to make certain. "No thinking about it, McGregor. I know." "That's what I like, a humble woman." "Just as I like a weak man." Her smile widened as she goaded him, and she saw a flicker of desire in his eyes. She was treading into dangerous territory, but then, didn't she always? She felt safe with him, trusted him, and a very vital and feminine part of her wanted him. She'd been attracted to him from the first time she'd watched him stoking the fire, when his shirt had lifted to expose a slice of bare skin. But she'd been careful, cautious, rightly so. But not now. Not when she was certain he was on her side, probably more a partner to her than either of the men she'd so foolishly married. "I asked for 2 beds, he reminded her. "I was wondering about that." His eyes slid her a sideways look in sexy invitation. "I didn't want you thinking I intended to take advantage of you." The room seemed to shrink around them, becoming more intimate. "Do you think you could?" "I know taekwondo and all kinds of martial arts," she warned. "And you've got bruised ribs and a sprained ankle, and I outweigh you by nearly 100 pounds. His gaze skated down her body. "Maybe more." "You're saying you could take me?" she challenged. He let out a low chuckle, barely heard over the hiss of the fire. "Careful, woman." "Why?" "Because it might be the smarter thing to do." She stood then, wobbling just a bit, but facing him, toe to toe. She tilted her chin up a fraction to keep his gaze. "Let's review, shall we?" "Not that long ago, I thought I was going to die," she said, more serious. "And then you came and saved me, and I've been trying to sort out feelings about that ever since. But the real thing is this: life is short." His smile faded a bit, and she noticed the streaks of color in his eyes, the peppery flecks of his beard shadow. "You're making it damned hard for me to be—" "Oh, please," she laughed, tossing back her head, her wet hair brushing down her shoulders. "For the love of God, McGregor, I guess I just have to throw myself at you." And she did. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him with all the pent-up emotion that had been plaguing her for days. The room tilted a bit, and he caught her, his arms steel around her waist as the robe slipped off her shoulders. She wanted him, body and soul, and she didn't give a damn about tomorrow or the consequences. Maybe it was the wine, the pain pills, but she wasn't about to let this moment, this one special moment, slip from her. She heard him groan as his arms tightened about her, his big hands splayed across her back. "Do you always get your way?" he asked into her open mouth. "I sure hope so." He laughed, then carried her to one of the beds and lowered her onto the mattress. Stretching out beside her, he kissed her again, and this time his tongue pressed against her lips until she opened her mouth eagerly, hungrily. The back of her neck heated instantly, desire spreading through her, rushing through her blood, pounding in her ears. It had been so long since she'd been touched, and never had she felt so impatient, her body rousing with each sensation. "Take it slow," he growled, when she started tugging at the belt cinching his robe. "We've got all night." And then he showed her exactly what he meant, skimming his hands along her body, slowly loosening her belt, so gently around her sore ribs, peeling off her robe while kissing her. His lips moved downward as the fabric parted, and suddenly she was naked beside him. He touched her breasts, holding them, sliding down to take one in his open mouth and causing her blood to swirl and heat deep within. He suckled freely, his hands rubbing her back and slipping along her spine, finding her buttocks and pulling her tight. Once he stopped to gaze down at her sprained ankle, but she pulled his gaze back to her, assuring him that there was no pain, only pleasure. Then his calloused hands slid lower, over the crest of her rump, fingers exploring and paving a trail for his mouth. Oh, God! His hot, wonderful mouth. Gillian moaned as her eyes closed, and she felt as if she were losing touch with reality. She touched him as well, biting his shoulder, caressing the wall of his chest, playing with his nipples until he sucked in his breath. His erection, thick and hard, pressed intimately against her. She started to pull him to her when he stopped his ministrations to stare at her. One hand covered hers, the other pushed her hair away from her face. "You think this is a good idea?" "No." "Me neither." A second passed, and he whispered, "Oh, hell." Then he drew her to him and kissed her with an urgency she'd never felt before. His mouth ground against hers, and his body lengthened, fitting perfectly, long legs, hard, strident muscles, firm skin rubbing against her. She couldn't think, could barely breathe. Her thoughts were centered on him, on joining with him. He rolled onto his back and pulled her atop him, careful of her ribs. Staring up into her eyes, he rocked his hips, rubbing her so that she felt nothing but want. "McGregor," she whispered, opening her legs to take him. He drew her body to his and thrust inside, pushing upward, parting her. She gasped, then groaned as he withdrew, using his hands to manipulate her hips, starting the rhythm of movement that drove her insane. Heat flowed through her bloodstream. Desire curled deep inside, as Zane McGregor, lying beneath her, holding her gaze with his own, made love to her as if he never wanted to stop. Her breath was lost somewhere in her throat, and she began to perspire, to gasp, moving faster and faster, nearly panting. He, too, was breathing quickly, his skin moist, his eyes glazed, his mouth parted slightly. "Gillian," he whispered hoarsely. "Gillian." He bucked upward and gave out a hoarse, wild cry. A shudder ripped through her, as if from the inside out. The room seemed to disappear, splintering into a million pieces. He released her, and she fell down against him, her ribs aching a bit, her lungs desperate for air. Her world, she was certain, would never be the same. She wanted to tell him she loved him, but that seemed rash. It was too soon, though it felt as if she'd known him, been waiting for him, all her life. Neither of them spoke. McGregor just held her tight against him for the rest of the night, the second bed unused, as he sighed into her hair, and she clung to him, certain she'd never been so safe in all her life. Gillian blinked open a blurry eye, and saw that she was alone in the rumpled bed. Where the hell was McGregor? Images of making love to him flashed through her mind, and she stretched lazily, blushing a bit, as she glanced at the clock. 8 in the morning, and he was gone. No sound of him in the adjoining bath. Rap, rap, rap. A female voice called, "Room service." This time she sounded a little impatient. "We didn't order any." "Oh, of course." Grinning to herself, Gillian rolled over, and her bruised ribs, tender ankle, and a new soreness between her legs reminded her all over again why she was so tired. McGregor had probably gone downstairs for a second, maybe to ask about his clothes, she decided, before seeing his robe discarded over the back of the desk chair, near the fireplace, where flames were still burning softly. How odd. "Hello? Are you in there? Room service?" Yes, coming," she called. "Just give me a second." She found her robe and flung it over her bare body. Her stomach rumbled at the thought of juice and coffee and French toast, or pancakes, or bacon and eggs. It didn't matter. Whatever McGregor had ordered would be great. Suddenly starved, she cinched the belt of her robe and made her way to the door with only a little difficulty. She nearly unlocked the door before thinking twice. Someone had tried to kill her recently. Peering through the peephole, she spied a tall woman, arms crossed over her chest, looking pissed as hell. She was dressed in a black skirt, black vest, and white blouse, and, yes, the waitress was pushing a cart. A corner of it was visible through the fisheye. Also, a name tag was pinned to her vest, and it appeared to be one of the tags that she'd seen on the staff. As she watched her, the woman checked her watch and looked about to knock again. Gillian thought about the gun in her jacket, but decided she was being paranoid as she cracked the door open. "Who ordered this?" "You did." "No, not me." Gillian leaned against the threshold, peering out the sliver of open door. "No?" Frowning, the waitress said, "Well, let's see." She appeared perplexed as she opened a long leather receipt holder monogrammed with the hotel's logo. "Well, no, not you. You're not Zane, are you?" "No, but—" The waitress reached for a cell phone tucked into her pocket. "I'll straighten this out." She glanced at the number mounted on the door. "Sometimes the kitchen messes up, but this does say Zane McGregor, and this is the right room." She flashed a smile. She was a tall, athletic woman with curly brown hair, a few freckles, and the etching of worry lines across her forehead and around her eyes. The cart beside her, covered with a linen cloth, held 2 place settings, silver-covered plates, a large pot of coffee, and a small vase with a red rose inside. Though the waitress's perfume was a little on the sweet and noxious side, the scent of the coffee and what smelled like bacon did Gillian in. "Come on in," she said, opening the door wider, allowing the woman, Falda, her name tag read, to push the cart inside. "I'm sorry about the mix-up," Gillian went on, as the door clicked shut behind the woman. "McGregor didn't tell me he ordered breakfast." The minute the words crossed her lips, and she'd mentioned McGregor's name, she knew she'd made a mistake. McGregor would never have ordered anything using his first name. She spun. "Wait a minute," she said, but was too late. As Falda reached for something on the tray, a scar on her inner arm caught Gillian's eye, a small, reddish crescent on the inside of her wrist. "Oh, Jesus!" Fear sliced through her heart. This was the woman who had left her in the forest to die. She snatched up a table knife and started to yell for help, but Falda snagged the rag and lunged, cutting off Gillian's scream before it began. Gillian gagged at the odor, twisting her head away. The cart toppled. Hot black coffee sprayed over the floor, scalding Gillian's arms. She tried to back away, but her ankle twisted under her. Pain shot up her calf, and she cried out. Falda was quick. She pressed the soaked rag into Gillian's face, then straddled her quarry. Her skirt ripped, threads popping to expose her strong, muscular legs. "No, no, no!" Gillian gripped the table knife and swung wildly. She sliced at Falda's arm, while writhing and trying to break free of the madwoman's grasp. All the while the sweet, sickening scent of ether was forced into her lungs and esophagus, choking her. She coughed. Her eyes burned. The hotel seemed to sway. "Oh, God, please don't let this happen." Red-faced, nearly maniacal, Falda pressed harder. "You miserable bitch! Why couldn't he forget you? Why the hell did you have to haunt him, haunt me?" What was this deranged lunatic talking about? Gillian tried to scream, but the sound was muffled. She swung at her attacker, wielding the knife in one hand, striking out with her useless fist. Though she struck at Falda again and again, her blows were weak and glancing, bruising, not cutting. "Oh, God, please, please, please give me strength." But the room was spinning, growing fuzzy, everything surreal. The Amazon used her weight to hold Gillian fast against the floor. "He'll never be able to think of you again. Never want you," she hissed, her eyes burning with a hot, seething rage Gillian didn't understand. What the hell was she talking about? The bed seemed to wobble in her vision, her crutch dimly in view. She thought of McGregor, and wondered if she'd ever see him again. "I love you," she thought, nearly giving in to the overpowering urge to close her eyes, to let go. Still she flailed, sensing the tiniest ounce of satisfaction each time Falda winced or squealed. "He never stopped loving you, never stopped wanting to call you to explain," she hissed, and Gillian was only half following. What was this maniac raving about? "Well, it's over now. Carl will never have another fantasy about you." Carl? Who the hell was Carl? As if reading her mind, Falda hissed, "Carl's my husband, do you hear me? Mine! And he's never going to go back to you. You get that? Never!" Carl? Sweet Jesus, this woman was nuts. Totally insane. The only Carl Gillian had ever known delivered her newspaper back in Seattle. A 40-ish man in an aging Toyota pickup that scared her cat. Oh, Lord, she wanted to sleep. "Oh, that's right, you don't know him as Carl, do you?" This horrible woman sounded smug, pleased with herself. "You'd still call him Aaron if you had the chance." Aaron? In that moment of clarity, Gillian's heart nosedived. 1,000 sharp images of her first husband darted through her mind, cutting painfully into her brain. Aaron, standing at the front of the small chapel in a rented tux, swearing he'd love her forever.
Aaron at the helm of a small raft, shooting down the rapids of the Colorado River. Aaron smiling and sweating as he reached the summit of Mount Hood. Aaron making love to her so hard and lost in himself, she thought she could be any woman. Aaron leaving on that last fateful hike in South America. She glared up at her assailant. "Aaron is alive." Falda's smile was pure, dark evil. "So now you get it, right?" And she did. As she struggled and flailed, her strength zapped from the ether, her mind slow and dim, she did realize that she was being weighted down by the psycho who had lured her to Montana, this woman who was in love with Aaron, and that the bastard who had disappeared years ago was indeed very much alive. "I'm his wife," Falda said victoriously, as if she'd won a great prize. So Aaron, the bastard, not only was alive, but had remarried. "And that's never going to change," Falda was saying. "He's not going back to you, not begging your forgiveness." As if Jillian would ever want the lying, cheating son of a bitch she'd once claimed to love. Oh, God. Fight, Jillian, fight. She swung her arm upward, but Falda deflected the blow, and the table knife fell with a dull thud onto the thick carpet. Falda clamped the rag firmly over Jillian's mouth as she positioned one knee over Jillian's throat, choking her, nearly crushing her voice box, denying her the very air that was thick with the ether meant to subdue her. Though Jillian bucked and writhed, the larger woman held her fast, pinning her down as she gasped for breath. Jillian became weaker, her blows hitting off the mark, her struggles pathetic as the biting ether slid through her nostrils and into her lungs. The world swam as she stared upward, looking deep into the eyes of a woman she hadn't known existed. "It's over, Jillian," Falda assured her, straddling her weakened body. "This time, trust me, you are going to die."
Chapter 31. McGregor knew it was him. The man who showed up at the sporting goods shop at 5 minutes before 8 had to be Carl Russo. Chilcott had given him a description, and, besides, the man wore a baseball cap, and the very jacket he'd worn the day the fateful picture had been snapped, the photograph someone had sent to Jillian from Missoula. Idiot. It was light now, snowing lightly in tiny hard flakes, as Russo walked down the street carrying a paper cup of coffee. As he made his way to his shop, he dodged a woman walking a greyhound and kept his gaze trained on the sidewalk in front of him, trying to avoid icy spots. From the cab of the truck where he'd been waiting for Russo's store to open, McGregor watched in silence, the visor tilted down to darken the pickup's interior, just in case the son of a bitch caught sight of him. Russo was reaching into his pocket with his free hand, probably searching for his keys. McGregor felt the urge to strangle the life out of the bastard who had let Jillian think him dead. The guy had bilked investors out of their life savings, faked his own death, left Jillian to deal with the fallout. Then somehow he had the gall to be living what seemed a normal life here in Spokane, a prick of the lowest order. McGregor's back teeth gnashed. He'd love to tear the guy limb from limb. The bastard deserved it. But there were still too many questions. Who sent the photographs to Jillian? This man? A guy who seemed to be going about his workday as if he didn't have a care in the world? If so, why? And who was the photographer? A tripod on a timer? No friggin' way. Something wasn't right, and McGregor felt a niggle of apprehension deep in his gut. He waited for a sports car to roar past, heavy music throbbing, then opened the door of his truck and stepped into the street, where snow and slush and gravel crunched under his boots, and the cold winter air held the city in its grip. Caruso Russo didn't appear the least bit concerned as McGregor jogged toward him, one hand firmly in his pocket, the fingers of his gloved hand wrapped around the handle of his pistol. "Carl?" McGregor called, forcing a smile that felt so fake he thought it might crack. Russo looked up, his expression blank, snow on the shoulders of his jacket. "Yes?" "Carl Russo?" "Yes." He He was a little irritated now, but not aggressive as he juggled his steaming cup of coffee and tried to insert a key into the lock. "Is there something I can do for you?" A delivery truck rumbled past, belching blue smoke as it turned the corner too tightly, one big tire rolling over the sidewalk, a huge fender narrowly missing the street sign. "Yeah," McGregor said. "There is." He was nodding. "There's someone I want you to meet." "Who?" "No, wait a minute." The key slid into the lock, and as he pressed a shoulder to the glass door, it swung open. "Do I know you?" "Not yet." Caruso visibly tensed. "Who are you?" McGregor felt a cynical smile twist his lips. "Trust me, Caruso. You don't really want to know." "Caruso?" Some coffee slopped over the lip of Russo's cup and onto the wet sidewalk, an area protected by the awning of the shop. Stunned, he said in a low whisper, "What are you talking about?" "Your real name. The one your parents gave you. Aaron Caruso, remember?" "What?" "No, I'm Carl Russo," he began, but he blanched, and his eyes moved quickly from side to side, as if he were a trapped rat searching for a quick escape. "Your name is Russo now," McGregor corrected, his blood beginning to boil. "But that's not real, and we both know it, so don't bother trying to argue. The truth is, I don't know how you wrangled that, but your real name is Aaron Caruso. You're 40 years old. You were married to Jillian White. Then you took a hike in Suriname and didn't come back. Faked your own damned death and took off with other people's money. Left Jillian holding the bag, the empty bag." His hand curled over the butt of his gun. "What kind of a coward are you?" "I'm not like hell," McGregor snapped. He shoved Caruso into his shop, forcing him out of the street and into the dark interior that smelled of dry goods and oiled wood. A bell over the transom jingled, and the surprised storekeeper stumbled over a male mannequin dressed head to toe in the latest fishing gear, in a display made to look like a campsite. The mannequin's tackle box clattered against the hardwood floors, brightly colored fishing flies and lures spraying at McGregor's feet, a jar of salmon eggs rolling toward the counter. For a second, Caruso flexed, rounding on McGregor, his eyes glittering with fear and hatred. His hands were curled into tight fists. Good. McGregor would like nothing better than to punch the guy out. One fist clenched and his other tightened over the gun in his pocket. In a sizzling second, his brain flashed back to the fight in Denver, to Ned Tompkins' bloodied face and his own arrest. He wanted to knock this bastard over the goddamned moon. To hell with the consequences. "This is about Jillian," Caruso whispered, the truth finally dawning on him as he stood, a little dazed. "No shit this is about Jillian." All the starch left Caruso's body as he stood in his shop, surrounded by displays for tents and backpacks and boots. Canoes hung from the high, exposed ceiling, while fishing rods and hunting rifles were displayed high on the walls, illuminated dimly by soft, fluorescent security lights, still glowing and humming. Just when McGregor was about to get into it with him, to knock the bastard to hell and back, Caruso, the coward, crumpled, his two clenched fists relaxing. Oh, Jesus. He lifted a hand to his face. "I don't know what to say." "Say you've been stalking her." "What? Stalking Jillian?" Caruso shook his head as if confused. He swiped at his brow, his fingers trembling. "No, why would I—" "You deny it?" "I haven't seen Jillian in—" Oh, dear God. In a second he aged 15 years. Instead of trying to argue or fight, he just nodded his head, his shoulders slumping as if he bore the weight of the world, an atlas overtaxed and overburdened. He fell onto a stool in the display near the fake campfire. "I would never—" "Yeah, right." McGregor didn't believe him. But something was wrong here. Caruso's reaction wasn't what he expected. This was a man who had tried to kill Jillian, and McGregor had expected a fight. He looked forward to it. So what was with the whipped dog act? At least now he was in charge. Just to make certain that Caruso didn't pull a fast one, that he realized McGregor meant business, he hauled the pathetic lump of misery to his feet and pulled out his pistol, shoving the barrel into Caruso's jacket, just under his ribs. "I thought maybe you'd like to see your wife again. Let's go." He nudged Caruso toward the door with the gun. "And maybe before we get there, you should figure out just who the hell you are." Jillian kicked, hard. Her thoughts were a dizzy tangle, and the world was going black, but she drove her leg upward in a fury. At the same time, she threw one hand at Falda's face, scratching her cheek before her fingers twined in Falda's thick hair. She yanked with all her might, and the woman, pinning her down, bit back a scream. Momentarily distracted by pain, her hand slipped a little, and the rag over Jillian's nose and mouth slid, enough that Jillian could suck in some fresh air. Yanking hard on Falda's hair, Jillian bucked upward, trying to get into a position she could use, one she'd learned in martial arts. Falda was caught off guard. Jillian rolled to one side, her movements still clumsy. If she could just get into position, and her head would clear. If she could gain more control, she was certain she could take this sick woman down. "You sick bitch," Falda hissed, one hand trying to loosen Jillian's hold on her hair. "I knew you'd be trouble." Jillian flung her head, and the rag soaked in ether slipped off her face. She tried to scream for help, but her words were only pained whispers from an injured throat. No one would be able to hear her. But surely someone would hear the struggle, or Falda's scream, if Jillian could wound her. She had to free her legs. Ankle throbbing, pain burning through her body, she struggled in an attempt to make as much noise as possible, so that someone, please, anyone, would hear them. For a second she thought of McGregor. Where was he? In a horrifying instant she imagined that Falda, whoever she was, had found McGregor first and killed him. Her heart went stone cold. No, no, no! She couldn't believe it. Wouldn't. He had to be safe. Oh, God, please. Twisting violently, one hand still tangled in the woman's coarse hair, her other arm free, she beat at her heavy assailant. Adrenaline sizzled through her blood as she slammed her fist into the woman's nose. Falda shrieked in pain. Blood spurted and rained down on Jillian's face. She squirmed away, trying to get some leverage by dragging Falda's head backward, exposing her throat. One blow to that soft spot and... Falda wrenched her head away and squealed in rage as a handful of her hair tore from its roots. It was Jillian's chance. She kicked upward, ignoring the pain, forcing Falda forward. Then she grabbed at her arms, so that she could initiate an upa mount escape she'd learned in jiu-jitsu. She flipped Falda over, and Jillian was on top. Now, if she could just... Falda moved suddenly, and Jillian couldn't react fast enough, the effects of the ether still causing her to be sluggish and uncontrolled. Quickly, Falda rolled away and onto her feet. "You miserable bitch! Why the hell won't you just die?" she demanded as she withdrew a knife from a pocket of her torn skirt. Her hair was wild and standing on end. Blood was smeared over the lower half of her face, and it stained her blouse and vest. With her intent, ruthless gaze and bared teeth, Falda paced between Jillian and the door, like a predator stalking maimed prey. Jillian thought of the gun in her jacket pocket, but it was too far to reach. The phone, too, was on the far side of the room by the bed, and even if she had the time to dial for help, Jillian couldn't speak, couldn't say a word. And Falda, seething with her twisted fixation on killing Jillian, stood squarely between Jillian and freedom. Jillian felt cold to her bones. Every muscle in her body cried out in pain, but she wouldn't give up. She refused to stop fighting. With a cruel, determined smile, Falda stepped forward. Her eyes burned with her obsession. Her face was taut with anticipation. The hunting knife, with its wickedly curved handle and serrated blade, was clutched tightly in her strong fingers. "It's over, Jillian," she hissed, "and long overdue." McGregor tromped on the accelerator. The truck roared through the city as he drove with his left hand, the gun in his right, leveled at the man to whom Jillian had once been married. "You don't need that," Caruso said, staring at the gun. He seemed defeated and tired, his skin pasty and sallow. McGregor wasn't buying it. For all he knew, this con man could be acting crushed, all the while hoping for an opportunity to grab the weapon and turn the tables on McGregor. No way. McGregor kept the muzzle aimed at the man's heart as he sped through the cold streets, bustling with people making their way to work. Traffic was heavy, taillights glowing red on wet pavement. Snow fell in bitter tiny flakes, freezing hard on the road where the warmth of engines and exhaust hadn't melted it. If Caruso made a move, then they might both die. But McGregor knew he had the advantage. If the guy tried to get out of the truck, McGregor would be after him in a second. Aaron Caruso wasn't getting away. Not again. Thankfully, the hotel wasn't far. He'd already called the local police, but hadn't waited for them to appear. Instead, he told the dispatcher he'd meet the officers at the hotel. It galled him to bring in the authorities, but he had to for Jillian's safety, even if they felt the need to arrest him for all the laws he was currently breaking, speeding being the least. He just didn't give a damn about anything but ending this. And ending it now. The truck wheeled around a corner, and McGregor tromped on the accelerator, speeding through a yellow light. He passed a Volkswagen Bug, steering clear of pedestrians, bikers, and other vehicles, as his wipers slapped the snow from his windshield. "You're McGregor, right?" Caruso asked, as if finally putting the pieces together. "I read about you. You saved Jillian from that psychopath they called the Star-Crossed Killer, the guy who leaves his victims to die in the wilderness. What a sick son of a bitch." So the guy was still trying to wriggle out of it, deny that he was the one who had lashed Jillian to that tree, intent on letting her freeze. Caruso was trying to deflect his guilt, which was just plain bullshit. And yet, "Don't give me that crap about her being abducted by the Star-Crossed Killer. We both know that's just a cover-up. You took Jillian out there to the woods. You're the one who lured her there, then used the killer as a smokescreen. You tried to make the crimes look like the others. But you failed, Caruso." "What? No." He seemed stricken. "Cut the act. We both know what you did. When we get to the hotel, you can explain it all to the cops. Try and feed them your line of bull and see if they buy into it. But you'll have some major explaining to do, not only for kidnapping and trying to kill Jillian, but for all the havoc you've wreaked on the lives of all those people you stole from. You're going to have so many investors and insurance companies crawling up your ass, you'll never be able to sit again." From the corner of his eye, McGregor saw Caruso's face drain of all color. He looked as if he might piss himself. "No." "Yeah, right." "Seriously, you have to believe me. I was here at the shop. You can check. I didn't have anything to do with—" As if he suddenly understood the magnitude of his crimes, he let out a long breath and stared through the windshield. But he wasn't seeing the taillights of the truck a few feet in front of them. No, Caruso was searching inside his soul and finding something that scared him to death. "Oh, no, 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 no," he said so quietly it was barely audible over the growl of the truck's engine and the noise of traffic rolling through the streets. "You can't deny any of this, you sick prick." "No, Look. Yeah, you're right. I did steal the money. I did disappear," Caruso said in a rush, as if suddenly confessing his darkest sins to his parish priest. "But I never did anything to Jillian. I would never—" "Oh, hell!" McGregor wanted to smack the guy. He was driving 5 miles over the speed limit when the light ahead turned yellow, and he was stuck behind the idling furniture delivery truck. "Didn't do anything to her? What about leaving her alone, to think you were dead, to face your investors, the ones you stole from, to try and convince the police that she wasn't in on your scam? But then, years later, something must have triggered you into thinking she would find you, so you lured her to Montana so that you could kill her. It's as simple as that." But even as McGregor spoke the words, he realized the flaw in his logic. His gut went cold. If Caruso wanted to stay hidden, to remain Carl Russo, why send the pictures? Why entice Jillian into leaving Seattle to find him? McGregor's hands tightened over the steering wheel. He saw the horrified, fearful expression on Caruso's face, and knew the guy was holding back. "Wait a sec," he said, his heart drumming with a new fear. "I'm wrong about who sent the pictures, aren't I?" Caruso closed his eyes and bit his lower lip. McGregor could almost see the wheels whirling in the man's brain. "Dear God," Caruso whispered, his head slowly moving from side to side, as if he were denying the turn of his own dark thoughts. "I didn't think she'd go this far." "What, you sick bastard? Who?" McGregor demanded as the truck in front of them finally began moving again. "What is it you know?" "It's Falda," Caruso said, his jaw tight. "What?" "Falda. My wife. My second wife. She's been gone lately. But she's back in Spokane now." A muscle in the side of his jaw worked. "You'd better step on it, McGregor," he advised. "When Falda wants something, she doesn't let anything get in her way, and I'm damn sure she wants Jillian dead." McGregor gunned it. Heart thudding, adrenaline sizzling through his bloodstream, he peeled around the truck, narrowly missing a parked car and eliciting a loud, angry honk from the delivery vehicle as he headed for the hotel. Caruso had a jealous wife. A wife so jealous of his first one that she would try to kill her? Christ, how sick was that? "Where's Falda now?" "I don't know." Caruso shook his head as he chewed on his lip and stared out the window. Suddenly, McGregor didn't doubt Aaron Caruso or Carl Russo was telling the truth, and it scared the living tar out of him. "Does she know her way around a rifle?" "Oh, yeah." "Can you call her? Does she have a cell?" "Yes, but she won't pick up." "Try." Russo scrounged in his jacket pocket and pulled out his cell. McGregor still had his gun aimed at his heart. The hotel was less than a mile away, up a slight hill. With one eye on the road and the other on his passenger, McGregor threaded through traffic, the big truck lurching as he braked suddenly to turn. Caruso nearly dropped the phone as he dialed. Come on, pick up," he said. But they both knew it was no use. "Where are you taking me? What hotel?" Russo asked. "The Cortland. Why?" "Of course," he said, silently indicating that the Cortland was without question the best hotel in the city. "She's there." "What?" "Falda. She's at the hotel." "How do you know?" "I just know. It's just a feeling I have. If Jillian's there, Falda will hunt her down." Cold fear knotted McGregor's stomach, and he told himself that Caruso could be bluffing, trying to derail him. But there was a severity in the man's face, a horrified conviction that convinced McGregor that this con man might just be telling the truth. "It makes sense," Caruso admitted. "I met Falda years ago when I was married to Jillian. We had an affair and together decided I would just disappear with the money. Well, that's long gone. I spent a lot of it hiding my identity and investing poorly, and Falda— oh, hell, she's been jealous of my first wife for a long time. From the beginning. Even though she and I cooked up the disappearing act and pulled it off. Even though I left Jillian, Falda never thought I stopped loving Jillian." He hesitated, then added, "Maybe she's right." McGregor saw red. His jaw was clenched so hard it ached. He jetted around a slow-moving minivan, and at last the hotel's massive stone facade loomed 2 blocks ahead. "I don't have time for this," McGregor growled. Jillian's life was in danger. But Caruso shook his head, now totally convinced. "Just 6 months ago, Falda was cleaning the shop. She found pictures of Jillian in an envelope in my desk. Photos I couldn't quite give up. I've had them since we were first married." McGregor scowled at the man, wishing he could beat the tar out of him right here and now. This was why Jillian's life was threatened? Because of some damned pictures? "What happened?" "Falda went ballistic, out of her mind. Even though I swore that I'd forgotten I'd saved them. She cut them into tiny pieces in front of me. and threw them in my face. She was beside herself." "You idiot." "I kept them because I wanted to remember a better time. The truth of the matter is that I'm dying. Cancer. It's terminal. Lately I've been thinking it was time to put things straight." McGregor still didn't trust him. This could all be an act, but the guy did appear a bit jaundiced. "Put things straight? How? By what? Coming forward? Confessing?" Caruso didn't answer, but McGregor guessed the truth. "You were going to contact Gillian, weren't you?" Again silence. Just the sound of the truck's engine and slap of wipers against the snow. Caruso's Adam's apple bobbed. "And do what? Ask her forgiveness, so you could go to your grave with a clear conscience?" "Something like that." "Did you tell Faldo what you were planning?" Caruso shrank further into himself, but he gave a short nod. "Yeah." He may as well have signed Gillian's death warrant, and the fucker knew it. "It was a mistake." Caruso hitched his chin toward the hotel. "Falda used to work here, at the Cortlandt," he said. "She still has the uniform, the name tag, and a passkey." McGregor's heart turned to stone as he sped through the entrance to the hotel, past 2 tall stone pillars bedecked in colored lights. The back of the truck fishtailed as he took the corner too fast, and narrowly missed a taxi lurking at the end of the drive. The driver jumped out, raised a fist, and yelled something. McGregor barely noticed. His heart was pounding, his mind blind with fear. "She couldn't know the room number, couldn't gain access," he said. "Don't kid yourself. She has friends who work here, a cousin who runs off at the mouth. You don't know Falda, McGregor. If she wants inside the room, she'll get in, even if she has to break the door down herself." "Then it'll be your fault, Caruso." They rocketed toward the portico where valets were standing, staring at the truck careening toward them. McGregor stood on the brakes. "Whatever happens to Julian is on your head." "You'll never get him," Falda swore, inching forward, raising her knife. "Here's a news flash," Gillian tried to yell, but her voice was still the barest of whispers. If only she could get to her pistol. "I don't want the son of a bitch." "Yeah, right." Falda wasn't buying it, and she was still blocking the damned door. If Gillian tried to run past her, she'd be caught. If she went for a window, she'd be attacked. But she had to do something. "I found pictures," Falda told her, "of you. 2 of them, showing you half-naked." "What?" "Don't be distracted, Gillian. Go for the gun. Get the damned gun." "I don't know what you're talking about." Maybe she could lunge for the desk chair and send it crashing against the wall. Or kick the toppled cart and make someone outside this room come running. "They were taken when you were married. You know, he might have been taking photographs of you, but he was already cheating on you with me." But Gillian didn't remember. Too many years had passed for her to recollect any of the snapshots of her marriage to a man she'd tried hard to forget. "Even so, he kept those snapshots, looked at them when I wasn't around, probably jacked off to them." Gillian cringed, but Falda wasn't finished with her rambling. "He never got over leaving you, that's the problem. Felt guilty about it. Shit, why? And when the money ran out, his guilt really got to him. Started saying crap like, 'I shouldn't have done this to Gillian, I shouldn't have done that to her. She didn't deserve it.' That's what I had to live with. And then, when he got sick, found out he was dying, he thought he had to see you again." "Aaron was dying?" Gillian felt nothing. He'd been dead to her a long, long time. "If he did that," Falda said, still advancing, "if he tried to, and I quote, make things right, he might feel better, get some peace before he died. But what about me? The police, they would blame me for all that money Carl took. I'd get thrown in jail. While Carl is sucking up to you. You're the one he wants to confess to. You're the one he wants to forgive him." "Never," Gillian whispered vehemently, though her mind was still racing, searching for a way to thwart this maniac. One side of Falda's mouth lifted, and her eyes glittered with pure hatred. "You're right about that. If you're not around, he won't feel compelled to see you again, will he? He can die in peace." "You're sick." "Yeah? Well, you're dead." Quick as a cat pouncing, Falda lunged. Gillian fainted, but her ankle buckled, and Falda was on her again, the knife raised, the two of them rolling on the floor. She fought, but the stronger woman slammed the knife into her shoulder. Pain ripped through Gillian's arm, and she screamed, but the sound was only a garbled, pitiful mewl. Over it all, she thought she heard the wail of a siren. "Don't give up." Footsteps pounded in the hallway, shouts, voices yelling her room number. She rolled toward the bed, blood flowing, as Falda yanked the knife out and jabbed again. This time Gillian was able to squirm away, wiggle enough that the blade didn't pierce her skin, just caught on the sleeve of her robe. She grabbed Falda's wrist with her hand, but she was weak, agony ripping down her forearm. "It's over," Falda hissed, her bloodied face twisted in triumph. She raised the knife once more. Gillian noticed the rubber tip of her crutch, lying where she'd left it near the bed. She didn't think twice, but grabbed it with her good hand, fingers wrapping around the metal. Falda raised her arm to strike again, the blade glinting gold from the light of the fire. Gillian didn't hesitate. She swung the crutch upward with all her strength. Crack! The shaft struck hard against the side of Falda's head. Still clutching the knife, Falda fell forward, staggering, then crumpled atop Gillian. Gillian shuddered in revulsion as she wriggled out from beneath the woman's body, barely aware of the sounds in the hallway growing louder, sirens outside screaming closer. Hugging herself, she glanced down at her attacker. From the glassy stare of Falda's eyes, she knew it was over. She then saw the knife sticking from Falda's chest. She scrambled to her feet and limped toward the door, just as a key rattled in the lock, and the door burst open. McGregor, ashen-faced, gun drawn, flew into the room. "Gillian!" His voice cracked as he wrapped his arms around her. She fell against him, collapsing against the warm wall of his chest. She was bleeding, her body battered, her mind threatening to lose consciousness. But here in McGregor's arms, she was safe. Oh God, she was finally safe. It was all she could do not to break down. Relief flooded through her body as she clung to him. "McGregor, you're bleeding. Let me see." "Falda," a male voice called weakly, brokenly. Gillian stiffened in McGregor's arms. She looked over McGregor's shoulder to spy Aaron Caruso fall to his knees. This broken man was the one she'd pledged her love to, the jerk who had abandoned her and faked his own death. He looked sick and pale as he cradled his second wife's bloodied head. "Oh, God, Falda," he whispered. "What have you done?" He held her body next to his, smearing her blood upon his jacket. "Oh, Falda, why? He rocked with the corpse in his arms as a siren screamed in the distance. People gathered in the hallway. A few hotel guests and staff spilled in through the doorway. An armed security guard cut through the crowd, stepped into the room, and turned to hold the onlookers at bay. "Back! Everyone, please step back!" He assessed the situation and told McGregor, "The police are on their way up." "Good." From the floor where he sat cradling his dead wife, Aaron looked up. For the first time in years, Gillian's eyes connected with him, the first man she'd ever loved. "I'm sorry," he said, as if he meant it. Tears welled in his eyes, and he blinked to stem them. "Oh, Gilly, I am so sorry." She didn't answer, couldn't lie. She wasn't sorry for what they'd shared so long ago, or for the fact that Falda was dead. She felt McGregor's arms tighten around her. "I never meant for this to happen," Aaron said. Her jaw tightened. "I'm dying. Falda's gone. She won't hurt you ever again." He appeared so frail that her heart did ache a little for him, just as it would for anyone facing his own death. He'd be arrested, tried for any crimes where the statute of limitations hadn't been exceeded, but she suspected he would die first. He was pathetic, and she wouldn't wish what he was facing on her worst enemy. "I feel so bad," Aaron said contritely. "Can you ever forgive me?" "Forgive you?" She thought of all the pain he'd caused, of how he'd left her to fight his battles, to face the press, the bilked investors, all while he went off and married the woman with whom he'd cheated. He'd been a parasite, living off other people's money, mindless of the pain he'd inflicted. And even as she'd stood by, mourning his disappearance, he'd taken a second wife, if Falda could be called that, since technically Aaron was a bigamist. He'd attached himself to a psycho who had drugged Gillian and left her in a frozen forest to die. When that hadn't worked, she'd tried like hell to kill her, and had damn near succeeded. "Forgive you?" she repeated, shaking her head. "Not today," she said. "But that might change. Maybe someday, right before hell freezes over." Epilogue. So they found the pretender. Good. Outside, the wind picks up, blowing hard through the trees. Inside the cabin, I sit naked, sweat glistening on my skin from my recent workout. I stare at the television screen and sip from my drink, the ice cubes clinking softly in my glass, as I watch the police haul a handcuffed man named Carl Russo from a grand hotel, the Cortland in Spokane, Washington. They stuff him into the back of a cruiser, careful not to bump his head. The police are proud of themselves. They've caught one of the bad guys. The camera pans wider to show a van from the medical examiner's office at the scene. A half-dozen police cars fan over the street, their lights flashing, strobing the snowy lawn of the Grand Hotel. A woman is dead, and it's presumed that this woman is the moron who tried to copy my work. A woman. She had the cops fooled. Well, that's not so hard, is it? They are, after all, imbeciles. My stomach roils that anyone would try to take credit for my work, that the police would consider for a second that an impostor could copy what I've spent years creating. My fingers tighten over my glass, and I force myself to calm down. After all, the fraud has been exposed. Angrily, I snap off the television and walk to the table where I have started work on my next notes. Perfectly penned, painstakingly created, ready to be left nailed to a tree for the cops. A way to let them know that I am still hard at work, still eluding them, still their nemesis. Near the neatly stacked letters are photographs of the women I've blessed by choosing them, pictures taken when they realize their fate. Their images stare up at me, and I remember them all, how they thought I would protect them, save them, how they offered themselves and begged like the whores they are. They are just the beginning. There are so many more to be sacrificed, and the sheriff's department will need to be reminded that it's not over. The police will discover that I am still at work, and I know how to get their attention, even their respect. The copycat will strike no more. I hear a noise from the room down the hall. She's stirring, maybe even crying. I finish the drink, and know it's time to play my part, to put on my clothes and my sympathetic smile, to assure her that everything will be all right once the storm passes, that I am her savior. Little does she know that already she's been chosen to die.
The End. You've been listening to Left to Die by Lisa Jackson, narrated by Alan Nebothal and directed by Erica Jensen. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends another great title by Lisa Jackson, Almost Dead, narrated by Elisa Bresnahan. The first victim is pushed to her death. The second suffers a fatal overdose. The third takes a bullet to the heart. 3 down, and there's more to go. People who deserve to die, people who are in the way. When one by one members of Sissy Cahill's family die mysteriously in quick succession, her world begins to unravel. For hidden in her family's twisted past is a shocking secret, and Sissy must uncover the truth before it's too late, before terror comes home with a vengeance. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. Call us toll-free or log on to www.recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers, order another recorded book, or to enjoy author interviews and narrator profiles. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
We've got a list from the assessor's office. Lots of summer cabins. The area covers miles of rugged country. Chandler said, "Vastly unpopulated." Grayson nodded slowly. "We'll keep on it." Between the pushpins, lines had been drawn in the hopes that some intersecting point would reveal the area where the killer lived. But the areas where the lines crossed were usually uninhabited. But that was the way with organized serial killers, Alvarez knew from her research. These psychos went to great lengths to hide themselves and elude detection. They thought about their crimes long and hard, picked out their quarry, planned each move, got off on toying with their victims before they killed them. And all the while they enjoyed outwitting the police. Sick bastards. Halden walked back to his chair as his partner asked, "Have we any idea about the notes?" That was a sore point with Alvarez, who had spent countless hours at night trying to figure out what the killer was trying to tell them. "We don't have much," she admitted.